that I was silent the whole time. Oh, well, I wasn't looking at your tile, Karen. So I hope you enjoyed my overdubbed message there. That's terrible. I had such lovely things to say. But anyway, everybody, welcome to the WebXR Summit. Hi, I'm Ben Irwin, and this is Dr. Karen Alexander, and I'm coming to you from Sweden, where I will be switching the show all day. And Karen, thank you for hosting this summit. It has been a pleasure curating this event with you and the team. And take it away. This is your show.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ben. And I would like to start the WebXR Education Summit here today on July 21st, 2022, by thanking the team as well, especially Ben Irwin, who is the mastermind of the WebXR Summit series, the Poly Awards, and the Metatraversal Initiative. He's doing really important work in the space, and he's the wizard behind the curtain. He's the one that makes all of this happen. I would also like to thank my colleagues, other members of the team, and my co-founders of XR Women, Julie Smithson and Sophia Mashasha, who are helping to make all this happen and are here working very hard today to make sure that we have an excellent event, as we will. We also have new members of the team, Daniel Dubosky-Bryant and Austin Kane. They're new members to the team, but they are old friends, and it's wonderful to be working with them here on this event. So thank you so much. I am so excited about this event. I'm very passionate about education in general. And I had years of experience in higher ed and academic publishing. And in 2016, I took a leap of faith and I dove headfirst into the XR space. Why? Because I was excited, on the one hand, about the new creative possibilities that new technologies had to offer. That was one of the inspiration points for me, giving people new creative possibilities. And although this event does not explicitly touch on creativity, we do have a panel on arts and humanities, and creativity will be discussed there, and it certainly will come in to the conversations for other sessions. I believe that technology should make people's lives better. That is the purpose of it. That is why we have technology. And although I started from this sort of creative angle, I began to see very early on the efficiencies that were possible in business and in fields like healthcare, the ways that XR technologies could improve what we do as human beings. So my excitement deepened as I continued on into the field. And we are going to touch on some of those sectors later today, educational processes, training, that sort of thing. I thanked the team earlier, and I want to emphasize community. We are a community, and it's very important that we come together and to do this intentional work to make sure that we get this right, to make sure that the ways that we adopt and implement XR are ethical, are well thought out, are well considered, and that they are equitable as well. There are some communities that are represented here today, including the Immersive Learning Research Network, the IEEE, Educators in VR, the Virtual World Society, and these are very important groups. We need to have these organizations to bring people together, to share what they know, and to forge the path forward, to educate one another, to share what they know, and to support one another. It's also very important that we do research and learn what is really effective when it comes to XR for education. And we do quality peer-reviewed research. That will be addressed in this program today. First with our starting speaker, Anya Johnson-Glenberg, but also later in the day. We are addressing bold ventures like the Metaversity Project. Bold ventures are important. This is the time to seize opportunities, to experiment and try new things. The new systems that we have, the new tools, will open up the need for new ways of assessing learning. And we will talk about that as well. We need to focus on and to think about teachers. This event is heavy on the higher education side, and that's in part because of my background. But the K through 12 sector is very important. Teachers are absolutely key to society. They need to be supported. And so we will address that here today. Obviously, we've had recent challenges in education with COVID. There is much to be done. We need to move from Zoom into using XR and to take advantage of the affordances there. With higher ed, there are some challenges with demographics in the Northern Hemisphere. We are facing an enrollment cliff in North America. There are old models and cumbersome structures. There's a need for higher education to change and respond to changes in society, including those changes that are brought about by technology. But there are also opportunities to educate older and adult populations, especially as people age and are more active in their work and professional lives later in their life. We have a session coming from Africa, organized by 𝙊𝙤𝙘𝙀𝙀. And things are a little different there when it comes to demographics. There's a very young population, a growing population. There's growing economy and opportunity. And part of this opportunity is the human opportunity to educate young people with the best tools we have and the best understanding of how to use them. So I'm really excited to hear from 𝙊𝙘𝙀𝙀 and his panelists here today. We can't say that this is a truly global conference. It is heavily focused on North America and Europe, and we do have representation from Africa, but I hope in future such events, we can make it truly global. Let's talk about difference for a moment. There are many different contexts in which XR is used: K through 12, informal education, enterprise. There are people with different abilities, and we will have a panel addressing that later. There are also different ways that people learn, and we need not to lose sight of that, not default to a standard that really represents only a narrow sector of the population. That also leads into the question of equity. How do we ensure that everyone can benefit from the promise of XR, and in particular from the promise of XR for education? This is an enormously important topic that will be addressed by some of our presenters here today. With safety, privacy, and policies, we're facing the issue of how we keep up. Technology is moving so fast. It's really difficult, even for those of us who are immersed in the field, to stay on top of developments. And so policymakers are finding it very difficult to do this, to understand what these technologies can do and how they may need to be regulated and governed. There will be a panel on that topic as well. But we will also delve into the topic of what this all means. How does XR affect us as human beings? Who are we in the metaverse? What powers does XR give us, and how will we use them? I want to return to the topic of community again. I am so happy to be here with many of the wonderful people I've had the privilege and pleasure to get to know along my XR journey. Many of them are presenting here today. It's a truly exciting time, and I am very happy to be riding this rocket ship with you all, even if we are building it as we fly. Together, we can do amazing things. We can truly revolutionize the future of education, make it equitable, make it accessible, and improve the ways that we can learn using new technologies. Thank you for joining us here today. I know it's going to be a fantastic session. It's jam-packed with wonderful presenters and speakers, and I can't wait to hear from them all. Thank you.
Hi, Karen.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good, thanks. I thought I'd just drop in. I'm looking forward to today. And as we can see, we've got Mina Johnson-Glenberg here ready to join you for your fireside chat. So I'm going to leave you to it. Thanks so much, everybody, for joining us today at the WebXR Summit, Education Summit. And, it's going to be a great day. It's going to be a lot of information to take in. So make sure everybody's got their snacks and their coffee and their water, and get ready, sit back, relax, and let's learn together. Take it away, ladies.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Julie. I am so excited to have Mina Johnson-Glenberg with us here today. She is a researcher in psychology at Arizona State University, and I particularly wanted to have her kick off this event and to start it out because her research is very important. I have drawn on her research myself. And not only that, not only is she a researcher, but she also is a game maker. She puts her research into practice through embodied games. And she has developed a rubric for the creation of virtual reality experiences for education called Quiver. These are just some of the reasons that her work is important. It touches on all these different areas. She's not just doing the research, but she's putting it into practice. And I'm really thrilled that she agreed to be here today and to start us off and set the tone for this conference. So Mina, thank you for being here. Welcome. Really glad to have you.
Thank you. My pleasure.
So I want to ask you to just very briefly tell us about your research in large terms, in overarching terms. Can you just give us a quick intro to that?
Sure. I was trained as a cognitive psychologist and cut my teeth on researching dyslexia and how that works. And so I also have an interest in different atypical learners and how to make content accessible. And I especially have a sweet spot for STEM. So a lot of the work I'm talking about today is going to be STEM oriented. It also, you can also say things about humanities and whatnot with STEM, but I don't do a lot with the emotional aspect of VR. And that's one of the special things about VR, right? When you're transported with this presence and you feel this emotionality, it's important, but it's not something I focus on in Quiver. So I just kind of wanted to start off by saying that.
Okay, great. Fantastic. I want to ask you more specifically about your platform is not destiny. This is an article that you wrote and about comparing 2D desktop to 3D virtual reality. So,
Yeah. Do you have a specific question, or should I jump in?
Well, why don't you jump into that and explain your research there? I'm going to get us a better view of this slide there.
Right. So my spin-out company is called Embodied Games, and we try to make educational games that are embodied. And that means like making the learner be agentic. So they have to move and do things and manipulate content. Some people call that interactivity. You could call it agency. But we want the learner to be doing something and not just passively receiving content, be it visual or audio. So we designed this game where we wanted them to learn about natural selection, and they were capturing butterflies. And so they were playing the role of a zookeeper, capturing butterflies to feed to the birds. And so it's a pretty short experience, like 8 minutes with 6 levels. we set up 4 conditions, right? So in the low embodied condition, they just watched videos of others capturing the butterflies and getting feedback. So you see this net moves with your hand. You're agentically moving the net and making decisions about which ones are poisonous, which are not, and getting immediate feedback on that. And so in the low embodied video condition, you're watching it on either a laptop or inside the Go headset in VR. In the high embodied condition, you're actually using the Go hand controller to capture the butterflies, and you're getting that movement. Also, we have some bars that you have to pull up, and that's, an embodied movement. Up is usually more. So I'm sorry, I just got distracted with someone saying that's the best educational game I've ever found. Thank you, Bethany.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear. Yeah. Yes. I've played it too. And I first played it a couple of years ago when I organized a panel with you and Corinne Brenner and Cassandra Eng for Steve Bambury's CPD and VR session in Engage. And that was just about exactly 2 years ago. And all of you are here today. But yeah, Catch a Mimic is really an exciting game, and I learned from it myself. I found it very engaging,
Nice.
And I know that's because it is backed up by your actual research.
And so, yeah, what you would do in the high embodied one is you're capturing things, you're making decisions. And so we randomly assigned, these were college students. The game's made for like 6th grade on up, but college students in these 4 conditions, they were all matched at pre-test. And it was interesting because, yes, everyone learned about natural selection. We saw that, a giant gain in learning. But what we care about are differential learnings, right? So in the next slide, you'll see that the groups learned differently at post-test. And if I could see the next slide. And this is where the story is, right? Because at post-test, focus on the solid lines. Those are the VR conditions. And in the black high embodied solid line, they're learning the most, right? And they're maintaining that at 1 week follow-up. But the low embodied VR is learning the least. And I found that fascinating. The dotted lines are on a PC, a 2D PC. And it doesn't matter whether they're high or low embodied, they're doing the same. But if you're in VR and you're not being agentic, then learning will suffer. So there's something deleterious about being passive in a VR headset, which is why one of my main design takeaways is like, let's make the learners move and do something and have agentic control over content, because you're going to get more learning bang for the buck if they're in a 3D immersive VR headset.
I find that fascinating. We talk about presence and immersion and the effect of VR, but really it's this agency and embodiment and being able to actually do things that makes it effective as a learning tool. Is that right?
That's my takeaway. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So having agency matters. And, if you don't have agency in like a 2D desktop setup, it's not such a big deal. But once you're in this immersive environment, you need to try to design that in, is what I would say.
Great. Fantastic. Yeah. Thank you. And can you talk a little bit about your process of building Catch a Mimic? I know that you have set up embodied games, and how long did it take you to put that together? I know you worked with a team. What was that like?
Yeah, this is an interesting genesis story, because it didn't happen in a normal way that it was designed for VR. It was actually designed as a tablet game, which is why it's on my website. You can just play it for free, like on the 2D setup on a desktop, just click and play with the mouse. It was first designed as a tablet, and then afterwards, after that research was done for an IMAX movie, actually, I was like, let's put this into VR. So, it was fun, the things you had to think through, like in the tablet, it scrolls left to right, but in VR, why don't the butterflies come out of a central bush and head towards you, right? Like, let's take advantage of the funness of 3D. So like redesigning it, it's a really different, you have to think spatially, as you know, everyone in the audience, if you're designing for VR, you've got to think in 3D. And the team I had, like now I use a lot of student designers, but back then I hired a professional, I had a professional dev to do it, and a 3D artist that I found in Phoenix where I live. And we just, as a tight team, worked together on it, iterated left and right. As you know, you've got to play test. Like, that's difficult to find 5th graders to play test with, but all that takes months and months. And so when people ask me, how long did it take to make? Like, it's hard to say from soup to nuts, because it started in a different platform. But Yeah, I'm actually the one we're working on now, an engineering game, is taking just like over a year. It just
Wow. Yeah.
takes forever.
That's exciting to hear that you have an engineering game coming up. Are there any others that we can look forward to now, or is that your primary focus at the moment?
Wow, I am really digging into that. It's about tuned mass dampers, and it's very visual. And you start an earthquake to make you agentic. You take the hand controller and start a sine wave that comes out of the hand controller and hits a building and makes it shake and shatter. And that's how one of the ways we're putting embodiment into that.
Wow, that's really exciting. I can't wait to see it. And I know that you are working on a WebXR version of 𝙊𝙤𝙘𝙀𝙀, right? That will be coming
Yes.
soon, right? Yes. Okay, wonderful. Let's talk a little bit about Quiver. And Quiver is a really important tool that you developed based on your knowledge. Sorry, let me move to the correct slide here. It's a quality of education in virtual reality rubric. And this is a resource for people who are designing games that are intended to be educational, so that they can test what it is that they are designing and make sure it meets these criteria. Did I get that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. And so the Quiver is broken up into multiple sections. The two of the main ones, one of the two main ones is the pedagogy and content. And so some of the things that it asks you to assess are learning goals. Can you talk about that, sort of what that assessment looks like, and some of these other items here in the pedagogy and content section?
Definitely. And at the end of the slide, I hope we have the link to where this is. It's a chapter in a book, but it's also on the Embodied Games website under blog tools. So if you just want to print out the PDF that has the 20 items on there, that's available. So I try to design this for teachers. I know there are a lot of teachers and educators in the audience. So if you're trying to decide, wow, is this going to be a good module for my class? Like, you want to know, does this module contain these certain things? And so you would watch it, and then you score it 0 to 3, and then you tally it up. And, you know, if it has 100, it's great. But I've never seen a module with 100 points.
Wow.
So, I mean, even the 𝙊𝙤𝙘𝙀𝙀 game, I think it came out at being 76 points. So it's, you know, trying to help educators decide, does this module have the things that we know are good for education and learning? And I think if I redo it, and I'd like to, I think I'll get it down from 20 to 12, because that's a little onerous, like assessing 20 items. But here we go. I'm going to quickly just chat through the 20 really quick. Learning goals, basic for a learning module. Some modules forget to put the learning goals in there, so got to have that. Is the content enhanced by 3D or having presence? And so this is supposed to get at the ideas like, should it even be in VR? Like, that still costs more money to make. So maybe it's okay on a desktop, right? So is there something about the content that's spatial and 3D that VR is going to help it?
Absolutely.
Is it pushing transformative learning? Is scaffolding there? So this is super important. As designers know, you've got to scaffold the complexity in your modules. Start simple and build up. That means also with the UI components, but also with the cognitive concepts that people are dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
Is there active learning, right? I just talked about that. Is there embodiment? Is there manipulating of content for the user? That's what I mean by active.
Right, absolutely. And continuing in those 10 items in the list of pedagogy and content items in Quiver.
So if you have an action, if you have a movement, is that action congruent to the learning, right? So you wouldn't want to have when someone's pulling up the sliders to make a prediction about something low, medium, or high, you would want this to be the action. You wouldn't want it to necessarily be towards the screen or down. Down shouldn't be more. That's what I mean by congruency.
Yes, and that I know is based on some of your other published research that I have read about that congruency of the gesture and making sure that it matches what you're doing. Really important, and of course we can do that in VR, right? It's less easy to do on desktop.
Yeah, I mean, of course, if you have 9 degrees of freedom, like there's a lot of room for congruency, getting it right and getting it wrong. So that's one of the reasons I'm super excited about VR, is like the ability to use the hand controllers and to locomote when possible. Guided exploration, we know this from education research that free exploration might be good for the first few minutes, but once you're in it, once you're in a module, you need to guide people like what's important to look at and what's important to learn. And so you have to put some guidance in there. Metacognition prompts. This one's a little tricky because to make people think about their thinking, sometimes you have to put text on screen. I always try to not put too much text in VR. So you might have to prompt them with text, like make a prediction, what's going to happen next. Or sometimes you have to say, okay, try to self-explain this. That's a good metacognitive prompt, but does it take you out of immersion, right? What if you had to take the headset off and turn to a partner next to you and discuss what just happened? It takes you out of immersion, but it's making you think deeper and evaluate what you just did. So I don't have a great answer about what the best metacognitive prompts will be, but we should be putting them in there is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and let's face it, that for many people and for most of us, you don't want to be in VR for too long, right? So so having those short, impactful bursts and then being able to process what you've done and reflect on them, I think helps to cement that learning. And so that's the sort of thing that you're talking about there.
Yeah. Yeah, and just rule of thumb in our lab, we don't make things that are longer than 20 minutes. So, no.
Good. Yes.
I think people could go an hour, but I don't feel good after 55 minutes. So feedback, that's super important. You want to give immediate feedback close to where they made the mistake or did something right, but you don't want to give it all the time, right? And that's distracting. So you have to find a spot for feedback. And assessment, try to put assessment into the module that you've built, either at the end or in the middle. I think assessment's really important.
Great. And so then we go on to the mechanics of the experience.
You know, I was about to say, oh, these are obvious, but they're not. I mean, I've been on so many bad experiences, like, especially remember in the early days, everyone was like, try this roller coaster.
Oh.
That's not a good experience. And you don't want to get everyone on a flying carpet either. So design for visual comfort, design for taking into account cyber sickness. And we know that agency helps with that, right? So if you're using the hand controller to be in control of where you're going and what you're doing, that attenuates a feeling of cyber sickness. Put in interactivity and manipulability. And so here in mechanics, that means the amount of, the frequency of it. So I've already said earlier, put it in, and now I'm saying how often is it there? And then I have 2 items on avatar creation. This is another place where we need more research in the field. Like, how much more do you have buy-in if you've created your avatar, or if you've created just the color of your hand that shows up on screen, and how many choices should you have? We don't want people to get lost in 20 minutes of avatar creation, but so this is an active research field that I find pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think that really is interesting. And some of the things that you just said there points to the importance of making sure that avatars can represent people as they are, right? So to make sure that they represent diverse populations, that you can choose the color of skin that you want, your hairstyle, et cetera, body type.
And I see that Enrique just said, oh, yeah, gamify it. You know, I try not to use that verb because A, it's sort of looked down on in academia, but B, it means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. So I review VR papers constantly, and people will say, here's our VR game, and all they've done is put 4 stars at the top. Like if you're getting 4 stars in what is basically a simulation or learning task, that sequential learning task, that's not a game to me just because you're getting a star. So I don't say gamify. I mean, clearly I believe in giving stars, that you get that in the catch a mimic game. And I feel good about calling that a game because it is a fantasy world and you're capturing these butterflies and there's a little narrative storyline. Like a game needs to have some short narrative. It needs to have a goal. It needs to have good sound. So
all these things. Yeah. It's great.
But you could have a great learning module that's not a game. That's what I always say. I'm like, I don't get too caught up in the what's a simulation, what's a game.
Yeah.
So can you go back one quick?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay.
Sound. How is the sound? How are the haptics? Do you have vibrotactile or any other modalities? Are they active in the module? Engagement. It can hit all these points, but be sort of boring, not that engaging and repetitious. So. And then I finally, number 20, I like that a lot because that is just what's other, what's missing, what would you want to see in there? So you could either ding it and give it a 0 or it's done a really good job with like equity. So you give it a 3. So that's an important catch-all, I feel.
Great.
Add those up. And then these are the bonus items because they're not in there yet in much VR, but they should be. Make it adaptive, right? If the learner's really flailing, then make it easier. And if they're doing really well, bring out the harder items. And then collaborative. So I'm excited about that. That is coming. That's coming, collaborative. So.
Right, right. And and the adaptivity may have to do with the incorporation of things like AI into it. May involve that. So take us further. We're heading down those paths, right? And the collaborative nature, I certainly think is important, and is related to the having avatars, right? So I'm going to ask the team here to provide this link in the chat to the Quiver rubric. If you can do that, I would be grateful. And teachers can use this if they're thinking about incorporating a tool as a lesson, supplemental instruction. They can use this rubric to assess the experience or the game or whatever it is, and that will help them to determine whether it's a quality educational experience. So this is really helpful. We don't have many of these sorts of resources, and coming from you as a distinguished researcher in the field, we can have confidence that it is a good measure of the quality of these experiences. Yeah, great. So, Mina, I'm really glad that we got to talk about these things that you've done. You mentioned the engineering game that you have done. What is some of the other research that you are currently working on?
Well, in this engineering game, one reason it's taking so long is that we're also making it an experiment, because that's my lifeblood. And I like to do experiments and see what works and what doesn't and why it worked. And so we'll get some young engineers, like freshmen, in there to play the game and put on EEG as well and ask them questions about cognitive load. And so, the idea is like, how does this experience with all this embodiment interact with cognitive load and with enjoyment? And so they'll be reporting these things. And so we'll have this, like, the 3 legs of the stool, like what's their behavior? What are they getting wrong? What are they reporting? And then what is the EEG telling us about when they're feeling overloaded? And so I'm interested in that research because it helps us better design content. That's all I want to do, is make better VR content for education.
Right. And so are you suggesting that the readings that you're getting might not match what you were being told verbally, and there might be a reason not to trust that?
Oh, yeah. That's one way to think about it. You would want them to correlate, right? When they say this is getting harder and more effortful, you would want to see certain waves change. Yeah, there's a lot of individual difference in that world too. So we hope to start that in September. So I haven't collected that data yet, but just fine tuning the game and making 2 different versions of it. And yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. Yeah. And so where do you see more generally the future of research like yours into XR experiences for education? Where are the needs? Where do you see it going?
Well, thank you for asking that, because as I said, like I review a lot. And so I'm reading these articles. I guess there's 3 things I'd like to say about, like, sort of on the research side going forward for our field of people who love VR and education. I guess I would like to see more sophisticated control conditions. Like a couple of years ago, people were doing like 2D VR on a desktop versus immersive VR. And that was okay. We needed to figure out what that difference was. But I'd like to move beyond that and not make static slides be the control condition, not make 2D video. They're not really equitable. There's too many differences, like presence and object occlusion in 3D, reality intrusion. So if I'm on this desktop here, I'm seeing people walk down the hallway. That you don't get that in VR. So I don't like that as a control comparison anymore. Let's move beyond that. Let's try to understand specifics of designing for immersive platforms, right? So make your control condition be something that's in an immersive headset, but you're changing certain degrees of freedom in there. You're looking more fine-tuned at what's working and what's not. Does something blinking, is that a better way to get you to move down the hallway versus, I love this study done, Ɓailenson's group, like versus like a bird flying or a dog barking or a blinking sign, right? Like those are the kind of studies I'm more interested in reading about. If you're going to be doing research in there, please give a pretest, right? Because we want to look at gains, right? So give a pretest and a match post-test, and then we can do that kind of A/B design and see what really changed from being in that experience. So a lot of people just give a post-test, and I think, yeah, it's important to get just a quick pretest in there as well. And then finally, I would say that if you are going to be gathering some data, let's get some what we call subject variables, right? Let's find out like the user's prior knowledge of the topic, their comfort with technology. I would love for people to be getting spatial skills, like just a 10-item test on what are your spatial skills going into VR, because we think that VR is going to change them and make them better, but it depends on the content and how long they're in there. So that's another active field of research. Like how can VR enhance spatial skills, which we know are plastic, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then once you gather those subject variables, you have to run something called an aptitude by treatment interaction, which is difficult if you haven't been trained in that. But I guess what I want to offer to this audience is like, if you have that data and you want help analyzing that information, I or my students would be happy to look at that with you and discuss that with you.
Wonderful, wonderful. And yeah, I will just pop up here your contact information so that people can reach out to you. I'll leave that there briefly. And that was a wonderful offer that you just made. So yes. So that's really great. I think that we have time now for a few questions from the audience. I don't know if we want to have Julie come back on and sort of give us a sense of what sorts of questions the audience has been asking. And I know that Julie, you too have, I'll bring her on there. Julie, you too think a lot about spatial awareness. So yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Spatial awareness and design, it's the key component that we really need to focus on and use the tools that are out there to help people understand and conceptualize this new immersive space that we're designing and developing. So we do have a couple of questions, so let's address them. And somebody's asking, SappyDev is asking, would this framework work for behavior change as well? Have you seen the learning translate to action as well from your research?
You know, we just did a mixed reality experiment that was really fascinating. It wasn't in VR, but it was a 3D printed barrette. So a chemistry experiment where you're turning the little handle like this to make the drops come out of a barrette or not, or you're using keys on a keyboard. And the students who were randomly assigned to the turning the 3D printed barrette like gave better verbal recalls of titration experiments. So it was interesting. So there is something about doing an action that can help your recall of it. Lots of research on embodiment, but not necessarily in VR, right? Because that's a new world. So as far as behavior change, there's a lot of literature on social skills change, like especially with children with Asperger's, that it's been helpful in VR. So I don't do that. I don't do behavior change. I do cognitive change, but it is out there. Yeah.
No, that's great. And it comes back to repetitiveness, right? Of just, and building the right logical thinking and the right, thinking about things being done in a different way as well, right? Not only are you learning, but you're also learning how to do it in a new process. So
it could be new, or it could just be like think about learning traces in the brain, right? You're adding another multimodal signal, right? Like generally we learn visual, auditory, but now if you're adding the body and the sensory motor signal, it's a whole nother learning trace that can be strengthened.
That's great. Yeah. We have a question from Enrique Cachafiero. Hopefully the future sees these isolated experiences coalesce into VR educational conditions, one that is holistic and encompasses certifications. And I'm going to bridge into that. And maybe can you highlight how certifications are kind of changing right now that you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, I've watched that world out the corner of my eye for years. And I remember the very first time, like, was it Mozilla badges? I was like, I don't know about that. I don't know if anyone will buy buy the idea of badges. But now I do feel like it's taking off, and I'm very positive about it, and believe that micro certs will be a wonderful thing.
Yep. And that can obviously go into more conversations, because I'm already seeing how certifications are going to be honored with NFTs minted for the blockchain, and that definitely goes into a lot of other conversations. But thank you so much today for joining us, both of you, Karen and 𝙀𝙀, for joining and kicking us off today. Hi, Steve. How are you? Welcome to the show.
I am well.
You're alive.
Yeah.
You're alive.
Karen.
Yes. Great to have you here, Steve, and thank you so much to 𝙀𝙀. Really admire her work, and was thrilled that she agreed to be here today. And Steve Grubbs, the CEO of WebXR, which is doing some amazing things in creating virtual learning through the Metaversity project, among many others. Steve, you and I know each other, and I have been involved in a small way in the Metaversity project. But I've been able to sort of see behind the scenes a little bit through my involvement as an advisor for Southwestern Oregon Community College, which is one of the Metaversities, one of the 10 Metaversities in the project. And I've really been able to see what WebXR puts into this project, the skills that your team have, and how they are working to make this project a success. So I'm going to hop off here myself and turn it over to you to make your presentation, and I look forward to hearing it. There are always exciting things coming from you, Steve, so take it away.
Yep, I appreciate it. So I'm Steve Grubbs, the co-founder and CEO of WebXR, and we're going to start with a quick, short video that I'm doing a little bit of talking, but we also get to show you. What is a metaverse? Close. Let's try that one more time. If not, I'll talk until we're ready. Okay, I'm going to keep talking then. So it's in biology, you want to be able to hold organs in your hand. Maybe we can rewind it and start it over. Okay. So the question of the day is, what is a metaversity? All right. I'm going to go ahead and delay the video for a while then, unless I get a message that we're ready to go with it. Okay. So let's talk about Metaversity.
Sorry about that, Steve. Yeah, I hope we can get that up and rolling. I don't know what happened. It seemed to be going, and then it just stopped. So we'll try that again.
Let's roll the tape, Chuck. Let's not roll the tape. All right. So the question of the day is, what is a metaversity? Okay. Hello. All right. I'm going to go ahead and just run. Let's hold off on the video for a while, and I'll talk about a few things, and then we'll open it up for questions. This is a pretty quick summary of where I think not just higher education, but all of education is going with learning in virtual reality. But we've been doing learning in virtual reality for quite a while. The real issue is synchronous learning co-presence. And if we think about the great challenges with education, my father was a school teacher. At a very early age in my life, I was in the Iowa legislature, a state that considers itself a very pro-education state. And I was chair of the education committee. And, you always have challenges with funding education, but I was able to author the state's first statewide technology funding bill, which did, among other things, make sure that all the schools were connected to the internet, make sure they had the technology they needed, et cetera, et cetera. But we didn't really move the numbers a lot. And I thought about that for a lot of years. And again, with my father being a school teacher at a public school, we had these conversations. And I think we would all agree that when students love to learn, when any of us love to learn, we retain that information and we focus on it. So, I always hated math. Math was just not my favorite subject, but I loved history. And my dad did happen to be a history teacher. So I could sit down and I could read the history book. It wasn't boring homework, but math was always a challenge. So with what we are doing and what others around the world are doing with virtual reality, suddenly students love to learn. And, if you stop and think about it, let's talk about anatomy. We built a cadaver lab and working with T-Mobile, Lenovo, and Fisk University, we put that cadaver lab in, and now a professor can go in there and all the students, they might be miles apart, hundreds of miles apart, they might be around the globe, but the students can gather around that table. You've got the body lying in front of you, and the professor can take her hand, plunge it down into the chest, pull out the human heart, hand it to the student next to her. Now that student, again, could be in London, where the professor might be in Chicago. But that student takes it and feels it when he takes it from his professor. And he looks at it and he learns, and then he begins expanding it until it's 8 foot tall. Then the professor and the class step inside that heart and they look around at the ventricles and the cavities. And then the professor pulls out a diseased heart. And now they have a diseased heart 8 foot tall, a healthy heart 8 foot tall, and they can compare the two and understand in a way that is retained far greater than anything else they've ever done, the information about a healthy heart versus a diseased heart. This is the type of learning that we at WebXR and other developers around the world are making available today. And I don't believe it's a small iterative change. I believe it's a 10x change. Our first Metaversity was at Morehouse College. And Morehouse College is a very famous college in the United States. In addition to Martin Luther King being a graduate, we also had Spike Lee, Samuel L. Jackson, and a lot of very important elected officials. It's one of the great American colleges. And so it was the pandemic, and they had been having their classes in Zoom like everybody. And they reached out and said, we think that you could help us do this in a better way. And so literally within 10 weeks, we were able to build a digital twin campus of Morehouse College. They were able to train on how to teach. We were able to get the 3D objects and the animations and everything pulled together so they could start their classes 10 weeks later. And I get the question all the time, well, does it work? So if you look at what Morehouse College did, they had the exact same professor teach the exact same course 3 different ways. First, in a standard brick and mortar class. Second, on Zoom. And third, in his Metaversity class. And they compared, they measured three things. 1, student engagement. How often did they show up to class? 2, student satisfaction. And if you recall, during the pandemic, there were a lot of parents and students who were wholly unsatisfied with the education they were receiving. And then 3, student performance. Did their grades increase? On all 3 measures, the performance, the satisfaction, and the engagement of the students significantly increased over the brick and mortar classroom and the Zoom class. And those 2 were roughly the same. So what we know is that students like it. Their end of semester comments were extremely positive, and they retain that information. And although we don't have time to go through it today, I would encourage you to take some time and look at the PwC study from the UK.
Yes.
Karen?
Great. I'm popping on to tell you that your video should be ready to play now. Is this a good time for you? Do you want me to put it on? Shall we go?
So the question of the day is, what is
Well, it unfortunately, it looks like that's not going to happen for us today. I do apologize, Steve. Let's make sure that we can get a link out to the guests so that they can watch it on their own. I know you have a lot of videos out there about the Metaversity Project, virtual tours of the campuses, which are absolutely beautiful, and of inside the classrooms, illustrating some of the things you were talking about before, about being able to expand a heart and stick your head inside it and look at it. And something that really stood out to me that I've heard you talk about before is the men of Morehouse having a class in a fallopian tube. Is that, did I get that right?
Field trip down a fallopian tube.
A field trip down a fallopian tube. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, if you think about it, and it's not just science either. For example, we rebuilt the courtroom from To Kill a Mockingbird because where people sat in the courtroom, if you remember that book, was extremely important. In that book, the white citizens sat on the floor and the black citizens had to sit in the balcony. And then you had a judge and you had a jury. And so now as students understand that book, they can sit in different parts of the courtroom and understand the perspective of those characters in the book. So, also with history, we've got some great history lessons of, we rebuilt 𝙁𝙤𝙘 slave ship and the bridge in Selma. So, being able to gather hands, just like Martin Luther King and Congressman Lewis and Hosea Williams did in 1965, and to walk across that bridge just like they did, that's never before been possible. And frankly, I went to Selma to record a field trip, and it's not easy to get to. So this is something that we can offer that will open up the world of learning to students around the world.
That's amazing, Steve. And I love, as someone coming from a humanities background, I love bringing in this, the culture, the literature, the history into what you were doing with the Metaversity Project. Briefly, you mentioned Fisk University, you mentioned Morehouse College, I mentioned Southwestern Oregon Community College. Can you tell us some of the other schools that are involved?
Yeah. The University of Kansas is using it for their School of Nursing. So especially for their graduate students who are already out in the field at hospitals and doctors' offices and can't return to Lawrence for additional classes. West Virginia is using it in their College of Business. Alabama A&M, South Dakota State, New Mexico State, Cal State. It's a growing list. Every week, we're adding more schools. Northern Illinois University was a recent sign up, and we are launching our first European school. Haven't publicly announced yet.
Wow, that's really exciting. And one of the questions in the chat we have here is, are you open to partnerships with research companies based or focused in Africa?
Well, we would love to work in Africa. We are at least in some early conversations with an institution in South Africa. So the answer is yes. Maybe the partnership works out, maybe it doesn't, but always open to those conversations.
Great, great. And that question comes from Victor Peter. And I see Enrique here is saying, I can't say enough about the innovative professors that spearheaded this effort and put the time in to learn and push the envelope. We need more folks like this. I know you would concur. Yeah, absolutely.
That's the biggest part of this. If you don't have professors who are willing to commit the time to figuring out, there are a lot of tools. You can silence students, you can let them speak, you can break them up into small groups, you can automatically seat them, you can help them with experiments. But it's like learning to drive a car. It doesn't happen in 5 minutes. You do have to, discipline yourself to learn the craft, like everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There's another question here. Were students responsible for purchasing their own equipment, or did the institution purchase for those in the Metaverse course, purchase those for the Metaverse course?
For those that are part of the Meta, formerly Facebook project, Meta donated 50 headsets per campus. But in a lot of cases, those that are not part of that, the university is buying them, and then the students check them out for the semester. And if you think of it, the cost for a headset is going to be between $300 and $700. So the semester fee is pretty small, especially it's been a while since I was in law school, but I was paying $200 for a single book, and I'd have to buy 4 or 5 a semester. And so, the cost of the hardware is pretty small compared to other university costs right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great. Someone asked what platform it was built into. I know that it was the Engage platform. Maybe you can say more about that. But the question goes on to say, is it using Babylon.js or Unity Unreal? What were something you and your team had to learn to do this turnaround for college in 10 weeks alone?
Yeah, we had already built a prototype, so that helped a lot. But yes, we use Unity as our build platform. And David Whalen and Sandra Whalen's Engage platform has got a lot of great tools built into it. So we love working with that platform. We work with a couple of other platforms in smaller ways, but that's the big one for us right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we had a lot of other questions here. We're not going to be able to get to them all, unfortunately, but I am super excited to have this crossover here of Steve with Chris Ďeďi and 𝙤𝙤𝙤𝙤, who are on our next panel. Super excited to have them here. Steve, thank you so much for sharing your time with us today.
My pleasure.
Okay, great. All right. And John Richter is here as well. Really, really great to see all of you. I know you. We've worked together before, and it's through the Immersive Learning Research Network, which John is the CEO of, and particularly on the State of XR and Immersive Learning report. There was a 2021 report issued. I was involved in that. Now the 2022 report is coming out. So I want to introduce Chris Ďeďi, who's a distinguished professor at Harvard University in education. I mentioned John Richter's the CEO of the Immersive Learning Research Network, and 𝙤𝙤𝙤𝙤𝙤, who leads an innovative lab at the New School. So I want to try to, let's get us situated better here so that if we can better see you all. Thank you very much again for being here today. And the topic of our conversation is in particular the work that you've done on producing this annual State of XR and Immersive Learning report under the auspices of the Immersive Learning Research Network, also known as iLearn. John, you're the president and CEO of iLearn. Can you give us a brief overview of the organization and how the State of XR and Immersive Learning report fits within the organization's mission?
Sure. Thank you so much, Karen, for inviting us all today to be a part of the WebXR Education Summit, first of all. The Immersive Learning Research Network grew out of the American Education Research Association Special Interest Group on virtual environments for learning, immersive environments for learning, where Chris and I worked at AERA for a number of years. We branched out beyond AERA to try to work with the psychologists, the game designers, the computer scientists, and all these other amazing people working in immersive learning back in about 2014. So iLearn was born, and we started seeking out, trying to identify, share, and innovate on immersive learning. And that's our nonprofit mission. The State of XR report began with collaborations with our board member and colleague, Mark Lee, and he allowed us or helped work with us through an IEEE group called Icicle to collaborate, looking for finding all of the different emerging technologies and seeing interpreting how that might be useful to educational practitioners and researchers. The idea with the research, of course, is for us to catalog and find what works in immersive learning, but research takes a while to, get funded, go out, gather the data, put it all into writing, go and then publish it. So that, earliest you can possibly do that is about 2 years, and that's really fast. Of course, we know that this field, this immersive learning field, is just exploding. It's like the Cambrian or Precambrian explosion here of educational technology. So what's emerging is really important for us to talk about well before the research lands in publications. And so that's what this forecasting and futures expert project is about. And I'll let Maya. Oh, I just wanted to say also, it's so great to be here with Maya and Chris, two people that I look up to so much. They're both have been so great collaborating with iLearn, but personally, they're both mentors and friends to me as well. So this is really exciting.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yes. And I'm so glad you gave a shout out to Mark Lee there and mentioned his importance to this project. And Maya, you have been hugely instrumental in the production of the report for both 2021 and 2022. Can you tell us about the process of producing it?
Yes, I mean the report it's probably one of the really amazing work we do and I do as the XR strategist for the report, principal investigator, and main author. And it's been amazing to also go now into the second cycle of the report. The report uses a Delphi method, meaning that we convene a panel from educators from across the world, and we actually spend a lot of time in actually making sure that this is a and well-represented panel, bringing educators not just from the United States and Americas, but also from Europe, Asia, and all the way from South Africa and Africa across. So that is a really important part. And we convened the panel, the expert panel, with a kickoff session both times. Our first round was mostly online, mostly through a number of tools like forums, where practitioners and educators and researchers can really have a ongoing asynchronous conversation. Following our first round, we decided to actually add an additional layer, which is the synchronous forecasting working group, which I had the pleasure to facilitate 10 of them this spring, which brought us to ultimately to really the executive summary being presented at the iLearn conference. And during the forecasting groups, we actually get together in much smaller groups and work our way through the report main core 3 research questions. And we kept the research questions for round 1 and round 2 now in 2022 the same, with which, they focus, research question number 1 focus on the opportunity. What is the most promising opportunities in learning that XR and immersive technology can help fulfill? The second one focuses on what we experience daily, that while we are very excited and enthusiastic about the opportunities, there is barriers, and especially for those educators on the ground trying to pioneer that in their institutions. So our next question focuses on what are the greatest barriers for institutions and organizations adopting XR and immersive learning technologies. And our third question is meant to really work to look into the catalyst for innovation as we, come together to really think about the future of immersive learning. We also want to look at what's existing today. What are some of the opportunities we can tap on and share that with the communities across the world. And at the same time, we want to provide some insight and we want to look into the future. And we take a sort of a very specific approach in looking into the 3 to 5 years into the future, not 30 years from now, but something that educators and really administrators and practitioners and technologists and strategists and designers can take in and bring it back to their institutions, to their work, to their classroom. So third question focuses on what XR and immersive or other complementary technologies, because it's not really about XR. It's really the conversion of XR, as we often talk about XR and AI, and thinking about also interfaces and haptics and in all of these related technologies and tools and developments that actually together have the potential to help transform learning, teaching, training, and research practice. So these are the core questions of the report that we very meticulously kind of followed through in a very ambitious timeline in about from January to April, as in small groups, both synchronously and asynchronously online, where panelists have the opportunity to contribute. And then we just presented the 2022, the State of XR and Immersive Learning executive report at the conference. The publication is coming in. The report is kind of like in motion. This is year round, but a lot of things are happening. So in year round, we also are shaping in how this executive summary will be actually distributed, shared with the community, and actually give the community the opportunity to participate in that release as we invite both the panelists and educators from across the world to think about the topics we have identified for 2022. So this is the long answer, but it's very important to say how this report really is. It's a collaborative effort, and it doesn't look into thinking about a technology or a platform or a approach, but really thinking about the affordances of immersive learning and what we can do with it with our students and within our institutions and schools and universities.
That's great. Thank you, Maya. I really appreciate the thought that has gone into making this report happen. And I'd just like to mention for the Immersive Learning Research Network, it is immersivelrn.org. And you can find out more about all of their many initiatives there at that website. I'd like to now turn to Chris. Chris, you have many years of experience in educational technology, and you're a leading expert in the field. How would you describe the state of XR and immersive learning in education in 2022?
Well, I'd like to begin by thanking both Jonathan and Maya for their leadership, which has really been essential in developing this whole immersive research network. I started studying immersion in 1978 when a text-based computer game came out called Zork, the Great Underground Empire. And I started my research in VR 3 decades ago, in AR almost 2 decades ago. So I've seen a lot of generations come and go. The two things that I find very exciting right now, one of them is access, because the idea that for $300 now, you have a standalone VR helmet that you can put on and that will display some fairly sophisticated VR. This is just extraordinary. 30 years ago, the first thing that I did in our VR research was to buy a used $400,000 supercomputer for graphics, which has much less power than the modern cell phone. So we've seen incredible leaps in technology, and just as with the fax machine, the minute that you hit a certain price point, then all sorts of good things start to happen. The other is that VR is at one end of the spectrum with complete immersion in a virtual world, and augmented reality is sort of toward the other end of the spectrum with some virtuality over the real world. But in between the two, mixed reality now is really coming into the fore. And I've been working with a company called Immersion that does what's called digital puppeteering, where you have the equivalent of a flight simulator for human skills and can use mixed reality in order to accomplish that. So far from being close to mature, I think it's just exciting how the technologies keep evolving over time.
That's great. Thank you, Chris. Wow. That is truly some long experience there. And we have come a very long way. You have seen it. Yeah. And I want to keep you here in the foreground for a moment, because I want to follow up on that question. And what do you see as some of the most valuable and or surprising insights that have arisen from the State of XR and immersive learning reports? I want to have you speak to that, Chris, and then I'd like for John and Maya to also address that question.
Well, from my perspective, the reports are highlighting the intersection between artificial intelligence and XR, which I think is very exciting. I'm a co-principal investigator on a 5-year, $20 million institute from the National Science Foundation that looks at adult learning and online education through the lens of AI. And what we see with XR is that AI can help at both ends of the experience, that at the front end of the experience, AI can enable the world to be much richer, much more interactive, much more personalized to the user. And at the back end of the experience, the kind of analytics and pattern recognition that AI can do can help very much in near real time to sense things that are happening in the world and to literally configure the world and configure the feedback that users are getting to make it a great learning experience. So AI is another emerging technology, and the reports provide a very valuable way of keeping up with the intersection between two emerging technologies.
Yeah, that's great. It's hugely important and something we all need to be paying attention to. Can you, you mentioned your initiative for adult and online learners. It's called Silver. I'm going to get.
No, it's actually called AI-ALOE.
Okay, AIALOV. Okay,
so
all
if
right.
you type that into a search engine, you'll get to see lots about what the Institute is up to.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. John or Maya, one of you two want to jump in and talk about what has been most interesting, surprising, or valuable from the report?
Go ahead, Maya.
I mean, I think that for me, as somebody who authored the 2020 report, and now walking our way through the 2022, I think it's important to say that how much sort of our experience of the pandemic shaped the 2020 report. And it's also very interesting that the work of the expert panel did start prior to the pandemic. And it really brought a really high level of enthusiasm. And it was very palpable in kind of the topics, the conversations, the opportunities educators saw in bringing immersive technology into education, all levels, formal and informal learning. I think the 2022 report was somewhat much more, I think, thoughtful in a way that while the enthusiasm exists and people just as impatient, I think there was a lot more a high level of looking for the purposefulness for creating meaningful experiences. And so the conversations really focus on really pedagogical strategies, theoretical framework, thinking about the student experience, thinking about designing spaces for students and teachers and faculty to come together, both on our physical campuses in the context of labs, as well as in our virtual campuses in the context of, virtual spaces and worlds that our students and we can come together from across the world. So I think that was a much higher level of thoughtfulness in these conversations. It did also focus a lot of the conversation did focus on the lack still of quality content and how we can, we as educators and our students be engaging that in creating content and sharing content with each other, which, links up to the lack of standards still, and we're looking into that. And a very acute awareness of, questions around accessibility. questions around standards, and probably the highest level of challenges, especially for us in education as we are working with students and very diverse learners, is the challenges around privacy and ethics. Now that more often we can actually invite our students, invite our learners in these spaces, the idea about privacy and ethics, I think, were very discussed almost at every single asynchronous session I was able to facilitate and lucky to facilitate. I think the very high level topic also that was discussed in this report was also the idea that the structural challenges that we faced in education, oftentimes in the context of higher education, but also understanding just, sort of the rethinking, what a learning experience is, what immersive application can bring to it. And again, that was very much very big part of the discussion. And as I said, that's why this was a very thoughtful panel. I really appreciated that, and in this conversation, in these sessions, looking up into the future, definitely looking into avatars, virtual worlds, AI, machine learning. I think a high level of interest and anticipation of more sensory interfaces and haptics, and you can't miss, but just I think for a lot of educators, particularly in the K through 12, but also in higher ed, the idea of the augmented reality classes. And I think that's sort of a real interest in being able to really kind of embody and live in mixed reality and connect with each other, and the potential of what this is to be and become in the context of the student experience and learning with immersive technologies. So on a very high level, I think these are some of the topics that kind of was surfaced this year. And it's a very, very much, as I said, it was a panel that was anticipating more and asking for more.
Yeah, interesting. I think we were all kind of caught off guard by the pandemic, and it really required us to sort of think on our feet and maybe react in ways that we wouldn't have otherwise. But now we have had more time to think and reflect on where we are, and that seems to have been reflected in the report. John, how about you? What are some of the most exciting, interesting, surprising things that have emerged for you in the State of XR and Immersive Learning report?
Well, the community aspect, I think, and has been huge. Just getting the expert panel together, and I was a little surprised at the provision of a platform that allowed the experts to come together, and the timeliness and the need for having this group come together, not only to be able to synthesize their individual expertise, but just how wonderful it was when we were having these discussions to be able to connect with others across the globe who were also experts in these things. And I think there's a number of reasons from that. Like Maya brought up the pandemic. The pandemic absolutely, I think, has really enhanced our desire to connect meaningfully with other people. And that this expert panel really provided that community aspect. But I think it's also sort of an aspect of the massive amount of dynamic change that's going on in this immersive learning field. And it's really hard, like drinking out of a fire hose kind of metaphor, for even the people who are living in this space on a daily basis, every day, working hard. It's not always easy to know all the things that are going on out there. And so this was really apparent this next time through for the State of XR and Immersive Learning report of people were learning so much from each other. And so I am really pleased that we're moving towards this persistent environmental scanning, not just doing it a one shot, but like constantly doing this scanning of the horizon to see what's going on and matriculating that with this incredible community that we've got going. And it's not just the Immersive Learning Research Network community, which is awesome, but the broader XR immersive community. Just what incredible people, what creativity, what incredible expertise. And boy, it requires a large group of people, because the amount of expertise that goes into these things is in themselves incredible. Each project, to have a high quality immersive learning experience, requires the computation knowledge, the game design knowledge, and the learning science knowledge, all packed into one experience to create a system. And it's just incredible with this State of XR reporting community and process that to be a part of it. And so we're looking to expand this. And again, with Maya's leadership, actively helping us to develop this community, and Chris's leadership as our honorary, mentor and godfather, as it were, to be able to help us guide in these directions, as well as so many other people in the network. That's the thing that has surprised me, that the level of pulling together, and I guess the sense of meaning out of it has been just fantastic.
That's wonderful, John. And yeah, I completely agree with you about the importance of community, and do want to let people know, as I mentioned before, at immersivelearn.org, you can become a member of iLearn, and you can take part in these many activities that are taking place. And I also want to give a shout out to iLearn, because iLearn sponsors and supports my XR Women group, where we meet every Wednesday and learn from each other. A different kind of learning, but believe me, learning takes place there. And so we greatly appreciate your support for that sort of initiative, and not just learning maybe in the more academic sense there. So I want to leave a couple minutes for questions, but just briefly, I'd like to hear a little bit more from Chris about the next frontier. We talked about AI. Can you say a little bit more about that, and why that is so important in XR for education right now?
Well, I'm just wrote an article that's going to be published in the Journal of Technology and Teacher Education that talks about a sea change. And maybe once or twice in your lifetime, you see a sea change where you were living in Kansas and now you're living in Oz, and there aren't any ruby slippers to take you back. The pandemic has created a sea change, not because of the pandemic, which will turn into an endemic and go away in the way that prior pandemics have, but because of our response. The world is really hybrid now. Work is hybrid, politics is hybrid. People are trying to stop education from being hybrid, but I think hopefully all the other sectors of the world changing will force education to be hybrid. And once you have a hybrid world, immersion becomes really important for the non-face-to-face part of it. And so I just think that this sea change is going to create a wave of interest and value in immersive technologies that's going to greatly accelerate the evolution of the field. And I find that really exciting.
That's wonderful. Yes, I really look forward to seeing that article. And there's a question in the chat here. It says, Chris, for learning analytics, is XAPI still a thing for XR to measure learning experiences? And are there other tools or processes out there to measure it?
Well, XAPI is certainly useful. And of course, a lot of what's done in immersion is Unity-based, and that can be configured in different ways to send data to the learning analytics. I think an interesting frontier is to include not only data about what you're doing in the immersive world, but data about what you're revealing through the webcam. So that with the mixed reality simulation that I mentioned, immersion, you're both seeing how you interact with the virtual people, but you're also seeing through the webcam, and the users know about this. It's completely transparent, facial expressions, body language, and so on that we're becoming increasingly able to interpret. Now, I think it's very important for privacy reasons that users give their permission and get value from anything that is involved in looking at their image and interpreting from their image. But that gives you two data streams now, what your behaviors are in terms of your avatar, if you will, and then what you are projecting in terms of the real world. So I think we're just beginning to understand the richness of the data that can be generated and the kinds of tools that are going to get us there.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Chris. And thank you again for your time today. We're honored to have you here. Maya, you as well. Really appreciate your time. And John, thank you so much for being here as well. The other panel has come on, and these panelists are no strangers to the Immersive Learning Research Network. I'd like to welcome Paula McDowell, Corinne Brenner, Steve Bambury, and Kai Fraser. Welcome, welcome. I'm going to turn things over to Paula, who will be moderating this panel, and I'm excited to hear what you all have to say. So, Paula, take it away.
A very special hello and welcome to our friends and colleagues and to folks from around the world who are joining us today for our panel on a topic that is one of my favorite topics, empowering teachers with XR tools. We are honored to be part of the 2022 WebXR Education Summit. Our panel today includes Steve Bambury, Corinne Brenner, Kai Fraser, and myself, Paula McDowell. Before we begin our discussions, I'm going to invite each of our panelists to give a short 1-minute introduction about themselves so that you can get to know us a little bit better. And let's begin with a short introduction from Corinne Brenner.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Corinne Brenner. I'm the Director of Learning for Killer Snails, which is a small ed tech company based in New York. And we make science content for middle and elementary school students in the US, where we try and put students in the role of a scientist.
Thank you. Next, let's have an introduction from Steve Bambury.
Good evening from Dubai. Steve Bambury, been working in education and training for over 20 years, been playing around with XR for learning since 2011. I currently work as a consultant based here in Dubai. I'm a judge for the World VR Awards. I've been hosting events inside VR since 2017, and yeah, happy to be here.
Wonderful. Next, let's have an introduction from Kai Fraser.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I am a teacher by trade. I worked in education for over 20 years, mostly as a middle school history teacher, and now I am the founder and CEO of XR, where we provide safe pathways to the metaverse for kids and empower teachers so they can have the assistance and support to roll out the metaverse in their classrooms.
Thanks to the panel for those wonderful introductions and for contributing your time and your expertise today. Very briefly, myself, Paula McDowell, I'm an assistant professor in educational technology and design, and I'm joining you today from my office in sunny Saskatoon at the University of Saskatchewan. We have prepared one main discussion question that we want to explore in depth today. And then also we have a series of rapid fire questions that we will save for the end of our panel session today. So you can look forward to many key takeaways. our main discussion question is, what are effective XR tools for teachers to enhance learning in their classrooms? And I'll invite Kai to get our discussion started.
Okay, well, I'm so biased. So I would say the most effective XR tool, being biased, is KaiXR. So my platform, what we do is we prepare kids to get into the metaverse, and we take into account the challenges that we see when we're getting schools and teachers ready. And one of the big things that's overlooked as far as a tool in preparing teachers is we do professional development for the teachers. The teachers really don't have a main touch point to AR, VR, XR, so they are the ones that are supposed to lead this. They need support too. So our tools include things like professional development or the service for teachers. We do safety training so they know how to use the VR headsets. We make the content, so we have kid-friendly content for those teachers. And we also do metaverse maker spaces. And we have kids and they have that first touch point to VR. They always want to talk about how to make it. But if they're coding, if you have a class with 30 kids and maybe some can code, some can't code, some don't know what coding is, that's what we see normally in classrooms. So our drag and drop makerspace is a really easy first touch point for kids to come in there and start to make their own creations. So we do all these things to help a classroom transition into the metaverse.
Oh, wonderful. And I agree about the need for professional development for teachers. I've said before, without proper support and professional development for teachers, XR in the classroom will fail. We need that. And in addition, I appreciate the safety training, and I am just curious to learn more about the metaverse makerspaces and opportunities for the students to be coders and creators and to use different tools to express their knowledge and their creativity in different ways. Corinne, how's about you join in on the discussion here?
Yeah, absolutely. And just to reiterate some of the things Kai said, you need to give teachers the support that they are looking for and meet them kind of where they are. So thinking about what can XR do in a classroom that teachers can't do otherwise, that was sort of how I approached this question. And also, Killer Snails focuses on the fact that you can use XR to put kids in control of their experience. They can, in VR, they can have the first-person perspective of being a scientist and making observations in an environment that they couldn't necessarily go to otherwise. So something like being on the ocean floor in Biodive, which is one of Killer Snails' experiences. That was sort of one of the reasons that we looked to VR for that. In AR, you can add layers of information over the real world that they can't get otherwise. There are also other sort of content reasons. So what's the match between what XR can do and what the material is trying to teach? Are there cause and effect relationships that you can make more clear using these tools? So things like working on really small scales, like at the level of a cell, there are some really interesting experiences. One's called Looking Inside, that's supported by the Verizon kind of education project. There are things that NASA has made, so they're looking at scales that are really huge. There are looking at time scales, so observing changes over time. All of the EcoMove and EcoXBT projects that have come out of Harvard, those help make that kind of connection really clear. And then I saw in the chat Dr. Messina Morris from Morehouse College, who gave an amazing talk at South by Southwest EDU, where they were using a sort of virtual campus to bring students together and provide a source of community. And I don't want to leave that out, because that's actually a really big part of keeping students engaged in science, is making sure that they feel like they're a part of a conversation and they have social support in addition to making the content really clear. So I think all of those elements are really important to getting teachers excited about the process of using XR and overcoming some of the technical barriers. And it is difficult to do something new for the first time. So keeping all of that in mind is definitely part of our process.
I like how you began by focusing on what can XR tools do that students can't do otherwise. And really focusing on like, what is a problem of learning? What's a gap that's happening in the classroom? And how can the XR tools help teachers to make the learning more meaningful, more impactful, more inclusive for everybody? And, you know, a follow-up question I have for you, Corinne, is around using the XR tools and how they are integrated in a classroom. Like how the XR tools are not the curriculum. They are not standalone. They really do need to be deeply embedded in the lesson, in the unit, in the learning, with pre-activities and post-activities and opportunities for students to connect and reflect on their learning and the XR experiences. So if you have a few comments about that, would love to hear them.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely right. So taking the time to consider, how are you going to use this XR experience? What do you want students to take away from it? And how can you embed like discussion questions throughout? I saw Christine in the conversation ahead of ours. And so thinking about like, where are those opportunities for generative processing? You know, you can have an amazing immersive experience, but if you never think about it again, if you never connect, like, what did I observe in this experience and how does that relate to concepts in science or, you know, something outside of that experience? That's really where the learning can take place, is in that translation, in that extra consideration and questioning and collaborating with others afterwards. So basically that boils down to the advice of leave yourself lots of time. And if you see, you know, there's an XR experience that takes 10 minutes to do, leave yourself 20 minutes to have questions in between and discussion afterwards to really process it with students.
Excellent. Steve, let's hear some of your thoughts on effective XR tools for teachers to enhance learning in their classrooms.
So I've worked at the forefront of education technology and innovation for a number of years. I was there when we first started integrating iPads in the classroom and then moved to the cloud and all of these things. And throughout that journey, I've seen many definitions of innovation. And the one that I always go back to is by a guy called 𝙤𝙤, who's an innovation theorist. And his definition of innovation is change that unlocks new value. And the key word there is new. And I think it's really important that we're looking to implement tools that do unlock new value in terms of learning experiences for the students. Literally just this week, I've been consulting with a company that were looking to develop an educational experience. I'm not going to go into specifics, but when it boiled down to it, I turned around to them and said, you know what you're trying to do doesn't make sense in the metaverse. It doesn't make sense for you to use XR for this, because you're actually going to create more friction for your learners in terms of getting from point A where they start to point B where you want them to end up. So, it's somewhat ironic because I basically did myself out of a job, but it didn't make sense to include those tools for that purpose. And I think it's always really important that we understand, kind of echoing what Corinne was saying, that we are implementing tools in a way that adds value to the learning. I also think that it's super important, as my dad would say. Obviously I'm in the shiny heights of Dubai, but I'm an East End boy at heart. My dad would say, horses for courses, making sure that you're matching the right types of experiences to the right types of learners. And there are a lot of variables in that equation, age, maturity. I'm lucky that I've been able to work with immersive tech pretty much at every age imaginable. I've worked with 4-year-olds and I've worked with 18-year-olds and beyond, obviously, to into the professional development realm. And the types of technology, the types of tools that you can harness effectively with a 5-year-old are very different and should be very different compared to what you can use with an 18-year-old. And obviously the hardware is another factor there. You're not going to strap a 5-year-old into a Vive or a Quest headset for an extended period of time. So you need to find experiences and tools that are suitable for that demographic. That being said, I mean, for me, I wouldn't have gone so deeply down this rabbit hole over the last 5 to 10 years if I didn't believe in the power of the medium. And you know, everything from the ability for XR to break down the rules of time and space and physics, and to empower students with abilities that they can't have in the real world, to the emotive power of the medium and the way that we can foster empathy. And for me, another really big one is the way that we can contextualize learning. The fact that I can use an immersive experience to put students into ancient Rome, or into Alice in Wonderland, or on the moon when they are studying these topics, and really immerse themselves in the topic, the theme, the content that they're covering.
Wonderful. Kai, I think you might have something to add here on Steve's definition of innovation and looking at it as, you know, change that's unlocking new value. So for KaiXR, how is it, you know, innovation and change that's unlocking new value for teaching and learning in around the world?
Sure. So I would say the big thing that's for teaching innovation that we have is that we make it possible to teach because our tools are accessible. A lot of the conversation that we don't have is that what tools are needed to teach XR. One of the great things about that makerspace that we're talking about is it works on a smartphone. And most of the students in the classroom, they don't have, I mean, it's shocking that some people will go into schools where there's no Wi-Fi or there's no laptop. So how do you teach XR and all this innovation if you don't have the tools? However, a lot of the students do have smartphones. So at the top of making sure our tools are accessible on a mobile-first WebXR type of compatibility, we also make sure that the content they're seeing is inclusive so they can unlock innovation across all the diverse kids that we see. So, you know, we have 100+ virtual experiences for kids that take them across the world and give them different main characters who are as diverse as the students that we service. So I think a lot of those are overlooked when it comes to getting confused with the metaverse, especially, and without thinking about those things too, it really furthers the digital divide. So we always try to get people to think about the power of WebXR and how that accessibility piece really makes it so all students can be innovators.
That's wonderful, and a perfect lead for Corinne to add a comment here. As Kai is talking about accessibility and inclusion, I know with Killer Snails, there's an opportunity for all students to see it and be it, and to really like be scientists. So let's hear a little bit more about that.
Yeah, that's been a major focus of our research, which our research and development process, you know, iterates continuously as we're making every new project. And so we always try to give students the role that, you know, they are a scientist, they're investigating a particular phenomenon. In the text and instructions that happen, we always call them scientists and whatever name they've given us. And students are really in the first person role of making choices, seeing the consequences of their choices, making observations and drawing conclusions. And that's something that we found to be really effective. And one thing that teachers tell us time and time again is that students who usually aren't that engaged in science class, they take part in the Killer Snails activities. And that's something that surprises teachers. And so that's just a little piece of evidence that we think is really powerful and encourages us that we're doing something right and we're using these tools in a positive way.
Yeah, I agree. And again, it goes back to Steve and leading us with a look at innovation around it, you know, change that's adding new value. So addressing, you know, improving learning, enhancing learning, and offering new value for students. Steve, do you have anything else you want to add before we switch to our rapid fire questions?
I think the only thing I would say is what Kai just said is really, really important, that we often consider hardware limitations in terms of accessibility for students, but really Wi-Fi and internet access is, you know, it is the great commodity. If students, you know, they can have all the laptops and iPads and VR headsets in the world, but if they haven't got robust, reliable internet connections, then these tools are going to be very inaccessible. So yeah, things like WebXR, where there are no downloads or installs required, they're very useful tools for onboarding students, but still, nonetheless, access to reliable internet is always going to be really, really important.
Yeah, I agree. We need access to reliable internet. And just to follow up on the WebXR tools, so from my experience working with grade 8 students, what the WebXR tools offer is a very low barrier, high ceiling. So it's really easy for students to get in, to start creating just right from the get-go. And then there's a high ceiling, so there's a lot of opportunity for students to really take their learning in different directions. And okay, we have about 10 minutes left, so we're going to move into some rapid fire questions. And our first question that I'll ask our panel is, what's one piece of advice that you'd like to give teachers who want to integrate immersive learning into their practice? Anyone can start.
Can we all just go? Honestly, don't be afraid to fail because you're gonna. You're bound to. And as with all forms of technology, don't be afraid that the students understand it better than you do, even if they're like 6. Because these kids grow up on Roblox and Fortnite and Minecraft, and being inside 3D worlds in particular feels natural to them. And it might not feel natural to a 30, 40, 50-year-old teacher who's trying it for the first time. Don't be afraid to be the learner as well as the teacher.
Yeah, part of that, Steve, I think, is trying the experience yourself first, because even an experience that's designed to be educational, you as the teacher will see opportunities for your specific class and your specific content that nobody could have predicted in the design. So try it yourself first, both for the technical, how is this going to work in the classroom? Is my Wi-Fi strong enough? Does it have a dashboard that I can look at in real time? All of that, and you'll see opportunities that no one could have predicted.
Those are such amazing comments. If I could add anything, I would remind teachers that the VR is one small tool in the lesson. So the emphasis on making sure we're doing like discussion questions, critical thinking, extension to everything, and that makes a cool lesson. It's not just you're in the headset and everything becomes magic from there. So everything that Stanley just said, plus, it does not take the place of teaching.
Yeah, excellent. Is one small piece, and something we haven't talked about yet today is assessment and the need for new and creative forms of assessment of learning also. So we don't want to recreate, the traditional classroom in XR, and the same thing goes with assessment. We need different ways of assessing beyond just simple recall of facts and information and declarative knowledge. We want assessment that looks at, how do we assess creativity and, relational knowledge and more. Our next question is, describe an education challenge you think XR tools can address in today's classroom. So a challenge, a problem of learning that already exists in the classroom, and how can we use XR tools to help, solve that problem, address it, mitigate the issue for students?
Paula, my answer for this is kind of inspired by what you were just saying about assessment, because in order to get away from the sort of rote memorization style of taking a standardized test, answering multiple choice questions, you can really use tools like Minecraft and like Roblox to let students show what they know. So if they can use a makerspace and be creative and show that they've taken something from the lesson and can apply it in a totally new world where they can do anything, that's a really powerful creative experience for the students, and lets them show their creativity, show that they can apply something that they've learned in a lesson to something that interests them, and is a really interesting way to use tools like Minecraft or Roblox that they probably are already familiar with and might be really excited to bring to the classroom. So the assessment piece, I think, is really interesting. The other element that is a challenge, I think there's a risk of failure that students often have because they know they're being assessed. And so the opportunity for what we call graceful failure, that you can try something in a virtual environment and, you know, it doesn't hurt anything. You can try it again. It's like a game where you have unlimited lives and you can always go back and do it again. I think that's something that's really powerful.
I call that virtual rehearsal, mainly because it rhymes. But yeah, you're right. I mean, I've worked with GCSE students, like 15, 16-year-old students, doing virtual frog dissection using the old WebXR app. And this doesn't replace the practical experience for those that want to do it and are capable of doing it without passing out from the smell or the gore of it. But what it does mean as well is that the students can go through and reiterate and practice before the relatively expensive frogs are brought in to do the real thing. And we see this a lot, you know, increasingly in the last 5 years in the medical industry and the way that doctors and surgeons are being trained. It can be a huge benefit in terms of cost saving, but also, as you said, it gives you that safe space where you can make mistakes. And, you know, I mix this chemical with this chemical, and what does that cause? A nuclear reaction. But all right, rewind, let me try again, and this time I'll try and get the balance right, or this time I won't mix the wrong things that are combustible. So yeah, I definitely heartily agree with that one. I also think that, again, as I mentioned before, that contextualization of learning is really important. I mean, I remember 10, 15, even 20 years ago teaching historical topics in primary school, you know, like the Vikings, the Romans, World War II, and you would buy these like boxes of artifacts, which were basically like fake statues or fake documents and stuff, and you would give them out to students, and you'd have to try and help them understand what this was and what it is representing. Whereas you can take them into a virtual experience and they can see those things in the real place. And then again, going one stage further, based on what you were saying, Corinne, about the assessment, you know, it could be that you're giving them those things in a virtual space and saying, right, put these where they should be. Here's a statue of a Greek god. Where would this have been in this town square? You know, would it be stood outside this hall? Would it have been in the middle? What size would it have been? Why would it have been like that? So yeah, I always kind of drill back to contextualizing learning to make sure that it hits home, and it's something that immersive tools have the power to do that no other prior medium has been able to do.
Yeah, and I just jump in because the chat is so great with talking about student engagement right now. Some of the things we see is that even for my most challenging students, if they know that there's a headset that's going to be in the room, they're in their best behavior. The kids are engaged, or even if you tell the kids, like, tomorrow we're going to use VR, true is not an issue. You know, so it's all these different things, the kids just being super excited and really engaged just to see the technology. And that's something that no matter what book I pull off the shelf, it does not get that reaction from a classroom of students.
What is the hardest subject to teach using XR tools?
So we kind of had this conversation the other week, didn't we? And it was funny because I wrote an article about 5 years ago about virtual reality in English literature and teaching literature. I don't know what you guys call it in the States. It's like English language. No, is it language? No.
Language arts.
Yeah.
Language arts, is it? And somebody else was saying last week that they thought that was the hardest as well. It's almost ironic that I think the two of the hardest subjects to teach using immersive tools tend to be the two core ones. You know, English and maths, what we would call in the UK, we call English and maths. Stuff like history, geography, art, design, science, they tend to lend themselves a bit more to those kinesthetic learning experiences. Even language learning, language acquisition. Like I know people that do a lot of great work inside virtual reality, but but teaching English literature, there's just not a great range of resources, which is odd because there's so many amazing works of literature in the public domain that could easily be transposed into the virtual worlds. And I know we've seen stuff like Alice in Wonderland recently, but I'd love to see a lot more.
We can't hear you, Karen.
You're muted. Still on mute, Karen.
My apologies. Yeah, I was just singing your praises and saying what a fantastic panel this was, and that the general audience in the chat are saying the same. And I'm really grateful to you all for being here, and Paula for doing such an excellent job of moderating this panel. Really appreciate the work you are doing. We're going to start bringing on our next panel now, which was organized by 𝙊𝙤𝙘𝙀, who is the CEO of 𝙂𝙀𝙀 Immersive, a co-founder and 360 video developer. 𝙊𝙤𝙘𝙀, we are really grateful to have you here, and to you for organizing this panel. I'm really excited to hear what you all have to say. So I'm going to turn it over to you, and I'll see you on the other side.
Sure. Thank you so much, Karen. Hello, everyone. Thank you all for joining our session. My name is 𝙊𝙤𝙘𝙀𝙀, and I'll be moderating this session on how we are transforming education in Africa with WebXR. Alongside me is Grace. Grace, could you introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. My name is Grace Kebirunji. I'm a technical project coordinator for health innovation projects at the Infectious Diseases Institute, particularly working at the African Centers of Excellence in bioinformatics and data-intensive sciences, where we do have our VR lab.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for joining us, Grace. Joining us is Job. Job is an amazing guy doing awesome stuff with XR for education here in Nigeria. Job, could you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, so my name is Job 𝙂𝙀𝙀. I'm co-founder, CEO of StanLab Limited. StanLab Limited is an education technology company that is building virtual laboratory to be able to provide practical STEM education, especially for students in resource-constrained settings. Yeah, so we're addressing the problem of the lack of infrastructure to teach practical science in the schools here in Nigeria and generally in Africa. Thank you. Goodbye.
Great. Thank you so much, man. Next up is my brother from Kenya, Walid.
How you doing, guys? My name is Walid Kilonzi. I'm a virtual reality producer at Follow Hide. And we do all crazy things at the space and at the studio. Of course, everything virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality. I'm really happy to be here.
Great, thank you so much for joining me, man. So Ishak is supposed to join us. Okay, he's here. Hello, Ishak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Could you please introduce yourself?
Okay, interesting. My name is 𝙊𝙤𝙀𝙀, and I am the co-founder and head of growth at SwiftXR. So at SwiftXR, we enable creative reality applications easily without having to worry about writing code and all of that. So we understand that like entry level and the technical demand, technical requirements for building augmented and virtual reality is very high. So we are creating a platform whereby everybody can create immersive experiences without having to write.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for joining us. So we're going right into it. As you can see, we have an amazing panel, diverse backgrounds, diverse experiences, giving their insights and thoughts on how we can transform education here in Africa through WebXR and in the long run, maybe extended reality. So I'll be starting off with a couple of questions. First off is with Grace. So Grace, so with your experience in research and development, right, what are your thoughts on how WebXR can support knowledge retention and understanding across health systems in Africa? I understand you work in the infectious disease space, so how can we improve awareness with WebXR?
Yeah, thank you so much, Aram. So I would like to just talk about 2 points in which I think would help in knowledge retention, in knowledge retention, and how virtual reality can be able to help accelerate that. So I believe for someone to be able to retain knowledge, they would need to repeat something over and over again until they finally grasp that skill. And then, and secondly, I think the timing when someone takes in this knowledge, when someone is ready to grasp that knowledge. So I'll give an example about that. So just imagine, maybe I would want to learn during that day, maybe in the morning, and then there's someone else who wants to learn in the afternoon. So when you have virtual reality, you have that access to on-demand learning. Like, I can learn in the morning, someone else will be able to learn in the afternoon, that kind of thing. And why it's really so important in an infectious diseases setting is that once you're in a virtual environment, you can't be able to spread disease. As in, infectious diseases are contagious. So you need your medical doctors to first try out all these medical procedures in an environment that is safe, that doesn't have infections. And then once they grasp that skill, they can be able to be transferred to a real life setting with the skill acquired. Yeah.
Amazing. That's a good one, because for me, I believe learning XR should not be limited to your time, right? Anytime you want to jump in, you can do that. But also accessibility is also important. How can we get more people here in Africa into the tech, especially those that work in the infectious disease space? So, and I remember you guys worked on a project about I think XR for medicine, if I'm correct. We'll be glad to hear about that in the coming minutes. So moving on to Walid. So Walid, I can understand, like, Kenya has an amazing bunch of students that are going to school yearly, right? According to statistics, in 2020, nearly 10.2 million students were enrolled in primary schools in Kenya, right? Which is huge. So what are your thoughts on how we can support educational administrators in Kenya, also across Africa, to leverage WebXR in boosting students' engagement, especially in STEM education?
I think that's such an important question, not just as a Kenyan, but for Kenyans, because the digital space in primary schools and secondary schools is actually growing quite fast, and we're having a more receptive attitude towards some of these devices. Now, the devices that primary kids are using and the test trials being done by governments are devices that have cameras, and they're mostly tablets. So the capability for augmented reality is not too far-fetched. The possibilities of having a VR headset within a school is not too crazy, because we have access to VR headsets here within Nairobi, Kenya. So really, I think it's all about showcasing and trying to prove a point here. There are a couple of people who have tried that, I being one of them, and we are slowly trying to change that perspective and trying to see whether the government will be able to look at it as a resource in the learning space.
Great. That's amazing, because for me, I feel personally, Africa has like a huge people that are using mobile phones. I think from my research, close to 500 million people have access to mobile devices. So pushing XR experiences towards their mobile devices, leveraging on AR, would be like a huge adoption tool for this bunch of people to jump into the metaverse. So that's a good one. 𝙊𝙤𝙚𝙖𝙧, amazing guy doing amazing stuff with Swift XR. So with your experience implementing XR projects here in Nigeria, how can educators leverage WebXR solutions to foster creativity, learning, and also teaching in the classroom?
Yeah, that's actually a very great one, and I think it goes beyond, just the Nigerian community when it comes to leveraging WebXR. So first thing to think of in terms of WebXR is that you don't need an app to have a WebXR experience, and that is a leverage for WebXR over other app-based stores and all of that. And that is also one of the reasons why we are also looking into it, because we believe that that's the future of immersive experiences consumption. So and for educators really, I really hope that educators have jumped on this idea like yesterday, and not just the WebXR, but like the entire XR. Because what you like when you think about what XR can do for education, like the thought is just endless. So you want to think about we have talked about retention. You want to think about retention. You want to think about accessibility, like access to what they probably do not have in real life. You want to think about the way they can always go back in time on their own and have these experiences without like anybody being there. So you want to also think about how they can, like when you think about multiplayer experiences that are educational based. So I built like an accident scene, a simulated accident scene for somebody like a couple of months ago. And what they wanted to do was that they are teaching accidents in school, and they wanted the students to actually see and like the causes of accidents and how to prevent accidents and all of that. You are not going to take your students in real life to where two trailers are going to go head in head, right? So, but in VR, this is something that is very, very possible. So it goes beyond just writing and having students also write down. If we think about the long-term benefits of extended reality in education, we will say that it is like the technology that sometimes I see it as technology that's built for education, right? Because the possibilities are just endless. So what I think educators should do, or like how I think they can take advantage of this is it's not just about the educator actually. Like you, I, everybody in this space. So let's take this technology to them because they might not know about it, right? So if they don't know about it, there is no way they are going to. So let's take this technology to them. I know that I've done like I've tried that before, and I know that you also have experience with that, Arome. So I know there's this like at first you won't see the level of audience that you need when you are trying to have conversation with the stakeholders in the education space, because there are a lot of things that they want you to go through. There are a lot of like, but at the same time, we also understand that they are also trying to protect their students, protect the image of the school and all of that. So this is something that they don't know about. So I think we should organize more conferences, have more meetings, maybe if you can, I mean like conferences like this. So if you can also have like educational round tables where we invite like some of the stakeholders, let them see the possibilities and what they can do with the technology. Thank you.
Yeah, great. That's very insightful. I remember, I understand the bottlenecks involved in getting to these administrators and encouraging them to adopt emerging technologies. So I could relate to what you were saying. But what I feel is exciting is I remember the first time I showed an educator an AR experience of a lion. She nearly ran away because she had never seen a lion before, right? So imagine seeing a lion in your environment in AR, right? It's amazing, right? So imagine thousands of students across the continent learning via visual content, and I believe they'll be able to retain more and maybe pushing excellent results in their examination. So visualization, orientation is also very, very important for the tech. Moving on to Job. So Job is the co-founder of StanLab. They are building an amazing stuff for school students across the continent. So Job, the integration and effective use of WebXR technology is vital to enhance students' learning experience in STEM. Right. So kindly share your thoughts on how your company, StanLab, is championing WebXR for STEM education in Africa.
Thank you, Aroma. So I'm going to speak on 2 points. So this is what we're doing. We all know that one of the most important cutting edge of XR is to overcome certain constraints that we currently have as far as education is concerned in Africa. One of them is the lack of infrastructure. The other one is the lack of quality teachers who can teach them. So we as a company have built tools that teachers can take. So we built a virtual laboratory. And as a teacher, you can take our content and use it to teach your students how they can have experience, of being in a physical lab, but right now, of course, using SL platforms, both virtual reality and mixed reality. And it's so simple, you can use it with your headset or, just right there on your computer, you can experience what we're talking about. The other part that's very interesting is that, so we're also using Excel to do storytelling. So many times when students learn about practicals, not just in Nigeria, but generally over the world, they can't connect that to real life. Why am I learning titration? What is the usefulness of titration in real life? So we've developed content using storytelling that actually connect, the practical to a real life application of that practical, using stories. I think that these are exciting, brings student interest more. This is not just a problem in Nigeria, even in UK is well documented, that students, are able to learn more when they can connect it to real life. Thank you.
Great, amazing stuff, right? Why I actually love your product is it's not tailored towards a device, right? You could use your mobile phone, you could use your PC to access those contents, because a VR headset is expensive, and not every school or every student can afford that currently, right? So if we can tailor our solutions via the web, using WebXR or VRMOS, I believe we can really reach out more, and the impact will be really, really huge. Thank you so much. So moving on to Grace. So Grace, what are your thoughts on how WebXR simulations can aid frontline workers training in remote regions of Africa without exposing them to infections and diseases that will arise in-person trainings?
Yeah, thank you so much. So by remote areas, I'm believing you're saying these are areas that do not have, for example, a VR lab or VR facilities. And the good thing with virtual reality is that it can be scalable. It can be accessed through 360-degree videos, which can later be viewed using small cardboard headsets. So I believe that is one of the ways we can be able to access content in VR. Also, we are thinking they can also be able to access it using their mobile phones without having a VR headset in case they're so expensive for them. So those are two main ways I think we can be able to access the VR content in remote areas.
Yeah, I remember you were talking about your project that you did with, I think it was like a realistic medical examination that you converted into 360 VR. Could you tell us more about it?
Yes, so the whole idea was to sort of help train health workers in a COVID-19 setting on how to properly don. So to don means to put on something, to put on a gown, and then to doff, the correct way of doffing. Why it's important is that most patients do get hospital-acquired infections. So it's really important for you to train them on how to properly don and doff gowns. So we did the training for 52 health workers, and these were around Kampala, which is the capital city, and also Wakiso, which is a nearby city. And what we basically did was to train them first using 360-degree videos, because 360-degree videos sort of give you a whole feel of how the entire environment is and help you demonstrate a scene without you having to, yeah. So then the other thing that we did was to expose them to immersive content where we're showing them the correct way of hand washing, how to also don and doff PPE.
Amazing, amazing. And I guess the impact must be like so great, because a lot of people were at home during the pandemic, and those that were outside were basically our heroes, trying to support everybody to get well as soon as possible. So thank you so much for your amazing project. Moving on to Walid. So Walid, I know you are championing XR adoption here in Africa and also in Kenya, right? And I know you have worked with Coca-Cola Beverages Africa to develop an XR training experience, right? So what are your thoughts on how we can get corporate organizations to utilize WebXR as a tool to train or onboard new staffs on the continent?
I think for me, I had a theory in the beginning that once you show something shiny, the rest of the companies want to understand what's that, why are they doing that, and why are we not? And that is VR training for you. We were able to work with Coca-Cola some time back in terms of training, and quickly other multinationals followed in that same regard. Even currently, I'm in the middle of a shoot. We're now training safety using 360 videos, and quite soon even VR simulations. So it's, to me, it's quite simple. These businesses simply just need to ask, because the costs and the implementations are not too crazy. They're not, the price cost has kind of gone down, and the muscle memory, my God, the muscle memory is important. When we talk about making VR simulations of how to put out a fire, how to put on safety gear, or how to do very dangerous jobs, I think VR becomes quite an important tool. And that's something that shouldn't be overlooked, something that should actually be considered uh, as much as possible, so that we are not having staff members during training getting hurt. We can have trained staff members who are confident on site. Why? They did hand tracking simulated trainings. So to me, I think, just when you talk about onboarding, when you talk about transforming training, to me, I think my theory has proved itself right. We simply just needed to show one company that this is possible and the costs are not too big, and the rest followed in line.
Amazing. And I guess you're making a lot of money actually. Nice. So moving on to Ishak. So I know you guys are working on an amazing product that allow users to build no-code WebXR experiences using their devices, and it's super easy. I've tried it out, and it's an amazing platform. What are your thoughts on how we can supercharge the future of WebXR for education and learning in Africa using your platform?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. So, building up on our experience and like our years of experience building AR/VR products, we are making it easy. Like our platform is making it easy for educators and everybody else, like other creatives, even artists, to like create immersive experiences. So for instance, let me use artists as an example, then I'll come to what educators can do, right? So for artists, right, what artists can do is, like you have your artwork and you want to showcase this to somebody that is not where you are, or like you are going to a conference in London and you have like 5 artworks. You have to think about how do you transport them, how do you, like, where do you place them and all of that. So you don't really need to do this if the goal is to showcase your artwork. So what we have done is bring the picture of your artwork to our platform, just drag it on our platform, and immediately we are going to generate a 3D model of that your picture, of that your artwork, that you can now show to everybody anywhere you are. And again, the good thing is that it is WebXR. So all you need is a URL, and anybody with a browser on their mobile phone, which I don't think there is a particular person without a browser on their phone, is going to be able to access it. And for educators too, we have this, but the challenge, like the potential challenge for educators, is access to 3D models, right? Because for you to create like a very, very immersive experience, you need 3D models. And what educators want to do actually is to use 3D models if they cannot get like to use 3D models so they have a more immersive experience. But if we have access to these 3D models, educators can go, they can fly with using our platform. And I mean, like, literally do anything. So what we have also seen in the market is that some people will give you like a template for you to come and create your solution, and you are limited to that template. But with SwiftXR, you are not limited in any way. So you are able to bring your thing, you are able to design this the way you want, you are able to put a lot of content there, even if you want to add videos in the line, if you want to add text, if you want to add other images. So you're able to bring all of these things together. And we also have a fallback system that even if your phone or your mobile, so if your mobile device does not support AR, there's this fallback system that still allows you to see the 3D model in 3D on your mobile phone. So the only difference between you and the person with an AR-enabled mobile phone is that they are able to bring that 3D model into their environment and look at it critically. So these are the ways that educators and everybody alike can take advantage of our platform to create a very immersive experience, and that's also informative.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Ishak. I really love the product, and I believe with time we'll have more people using it. Also more educators leveraging on the content available on the platform. So much. Moving on to Job. So Job, according to research, for Africa to fully develop its research and development sector, at least 45% of its workforce must be scientists and engineers, right? How can we tap into WebXR to support students across the continent who want to pursue science studies but are limited by the environment or access to practical equipment?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Armes. So, I mean, we need to make it mainstream. XR holds so much opportunities for Africa as a continent. You know, there's something we really don't worry in Africa. We've used technology to transform our financial service. I think that XR holds the same opportunity for us to transform our education. But this is what we need to do as a group. I know there's a lot of advocacy going on. We need to mainstream that so that we're able to influence government policy. Interestingly, you know, most of the students who need these are actually in public schools, you know, the schools where they can afford, you know, the physical laboratory, right? And so SR holds that promise for them, but you need to go through the government to get to them most of the time. You know, this is where we need to partner with government. Interestingly, you know, the Rwandan government, I remember, you know, this was far back before COVID 2019, they sort of asked companies, although based in Rwanda, to submit like a tender to create virtual lab for their schools because they realized that they would not be able to provide all the physical infrastructure for students to learn science. So that's a forward-thinking government. We can use them as a case to sort of, you know, showcase them to all the government, you know, to be able to do this. Of course, there are other things we can do on our own, you know, partnering with one another, you know, getting into these schools, showcasing the promise of this technology. I believe that we will be able to support the students, you know, who are coming into science. It's like I was in a university today. I was so impressed, and the topic was around education and the metaverse, you know, and they sort of are ready. They're looking into that already, you know, for them to host that conference, and we're looking to partner with them. Yeah, thank you.
Amazing. Just like you said, we need to have like a policy drive whereby emerging technologies are encouraged and also adopted continent-wide, not limited to regions. And again, you also stressed on how we need to really leverage on collaboration and partnership. That is my anthem for the year, collaborating with as much people as possible and giving a voice to everybody that needs that voice to tell the world what they are doing and what they are building. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for your insights, for your feedback. If you have any questions for the panel, you could please drop it in the chat, and we'll attend to it before we round up the session. And I also want to say that personally, I believe education on the continent is thriving already. Right? We already have amazing teachers that have already created amazing content for us. Right? I'm still proud anywhere I go of my teachers in both primary and secondary. Right? They are part of the structure that made me so far. Right? And I believe finding a way to leverage technology to support and improve the way they can teach students will be a huge boost. And for example, my brother now can see like the human skeleton in AR or in VR, right? Using the headset that is available to him. Thousands of students having access, if not to a VR headset, but to a device that can portray an AR experience and transform the way they learn. And then we could have scientists and engineers that are basically powering the future of the metaverse on the continent. So thank you so much for your thoughts, for your insights, and Karen, great.
Yes, hello. Yes, thank you. Yeah, this is really fascinating, and I'm glad we got to hear this exchange from multiple companies and to hear about the things you're doing. I think it's really important that we come together as a global community to address education in general, but also the opportunities that XR tools have to offer. As someone commented here about safety training in VR, and I thought it was fascinating to hear, Grace, you talking about like the experiences that teach people how to don and doff their protective gear when they're working in infectious context. Yeah, and I think that really is speaks to some of the ways that we can use VR in putting people in dangerous situations without putting them in danger, right? And so helping them learn how they should perform and how they should do things so that when they do actually go into those situations, they're better prepared, right? It's an enormous advantage. And Alicia Hayes, who's one of our panelists coming up soon, was talking about the virtual lab for teachers to learn to use XR. I think she might be willing to hear a little bit more about that. And very briefly, though, because I see Carlos Ochoa is here, and he is the chair for our next panel. The other panel's coming on, so we're going to have to drop off. But 20 seconds about the virtual lab for teaching teachers to use XR.
Okay.
A lot of noise.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you all very much, Arameh, Walid, Job, Grace, and Ishak. We really appreciate you being here today and look forward to speaking with and collaborating with you again in the future. So,
Thank you.
very much.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
And hello, Carlos and Lucia.
Hello.
Yes, I'm in.
Yes, and Nyambura, hello.
Hello. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Yes, I'm in.
Yes, Carlos, we hear you. We hear you, Carlos. Carlos, we hear you.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, great. So we are still waiting for Michael to arrive, but let's get started anyway. And Carlos J. Ochoa, we have known one another for a long time. You've been a leader in the space of XR in education, and there's Michael. Welcome, Michael.
Hello.
Great to have you here. I'm really glad that you agreed to lead this panel. Really appreciate your efforts in this space to help create community and move XR in education forward. So I'm going to step out and turn it over to you and let you run the panel, and I'll see you all at the end.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Karen. Well, it's really a pleasure to be here. We have just a crisis situation with the links, but we are just on time. So thank you very much for the invitation. It's really a pleasure. And I'm sure we are surrounded by a lot of friends. And as Karen said, we know each other since the early beginnings of educators in VR. So it's really a pleasure to be here with Nyambura Wadungi. Please correct me if I said it. Okay, thank you very much. My very good friend, Lucia Binotti. Hello, Lucia, how is life? And Michael McDonald. So we are going to spend an incredible time, believe me. So, but I think that, well, I want to try to share my screen just for the presentation. Okay. I don't know why I cannot see the screen. Can you see the screen? Oh, yes, now we can see.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we are going to fly. We are going to make a journey to the world of the perceptions, the emotions, the five senses, so beyond the imagination. So we are going to move to a place that is not nothing to see with the curriculum, with the normal, let's say, topics about education. We are going to talk about creativity. But I think, and let me share some words about this as a brief introduction, just before we start with the movement. I think that we are living in times of great turbulence, where reality and virtuality live parallel and divergent realities: climate change, energy crisis, economic crisis, values, fratricidal wars crisis, where now we don't even read the headlines of the news. We are left with shocking images which tell us nothing, 10 seconds videos happily handled by influencers. And I have the feeling that if someone woke up from 10 years of slumber, they wouldn't be able to recognize the planet we live on. We are becoming replicants of ephemeral characters, unable to face the problems of the real world head on. And at this forum like this, we have to give us one all debate strongly on change, sustainability, equality, democracy, and conserving a clean blue and green planet diverse from our children's and hers. Immersive technologies, especially applied to the arts and humanities, have an infinite path of journey, a space open to creativity, emotions, the sense, having the ability to create experiences, ephemeral and metaphorical micro-universes, unimaginable to make in other way, and with high impact in students. So we as leaders, if we can consider leaders, we have a mission: leave our kids a better world to live. They deserve it all. That's what I'm going to talk about it. So we need to learn to fly together. So please join the stage, and we are going to talk about all these issues. So I will love to introduce Nyambura Wadiyunji, and please give us a small speech about yourself and a brief introduction about your curriculum and what you're doing, please.
Thank you very much, Carlos, Lucia, and Michael. Really great to meet you, and thank you. It's really exciting to be on this panel together. My name is Nyambura Wadiyunji. I run VR new media company that focuses on work at the intersection of art and technology. And most recently, it has really been around creating location-based XR experiences to reach audiences outside of, the enthusiasts, really publics, and participate in a public intellectual type of space. And most importantly, include teachers, particularly in middle school, so that they start to think about how to either use these tools as part of the curriculum or how they can create around the different subjects that they're working on, particularly around art for this main thing. And so recently, my recent project was NOMA, an XR experience, and it was looking at how different artists can use XR tools to amplify their work. So really looking at it as extensions of work and extensions of work, and looking at how they then set up differently for audiences to view and where else to experience art.
Thank you, Nyambura. Thank you very much. So Lucia, my friend, long time since our last talk. Please make an introduction about yourself. Refresh my mind.
I refresh exactly. I have ghosted for the pandemic times. I was ghosting a little bit. Anyways, refreshing. I'm Lucia Binotti. I'm a professor of Roman Studies, and something that, depending on the day, I call digital humanities, experimental humanities, extreme humanities, something that kind of defies definition, and that my more recent, as in this last 5 years or so, interest in immersive learning has made it even more difficult to define. But I currently have an ongoing project, which, well, actually, I don't know why I start doing all of this when I really want to say is, I am very happy to be here, and I'm very happy to be here among friends, but especially I feel like almost all of the things that I wanted to say have been said better and more multidimensionally by all of the other panels that I have been following this morning. And so I wanted, Carlos, do you have a slide somewhere for me? Or?
Yes, but maybe we can
later.
Later, okay.
Sorry. Then yeah, I have this project which is called VR Piazza Italiana, which I must say that in great part at its inception was spearheaded and inspired by Michael's work, and so it's gone in, not sure if different directions, but in directions that hopefully they are back to be combined. But if it weren't for Michael, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing. And the ultimate goal of the VR Piazza Italiana project is to create a quote-unquote textbook to learn Italian in virtual reality, and of course that textbook to be an example of other textbooks in virtual reality for language in higher education.
Yeah, so we have time to talk about that later. So Michael, my friend, I still remember the last meeting in Educators in VR. So what are you doing? Tell us about a brief introduction about yourself in this immersive world.
Well, I think you're referring to the 24-hour English lesson that I did at the start of 2020 when Italy was the epicenter of COVID at the time. And I'm still recovering from that. Please don't put a headset on your face for more than 2 hours, people. So I think the promotional material published about this event puts me out there as working at the 𝙊𝙤𝙀𝙀 School of Management in Milan, which is true. But I wear a number of different hats. Some of them I won't tell you much about in this particular presentation, but I guess some of the experiences that maybe I could bring to the table today with my experience with WebXR is certainly in the field of language learning, because what I do in my daily kind of job at the moment is instructional designer for a school of management, and we are exploring VR, but not really kind of WebXR avenues. So yeah, I teach English in VR, that's the crux of it. But along the way in the last 6 or 7 years now, kind of starting with Google Cardboard. And I know some people will be cringing and shouting at me saying, no, that's not real VR. But that was really the first taste that I had of immersing my students in 360-degree images on a web browser that I just put together. And since then, I've ridden the wave with the Oculus devices and some others out there in order to not just immerse people in three-dimensional 6 degrees of glorious freedom environments to help them learn a foreign language, English in this case, but actually get their hands dirty, roll the sleeves up and get them creating content along the way. So I'm sure we'll get into a little bit of that in this presentation, but that's a little intro about me. Thanks for having me.
Okay, I'm really glad to see you, Michael, again. So, well, only a few words about myself. I'm Carlos Ochoa. I'm the founder and CEO of One Digital Consulting and the grandfather of this meeting. So I'm sure I can say that, okay, I have a lot of grandkids with me. This is why my mission is quite clear. So I'm an evaluator of the European Commission in XR projects and for the Alberta Innovates. Now I'm a member of the Metaverse Standard Forum, an independent expert in smart cities standards, co-chair of the VARA Education Committee, president of Madrid chapter, a member of many XR associations. I don't know how I can manage all this. This is maybe where I'm getting older every single day. So I will make later on a very brief presentation about more focus on creative arts. When I was working for many years, I will not put the camera to the studio, but I have the collection of guitars here. And then for those that love music, it will be really impressive, but this is for another session. So it's a pity that I lost a very, very good friend of mine that was 𝙊𝙀𝙘𝙀, one of the biggest photographers and artists in the world. And she was one of the best people that was working with us in VR with 𝙊𝙤𝙀𝙀 just 5 years ago when we made a live session with a lot of creators in a big stadium. It was really amazing. And we have been working with musicians. We have been working with artists. We created a metaverse about the Islamic culture of Cuenca. So, but I will take it only some minutes to talk about that. So I think now it's time to start because Lucia said, okay, many people was talking about many things in a better way. I'm not agree with you, because every one of us has an incredible experience. So, and this experience is unique. So nobody can tell about or share our own experiences. And this is why we are here, because we can provide a lot of immersive value, you know. So my first question goes to Nyambura, and is how you see the impact. And I will be very, very carefully about the word of metaverse, okay? And because I hate this word, and this is why I'm involved in this metaverse standards committee, because we are trying to develop the standards, let's say the basic and the rules for the future. And believe me, it's incredible. More than 1,000 people is working already on that. So how you see the impact of XR in immersive world in the creative environment in education?
Thank you for the question. I think also I'd just like to give context. I work out of Kenya, which is in Africa. Therefore, we use also different technologies. As much as we share certain technologies, there's certain aspects that are more useful for us where we're at now versus what, yourselves, whether you're in Italy or you're in whatever part of Europe. I think that also needs to be talked about more deeply when we look at standards and how we're using the technology. We're all entering into a moment in time where somehow the technology is growing and we're all exposed to it. No one is really ahead more than another. We're all trying to grapple with the possibilities of it. So when I look from the context I'm in right now within Kenya, particularly Nairobi, which is the capital, and also looking at it as an urban center and how much in terms of data penetration that we do have and mobile penetration, my look at immersive learning is really looking at how does the mobile and the tablet and the web have use for that, really moving away from how we usually imagine immersive learning. I know this is a WebXR, but usually people are thinking about the headset and how we use the headset and all of that. But when the immersive experience is via web and definitely the mobile phone or tablet. And I think there's a lot that can be done there. For example, with the XR experience that I curated in 2020, just before the world closed down for the pandemic, it really looked at how the tools can be used by artists, different actually Google VR tools, but more importantly is in its presentation and in what I talk about really engaging with the public, was watching how this tools and this type of work can be transported into the curriculum for art, and how then they're looking at how to merge that with the art curriculum, with the art teachers that I was talking with. Now, more broadly, you're also looking at the engagements with museums. So as I said, my end is more public working, not necessarily just private sector, but public working, education, culture, but culture also situating it within the museums. And the discussion really becomes around access. How can we access via technology that is readily available to us, which more often than not is looking at immersive learning via the web, on the tablet, on the mobile phone. And particularly with the fact that, for example, in Kenya, the move by the government is to, we're going to be a digital economy, digital first, and how to digitize across different ministries and different, so particularly within education and communication, that has become a really big challenge that they're working towards, and then looking at, within, film and how we're using XR within like more creative work. So really, I'm looking at a different type of platform in terms of immersive and looking at it through the web and mobile phone.
Thank you very, very much, and so much interesting. I have a question for you, Michael, and I think it's because just your background, your experience, and your value is how you see the new role of creators, teachers, and students, because it depends of the environment where you are working. Sometimes the border is really thin, but how is your perception about this in this new immersive world?
How long have you got? No, I guess.
No, sorry.
No,
We have only 2 minutes. 2 minutes, okay?
I'll keep
because
it
the time is 2 minutes. Okay.
2 minutes. Look, I tell you, forget VR for a second. I know this whole event is about VR XR, but let's just forget that for a second. Go to any school in most countries around the world, and it will be hard pushed to find any teacher using Skype or Zoom to connect their students with other students around the world. The point is, how can we even consider potentially utilizing wonderful technologies and tools like VR or XR across the spectrum without even actually having the awareness of what we're already doing now and exploiting the tools that are already existing, or even cost you God knows how much money and is sitting in the cupboard and has cost your school budget and you're not even using it? Dust them off, use them first, and realize actually what are we doing together with the tools we already have. You would then create a culture of sharing, contamination, dissemination among teachers, students, also involve the parents, local businesses, the academic community, get everybody involved, start the conversation, and then you're going to see the beauty of VR or XR, AR, VR, whatever you want. That's where I would say to start, which hopefully isn't kind of, in contrast to the whole essence and ethos of this particular event. But the point is that the opportunities are immense for XR. But I really think that the first step is actually understanding what are the needs, what tools do you already have, and actually what are the basic conversations you're having with the students in front of you and the stakeholders in the school to lay the foundations to really bringing into XR into the curriculum in a way that's truly going to, kind of transcend all types of learning and teaching opportunities. That's my answer. Is that 2 minutes?
Michael, I think we are going to repeat this session in another forum because we need to talk a lot, It's not for 30 minutes, believe me. So, yeah, I know, I understand. And this is really a point, a topic is really my passion. And well, I think that there is something that it was mentioned before, and it was about the storytelling. But when we are talking about creative arts and humanities, absolutely, I do believe that the storytelling is a basic rule and something that has to change completely the paradigm. What do you think about that, Lucia? I said I'm completely about that, but I want to hear your voice, please.
Okay, so thanks for the question. I think I actually want to, let's see, when we think about storytelling and what storytelling means for an equitable and also, expansive way of teaching the humanities, of reintroducing the humanities, I think I'm really starting to wanting to echo Chris' declaration this morning that we need to start thinking about artificial intelligence in its webbing or interwebbing with the XRs. In other words, now we have DALL-E 2 and we have OpenAI. I don't know if you have seen what they can do, but when we put the students into an environment in which we're trying to teach them, and I hear that this is something that we are thinking and trying to do, when we want to teach them things like historical perspective, sense of context, empathy, and all of these things, but we don't think that there is an artificial intelligence that can be more creative than we are, and that if we don't properly integrate in our experiences, we're really never. In other words, the real creativity needs to go into teaching the students how to be creative with these new tools. And understand the humanities through the use of those new tools. So the storytelling goes into learning how to tell DALL-E what kind of storytelling you want. Does that make sense?
Because I want to have the last 5 minutes for a common question. Yes, I will love. Well, now I cannot share the screen. I don't know why. Well, I will tell you a story. Okay, the story is about pandemic and the relationship between the students and the music. The School of Music Reina Sofia, which is a school of music of classical music international school, decided to create a virtual reality experience just to move forward all a concert, a classical music concert to the schools. Okay, they came to me. I said, please, can you realize this for us? I said, no. Why? Because how you can imagine during the COVID, all the kids between 12 and 18 are going to see a video about 1 hour of music about Respighi, Mozart and Tchaikovsky, virtual classical music. I said, this will be a disaster. I can recreate for you 12 histories. And we are going to put Respighi in Italy. We are going to put Tchaikovsky in Siberia. And we are going to create a context where we are going to rebuild 13 histories about nature, how to build a violin, the connection between the goods and the instruments, and the engagement between the musicians. So we recorded with ambisonic sound and 3 cameras all the concert, but we made a mix. Today, more than 4,000 kids around Spain visualize the experience. You cannot imagine the faces when the kids put the headset, put the headphones, and they are inside of the orchestra, and they see, well, sometimes I go inside the violin and I discover the orchestra and some dancers are moving around, but everything in a context, you know? So no artificial intelligence, nothing, no jokes, no tricks. So something very analogic, and you know what I mean? But it's something that you can experiment in another way. So I truly believe that the storytelling, creativity, and all these kind of technologies can create a lot of value just to transform the kids that today are crazy with TikTok and Plick-Plock and Plack-Plack, and with all these stupid things, you know, and they need to understand the real value of nature, and the engagement is between the music and the students. You know that 90% of the kids were amazing, and they don't know idea about classical music, you know? So this is something that you can put in context with creativity in another world. So 5 minutes, now I have a question. So Nyambura, where do you see, what is your favorite dream? What is your most amazing thing you want to do, let's say, in the next 1 minute for the rest of your life?
Ensure access.
Sorry?
Ensure access.
Oh,
ensure
okay.
access. Mike Japan talks about bias to entry. That is it, because we're here and we're speaking one language of that presumes access, inclusion, diversity, all of those.
Absolutely.
So for me, it's access, and access along everything, from the ability to tell stories, the ability to actually have a voice to say those stories, the ability to access the technology, all of that, the ability to not only access the technology, but be able to then use it and also participate in a remaking of it. Not just, you know, people are able to actually create their own tools. And I would like to say, I'd like to point you to the Games for Change. They had a panel on XR and humanities, and particularly for culture in Africa. So I suggest that you check it out on YouTube. I guess it will be up in a couple of weeks. That really talks about in the different ways that we really have to create equitable access across in order to actually step into the space that we're talking about.
Great, great, great. And Michael?
The human, so I can't answer that question. I'd rather kind of put it out there into the universe for the future. No, it's not fair. Okay, I'm cheating now. We don't have much time, so I'm going to continue cheating. Otherwise, we won't get out if you're alive.
I'll find
let's just put it out into the universe. I don't know the answers. It's give the tools to the younger generations, the students in the schools, and see how they take it. Because I'll give you one little nugget to take away with you. We were using Mozilla Hubs to build these scenes in VR, using their platform to promote local cultural heritage. And they wanted to show this castle, this local castle. They couldn't find a 3D model, so they ended up constructing it themselves, basically, with these platforms. And it's this kind of amazing example of you just give the students the tools, and they will often find a way. So, you know, that's the very complicated answer for me. And I apologise for the children outside screaming. Thank you.
No, but we will continue the conversation in another stage. And Lucia, please, your dream.
Yeah.
But in 1 second, because you have many dreams, I'm sure.
I know I have too many dreams. I probably my ultimate dream is to convince my colleagues that this is really the way to the future.
I love it.
Wow, that's amazing. Yes, yes. And thank you to all of our panelists, and to Carlos, to you for moderating. This was a great discussion, and I'm sure it can continue for some time to come. Wow, I can't wait to go back and to review all of these sessions again, because there's a lot of rich content. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Lucia. Thank you, Nyambura. Thank you, Michael. Yes.
I love you guys.
Thank you.
I
love you too.
See you soon. See you soon.
And so now we go back to YouTube or wherever it is that we want to go, right?
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Yes. So our next presenter is going to be Jennifer Rogers, but I think that Julie Smithson, my co-host, has a word to say before we.
Yeah, just before, like, what a great morning already, right? We're already into hours and my brain is already exploding. I'm sitting here trying to do a little bit of sense making on all these conversations that are happening. So I'll be presenting that later on today. So hopefully everybody sticks around to say, okay, what just happened here, right? So working on that in the background. I think this is a great time to take a pause and thank our sponsors who have helped make this this day possible. And of course, it does take teamwork. There's a lot of us working behind the scenes, and even the speakers, right? Like, everybody's just so forgiving on the fact that we're doing this as we, flying the plane as we're building it. And yeah, there's going to be tech errors and we just get through them. Of course, we always learn from our lessons, but thanks to all of our speakers, thanks to our sponsors, FutureWay. FutureWay is one of our big sponsors. XRconnecTED, Karen's company. Metaverse, my company, is also one of the main sponsors. And we will probably throw up just one of the Education Summit promo slide at some point throughout the transitions here, just to show how many people are involved in today. I think that's a really cool piece. The other piece I just wanted to make sure, just in case anybody didn't know, we do have this show being live fed into several different worlds. We have VR Land. We have the XR Women Museum in Frame, which we're going to drop all these links into the chat in a couple of minutes. So if you have a headset and you want to go and watch, I just got out of the Ready Player Clubhouse in Engage, and like, people's faces are everywhere. It's really cool. So if anybody wants to go and join and watch the show from in one of these worlds, we've got VR Land, we've got Frame, the WebXR Summit Frame, and the XR Women Museum, and then we have hubs as well. So all of these really cool places to just go and immerse yourself. Like, it's so great that we have this feed in there that we can actually go and do that. We can be immersed in this conference, not just on our desktop. So I just wanted to take that moment there. I'm excited to hear what Jennifer has to say. And I'll be back here taking some more notes and looking forward to presenting later. Thanks very much, ladies. Have a good day.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yes. And Jennifer, what a pleasure it is to have you here today. For those of you who don't know her, Jennifer Rogers is the Executive Officer of the Learning Technology Standards Committee for the IEEE. This woman has deep expertise and knowledge. And I'm really thrilled that she agreed to be with us today to share some of that with us. And Jennifer, without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Great, thanks, Karen. So let me go ahead and share my screen, and we should be able to move forward into our presentation. So thank you all for joining me today. I'm super excited about sharing some of these things with you. My goal during our time together today is really kind of to share a little bit of my passion and my work, as well as just a few nuggets for you. And I would really, really encourage us all to collaborate and continue to work together after this event is over, because there's so many great ideas that people are bringing to the table. I've got a million things running through my mind as well. But my passion really is to create and cultivate vibrant learning ecosystems. And I'm really focused on all parts of the equation: our investors, our educational entities, our learners, and even the organizations that those learners find themselves in, whether they be in higher ed, in early ed, or even in organizations. So I want to share a few things with you around what's going on in the space, and let's all work together on some amazing solutions going forward. So the first thing I want to share is a little piece around the landscape of what's happening around assessing learning in general right now for everyone. I saw some people in the chat earlier saying things about XR needing to catch up to the science of learning. Let's talk about that, because there's some great stuff going on. We're also going to talk briefly about embracing open standards. I'm going to share with you all completely open standards that already exist. And I will appeal to you over and over again with regards to know about these standards, study up on them, contact me, contact anyone if you want to know more, because our goal is really to empower our learners. And if we're all using different standards and different ways to assess and data and all those kinds of things, people can't carry their learning records along with them throughout their journey in life. And that's not what we're looking to do. So we'll talk a little bit about that. And then we'll talk about just how we can work together going forward. So first of all, understanding the landscape. This is a part that's really important. The market's evolving a lot to better meet learner needs. And I want to just give you a context around this. This slide is by no means representative of everything that's happening in the space. But if you didn't already know, we have a huge talent pipeline crisis across the globe right now, where people need additional skills to be able to be successful with their lives, in terms of the jobs of tomorrow and all of those kinds of things. And the biggest takeaway on this screen is that there are a lot of organizations that are trying to work on this problem, and in many ways collaborating with each other to make that happen. And so after this presentation, I would encourage you to look at some of these organizations and join them, because we're all kind of working on the same solutions together. One of them that I'll highlight is the T3 Innovation Network. And this one is really important because it's sponsored by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation, and supported by all of the great logos that you see at the bottom, really working on how we tackle this problem. And there are many different ways that we're looking at this, and they go way beyond XR, but they are inclusive of XR as well. And so if you're in XR and you're doing learning in XR, it's really important that you understand these. The networks really are looking at, basically, bottom line, the ways in which we turn learning on its head and give it back to the learners, in the sense that how do we create interoperable learner records where, as a learner, I can demonstrate the skill set that I have based upon the learning experiences that I've been in, and choose how I share those, if I share those with anyone, you know, in terms of being considered for opportunities and things like that. And so there's a lot of work happening there. And if you're not connected in with T3, it is a global initiative. I would really encourage you to do so. The other thing, of course, I have to pitch is IEEE, and particularly the Learning Technology Standards Committee. I have the honor of serving with a few others on the executive officer group. And there are two standards I'm going to talk about in a little bit more detail in our short time together today. One of them is our competency data standards, and the other one, most importantly, is the Experience API. really and truly what we're trying to do is make sure that we standardize these things so that people can actually have their learning assessed in immersive environments and be able to carry those records forward with them. So what exists around this? These are open standards. Our learners require something different. They need more integrations, more interoperability across different systems, modalities, any kind of way that they're learning, and XR is not alone. So first thing I'll call out to you all around capability that I think is really important that you understand. There are credential registries that you can share, that you can contribute to, whereby we're trying to actually create that interoperable, interchangeable kind of credential for people. Credential Engine is a great example of that. You should look at them. If you haven't already, you can find credentials, you can publish credentials. It is all in open standards. So it is all linked data that's available for people to be able to utilize, whether you're utilizing it for yourself in your own profile around what your credentials are, or if you're an entity that creates credentials for people. So definitely check that out. Very relevant with regards to what we're doing in the XR space. On the content side, lots going on here too. I think we all are pretty familiar with what, the concepts and the promise around WebXR. The idea here is we really don't want to create things as separate modalities. We want to, wherever possible, reuse objects across different modalities. And there's certainly a lot of technology to facilitate that at this moment. One of those types of technology would be a learning content management system, which actually allows you to create not proprietary file types, but actually open source file types where people can access things. And I heard accessibility in the previous chat, in the way in which makes the most sense for them. And then finally, data. I want to talk just for a moment about data. Can't overemphasize this enough. So one of the most important standards you should know about if you are trying to assess learning in XR is the Experience API, which is known as XAPI. It is part of the open source initiative, and it is an IEEE standard. Basically what it does is it gives us a syntax around how we record learning in any modality. But the reason that it's so important for immersive is because it's perfect for immersive in the sense that what we're trying to do is acknowledge behavior change within an experience, because that's what learning actually is. It's not about, did you get something right or wrong? Did you pass, fail? That's really a judgment. What we want to know is, did your behavior get shaped or changed as a part of this experience? And so the base syntax of XAPI, and once again, fully open standard, accessible to anyone, no excuse to not use this. The basic syntax is people, actions, and objects. So Jennifer picked up this tool, whatever it is that makes sense in the scenario that you're building or creating. The other part that's really important about this that I can't also stress enough is the additional parameters. So the base syntax is basically the person did what to what thing. The object can also be another person, by the way. So a person said something to this person or whatever. But there's also additional extensions around this that are very flexible. So one of them is context. So Jennifer picked up this tool in what environment and why? What triggered me to do that in the immersive experience? And then furthermore, the results. So I picked it up. What happened, right? Was that a good thing or bad thing? We may not be able to judge that, or we may not want to judge that, but what were the results in the experience itself? Once again, these are all open standards. I'll point out one piece around this that you should know about if you don't already. There is also already an augmented reality learning experience model that utilizes the XAPI standard I was just talking about. Great work by some of the individuals that you see on the screen. And they've already done a whole lot of work for us in terms of already defining how we measure learning experience in augmented reality specifically. Lots to do with the verbs that we use. This one is particularly used for technicians, but obviously you can extrapolate this and use it more broadly. The other piece that I want to share with you is VR, right? Because we just talked about AR, what's going on with VR. Really interesting things. So this is a shout out to my colleagues at Warp VR because they were great about working with me on this project. But basically one of the things that we looked at is an existing scenario that already existed in VR, where it was based on kind of old methodology around learning systems, basically based on an LMS methodology, which as you can see at the bottom of a screen, is not realistic in terms of what our learners experience today. The learning ecosystem and technology stack is way more sophisticated than just an LMS. And so one of the things that we did is actually take some VR interactions that were basically, did you give the right answer? Did you, do those answers add up to you passing or failing or getting a score? Time studies in terms of how much time you spent on different parts of the interaction. By the way, what do those actually mean? Because in the experience, are you spending the same amount of time as you would in the real world or not? Do we actually know? Lots of problems with that from a measurement perspective. So what we actually did is apply the XAPI standard to these things and actually get to the much more rich data. In this particular instance, we were looking at high-risk situations and how people performed. And we actually could start to look at, in a medium-risk context, here's the verbs, here's the things that people actually did in those interactions. We could also look at incorrect actions that they did in different scenarios and locations within a scene. And then also attach some evidence of competence to those pieces, which are all really important and all fully accessible through the open standard. So the last thing I want to kind of go through with you all during this time is an appeal to you. Please, please get involved in some of this stuff. I see a lot of XR doing the XR things and learning people doing learning things. Let's all come together and utilize all the great work that's already happening in the space, because our adaptive and intelligent systems are already ready for these things. We're just looking for everyone to kind of sing from the same hymn sheet, so to speak. So what's next for us if we actually make this happen? Some of you were already talking about intelligent systems. This one comes from the operational context. So, if I was in heavy industrial environment or what have you, but you get the idea. Basically, we can start to take an environment that someone's in, anticipate what they might need to do next, and actually engage them in a scene or scenario that's really designed to help them know exactly what to do or what decision to take next, which is a real problem that we're trying to solve in the business space, and definitely a problem that that helps to them to build skill and actually have evidence that they've performed a behavior that makes sense, and that it does indicate a level of skill for them. So some of the last things I'll leave you with in terms of questions to ponder for consumers. How do immersive environments make your capability visible or not visible if you don't want it to be for future opportunities of your choosing? It should, and XR is not alone in that. For creators, how are you measuring human capability as opposed to compliance in your scenarios? Pass, fail, and did you answer multiple choice questions right isn't going to cut it. For tech solution providers, how are you implementing open source and linked data standards and integrating those with your people systems? Organizationally, how are your immersive environments linked to those interoperable learner profiles like a wallet that people carry along with them? Are you siloing off your data and putting it in proprietary formats? Or are you making it available for people to be able to transport? And for investors, how are you ensuring that interoperability, scalability, and sustainability exists in your XR learning portfolio? The last thing I'll leave you with is please join us in these efforts. The more people we have working on these problems, the better off we are. I'll make this available for you guys afterwards, but certainly there are links to the IEEE LTSC, the Learning Technology Standards Committee, as well as the T3 Innovation Network. We'd love to have you with us. Thank you so much for your time and attention today, and I cannot wait to hear the rest of the presentations. It's an incredibly exciting summit so far.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. We really appreciate you sharing your knowledge and expertise with us. Very grateful to you.
Thank you for all that you do, Jennifer, because I know that, it's overwhelming for all of us to think about all of this. And you created some great slides. I know that there's some requests too to see if the slides would be available afterwards. And we're gonna work on that. And we're also going to share out the Discord channel where we can drop those slides in and keep the community conversation going. And look who's showed up, Dr. Messina Moritz.
Great to see you, Messina.
Hi, Jennifer. How are you?
Yeah, Messina, it's so great to have you here. And Dylan and Jasmine, welcome. So Yeah, this is, I'm really excited. Dr. Morris, you have been in this event and you've come up multiple times. This is, we often hear you talking about your work as the leader of the Metaversity project at Morehouse College, but I ask you to lead this panel because I know this is a passion area for you. We are also welcoming on your panel today Dylan Fox, who's the coordinator and engagement team lead at XR Access, and Jasmine Clark, who is the digital scholarship librarian from Temple University. Now, we did have a fourth panelist, 𝙊𝙤𝙘𝙀𝙀, who is a PhD researcher at the University of Kent. Unfortunately, at the last minute, she could not be here, but she did share a brief video. We're going to bring that on and show that quickly, and then I'm going to turn it back over to you, to Messina, for the rest of the panel.
Sounds great.
Hello, everybody. My name is 𝙊𝙤𝙘𝙀𝙀. I'm a PhD researcher at the University of Kent, and I'm carrying out research on immersive technologies and specifically virtual reality with autistic people, autistic populations. My relationship with immersive technologies and autism starts a few years ago when I started my PhD at the University of Kent. My PhD focuses on research on autism and virtual reality and how we can exploit virtual reality with vulnerable groups such as autistic people. The second approach that I had in terms of autism and VR was through an autism VR channel. I founded in Autism Space VR with another 3 academics, and we're running regular monthly sessions up to last year. The way I see virtual reality is as a transcendent tool for those socially challenged groups such as the autistic adults and children. So in this slide, you can see the logo of our Autism VR channel. And here, you can see all the potential we think that a channel like this could have. So by setting up this specific channel, we thought that it could offer a lot of affordances for autistic people. Apart from a space to socialize, it also enhanced their willingness to be creative. It acted as an entertaining, imaginative and imagination space. They could meet with other peers, and also they could collaborate and co-design, even develop virtual worlds. From my experience with autistic adults and people from the autism community in the specific channel, I found out that we needed a bigger support framework in order to be able to achieve what we think we can achieve with virtual reality, and to give those people all the support they need. So it's like this triadic kind of diagram is what summarizes what we need to do. So we need the autistic users' views, yes, and we need to involve them in participatory co-design. We also need the autism community views that has to do with professionals working in the field, such as teachers, academics, psychologists, and also we need the tech side of the VR, the VR community that have all the technical skills to materialize anything we have in mind. So this is not that easy, although I've seen lots of software in virtual reality for autistic people claiming they improve skills. It's not always that easy. The really effective ones have to be made with the collaboration of specialists and professionals. And this is something I need to emphasize and highlight in this talk. So we need a framework that can actually support the design, the development of this kind of VR software to support the specific population. So the aspirations are feasible. So we can democratize virtual reality for autistic people, for people who have lots of potential we cannot see. It's locked, and probably for whatever reason, be it social skills deficit, or be it any other type of behavioral shyness, they do not show us what exactly they can do. So we can support a VR platform without any type of barriers for the autism community, and we can empower autistic people and involve them in creating the world they want. So the actual message I'd like to pass along, and I would like this to be a really a point of discussion, if it's possible, is that we can do great things with extended reality software and autistic populations, as long as there is a coordinated collaboration among all parts. And this is the basic thing to achieve effectiveness. I'd like to thank you all for listening to me, and I hope that this is food for thought. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, we thank Anna for sending those thoughts about the autism community and how she's building community and inclusiveness for those who are on the spectrum. I want you to think about a few things. What does an inclusive education look like? After pilfering through all of the alphabet soup that belongs to the world of disabilities, how can you really get it right as an educator? I'm an educator, so I've often thought of these things. These are the things that keep me up at night. As a mom to a son with autism spectrum disorder who has moderate support needs, as a professor who uses innovative technologies to differentiate instruction and to increase student achievement and engagement, I am always an inquiring mind, and I really need to know. I'm a member of the Community Advisory Council and Advocacy Ambassadors for Autism Speaks. Therefore, I advocate heavily in our community and for our higher education students to be accommodated in the ways that they need to be. Today, I am moderating a panel entitled Enabling Different Abilities with XR Content, because immersive learning can unlock potential for those with special needs, whether physical or cognitive impairments. This panel of experts, who I am so humbled to stand beside, will help you to shift your mind into the possibilities that exist for all of us. I am Dr. Messina Morris, Metaversity Director at Morehouse College, Assistant Professor of Education, and CEO of Metaverse United. I would like to talk a little bit about accessibility, because accessibility means many things. And then as we're talking about accessibility, and when I hand off the baton, I want the panelists to introduce themselves in their own work, in their own words, as they speak about their work. So, Jasmine, accessibility means many things. In your line of work, what does accessibility mean for educators?
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. So once again, my name is Jasmine Clark. I am the Digital Scholarship Librarian at Temple University in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. For me, accessibility in my work comes in, I would say, two distinct branches, right? As a librarian, in a multidisciplinary, multi-technology space where we have not only XR, but making and high-powered computing and things like that, the whole concept of accessibility plays into the services that I have to provide, making sure that patrons can come in and that patrons with any kind of ability, disability, can come in and provide feedback and try technologies and engage in the space the way that any other patron would. But what I will be focusing on today is my work with instructors in education, which I want to reference back to Anna's kind of point of connecting these really these very important, equally important communities, where you have developers, and I would even divide that too, because accessibility is still extremely specialized for most people. So you have people who are XR developers, accessibility specialists, and some people, the minority that intersect with both of those. You have disabled users, and then you, in the case of education, you have educators who can fall into the disabled user category as well, but who are acting as this intermediate. And my work really fits in that kind of creating a bridge between the extremely technical or familiar with disability and accessibility and educators who have no background in either of those things, who find this really interesting, who want to incorporate XR technologies, but don't necessarily know anything about the technical component, right? They're increasingly prepackaged, ready-to-made things that they can use, and they're not necessarily geared to think about inclusion and accessibility in that. So my work is really about helping educators who have no background in that. And I'll talk about that more, of course, later in the panel, but I want to give Dylan a chance to introduce himself.
Awesome. Thanks, Jasmine.
Okay.
Shall I? So hello, everyone. My name is Dylan Fox. I am the Coordination and Engagement Team Lead for XR Access. Now, XR Access is a nonprofit based out of Cornell Tech, focused on accessibility for immersive technology. And now that means a whole lot of things, right? Accessibility is a really loaded term, but for us, I think we tend to think about accessibility in two ways. The first is kind of broad accessibility of products and applications. And so that is to say that every single application out there for XR should be usable by as many people with disabilities as possible, right? Things should be usable by everyone. We don't want to have, here are the apps that able-bodied people can use, and then here's the 3 apps that were made for people with visual disabilities and the 2 apps that were made for people with mobility disabilities. Everything should be usable by as many people as possible. And so to that end, we do a ton of work trying to connect, all of the different stakeholders. Like Jasmine was saying, there's so many people that you need to connect to solve these problems. People with disabilities, content creators, educators, healthcare workers, politicians, just so many stakeholders that need to be on board and talking to each other in order to solve this. And that also applies to the second type of accessibility that we like to think of, which is XR for assistive technology. And so that would be tools and research focused on applying these new technologies that we have to specifically problems that people with disabilities face. So, for example, in addition to working with XR Access, I'm a researcher at UC Berkeley, and we're working on augmented reality for obstacle avoidance for people with visual disabilities, because a lot of these AR devices, for the majority of users, people can see the objects. They don't necessarily need to be told where they are. But for the minority, for the people that can really benefit from knowing where things are, let's think about what's the best way to use that? What's the best way to utilize these technologies to assist people? So I could go on, but I'll pass it back to Musna here to open up the conversation.
I really like the fact that you differentiated between the language that is used to describe accessibility. My son, who has autism, uses assistive technology to help improve his communication, his pragmatic skills, his ability to have these emotive responses. So that is one way that XR is being used. But then there's also the games that everybody wants to play, like Beat Saber. You want to play Beat Saber in virtual reality. Well, how do you do that, and how do you make that inclusive so that the person who is blind can also play it, the person who is deafblind, the person that may not be able to communicate or even use the controllers? That is another type of accessibility. So there are many intersections for what accessibility means. So while we talk about those with learning challenges and physical impairments, there's also an accessibility intersection that occurs in schools that are in under-resourced, underprivileged communities. Jasmine, would you like to shed a light on how we can increase access to tech for those students who can also experience disability, yet have no other alternatives or recourse for help?
Sure. So one aspect of my work is I'm building a VR game called the Virtual 𝙁𝙤𝙚. The Charles L. 𝙁𝙁𝙚 Afro-American Collection is a collection collected by Dr. Bloxon, who was originally from Norristown, a suburb of the Philadelphia area. When he was 9 years old, he asked his history teacher what Negroes had contributed to U.S. history, and she told him nothing. As a result of that, he began collecting everything he could related to the African diaspora. It has become this collection that he donated to Temple University, some of it to Penn State. And I want to teach students in the Philadelphia school system how to do primary source research, particularly in the current political environment, always for us, but particularly in the current environment, it's really important that we know how to research our own history. So this all comes into play where you have to know about the demographics of the Philadelphia school district. Like many urban school districts, but particularly for Philadelphia, Philadelphia is about 50% African American, Black American, you could say. These schools are extremely low income. There's about, I think now 9 libraries for all of the multiple hundreds of school libraries and librarians. And so you have what is an information divide, of course, extremely low income, underfunded schools, decaying buildings, lead in the water. We're talking about what in another country we would just call a slum, right? In many of these areas, decrepit houses. Philadelphia is an old city. Our houses are still around from the 1900s. And I say all of this to say, I want to roll out a VR game that allows students to walk into an archive, experience the process of uncovering. It's kind of like an escape room puzzle game where they're unlocking Black stories. And they're doing that by doing what is in essence archival research, but gamified. Let's get into how we're going to have to get around that. Well, there's one, you have to think about overcrowded classrooms. How do you bring headsets to a classroom with 30 plus students, kids just running around? You can't. And you have to think about, of course, accessibility. Rates of disability are increased in low-income areas, particularly in African-American populations. African-Americans and Indigenous Americans have the highest rates of disability, even though respectively we're 13% and then 1 to 2% of the population. So that looks a couple of ways. Derek Ham at UNC actually drives around with a van with headsets in the back so that students can play it out just in their neighborhoods. We have an immersive studio, so we actually host field trips where people can bring whole classrooms to a soundproof studio and they can play with headsets. Teachers don't have to think about it. Kids get to go to a college campus. We also are going to host mobile VR, so kids can play it at home if they'd like to, or without having to have expensive headsets. But a lot of it is going to come down to redistributing resources. We're going to have to say, as a university with money, we work with these teachers and these schools, and we find ways that meet their unique needs, because not every school has the same barriers. And we think about how we can do that, along with user testing for accessibility, for disability, which we've been doing for years now. And the game we are experimenting with accessibility measures for this specific game.
Awesome. So, this brings me to another point. We talk a lot about engagement and using XR to differentiate instruction as well. It was interesting because I gave a talk at the American Chemical Society conference, and a blind chemistry student came up to me after my talk and she said, "Oh, wow, this sounds all great, but I'm blind and I'm autistic." And I didn't really have any experience with teaching a student with her types of disabilities. And so I let her tell me her story, and I asked her, "How do you experience the internet?" And what I've found is that we have a long way to go just in terms of providing accessibility to the internet. And now we're moving into Web 3.0. We're using XR technologies to teach. And so we have a long way to go. Dylan, you have developed information and guidelines that help us to understand ways in which to make XR inclusive. Can you elaborate on the things that you have put in place?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot, as we said before, there's a lot of people that need to be involved when we're talking about making things accessible. I think first and foremost, for content creators, there's a ton of best practices that you can do to make your app more accessible, right? Things like improving color contrast, making your text bigger, adding captions, making sure that you have controls that can be used while seated or standing or lying down, and have other types of flexibility that way. the more accessibility features that you can work into your application, the more people that will have access to it and be able to use it, and the better it's going to be for everybody, whether they're disabled or not. So we've captured a lot of the resources that can tell you about how to make your application more accessible at a GitHub that is a combination project between XR Access and the XR Association. I say GitHub, don't worry, it's not all code and jibber jabber. It's very digestible resources, whether you're a content creator or whether you are an educator or a stakeholder, somebody who's maybe choosing which of these systems to purchase for your office or your school. So I hope I don't see a way for me to add these links to the chat myself, but maybe one of our helpers can put them in.
Yes, so
really,
we have those links, and Sophia put them in the chat for us.
Fantastic. Yeah, I would really encourage people to take a look at the GitHub, to take a look also the PEAT. PEAT is the Partnership for Employment and Accessible Technology. They made a fantastic guidebook for people who need to think about maybe procuring technology to make sure that you are buying it and using it accessibly, because even when the tech itself is accessible, if the people that are using it aren't thinking about things like, how am I going to get sign language interpreters when I need them? Is the content that I'm adding in accessible, right? It really takes a group effort to make sure that this stuff works for everyone and that nobody's getting left out. The biggest thing you can do, of course, is to make sure that you include people with disabilities on your teams, right? As creators, as organizers, as participants. Make sure that you're not just kind of inviting them at the last second and then surprised when they don't show up because it's not accessible, right? You really need to be part of the process from the get-go. And the last thing I'll say in terms of if you want to make your products more accessible, or you want to make sure that what you're bringing to your students is accessible, please join us at XR Access. We have a lot of people, we have a community that is constantly talking about this stuff and trying to improve it. You can join our Slack at bit.ly/xraccess-slack and just talk to a lot of people who are facing the same challenges that you are. We're a community that's trying to bridge the gap between people with disabilities who need this accessibility and the people that are in the position to place it. And so we'd love to have as many voices as possible in this community of ours.
Absolutely. So thank you so much, Dylan, for sharing all that information. I hope everyone really was able to grasp what he was saying, but we'll make those links also available in the chat. So Jasmine, you told this beautiful story about kind of like, if you build it, they will come, but that wasn't how you shaped it. Can you talk about how you started to increase the influx of students that actually came into your makerspace, even when you designed it and did an audit of how accessible it was?
Of course. So I actually created resources that were based off of this workflow. So I'm going to start from, we of course have this multidisciplinary space. Accessibility is not formally in my title, but of course I do it. And when I first started, one of the things I asked was about accessibility, Section 508 compliance. It was crickets. Everybody was very like, And one of the things I heard was, we haven't had anybody request accommodations, i.e. we haven't had disabled patrons request them. So therefore, and it wasn't me, of course, with ill intention, but what I ended up doing was saying, okay, well, we have multiple points that have to be addressed. This goes back to Anna's original point. Not only do we have to make sure that the technology and resources are accessible, we have to make sure that the people supporting the services have knowledge on how to support. So have a notepad and pen on hand in case someone is deaf or hard of hearing. what do you do? How to guide someone who, as a sighted person who may have low vision or may need assistance in a new space? A bunch of sensory sensitivities. How do we, just preparing people who provide those services. Then on top of that, we needed to have regular annual audits going on. And I'm the only accessibility person, so I have to start training other people to start auditing the space on their own. And then we have to make sure that we're actually doing outreach and making sure that we're consistently reevaluating our services. So when I remember one day it happened right before COVID, our graduate student came to me. He's like, by the way, I forgot to tell you, we started having this influx of deaf students. We did all this stuff. He's like, actually a couple of blind students. And what struck me was not only had we increased the influx of students using these resources because they understood they could use them, but he had been trained so comfortably to provide services that he forgot to tell me. He was like, yeah, I've been providing them services. It's fine. I kept a notepad on hand. We figured it out. Everything was fine. We had some snafus, but we got through it and everything was fine. And I was like, oh, that's beautiful. And that whole workflow that I'm talking about, I'm building out further for our XR studio, our immersive studio. And I created, as part of the DLF Teach Toolkit, 3 separate resources that all go together. There is a basic overview and intro into disability and accessibility, as well as some readings and just some things to consider as an educator. Do you need to think about IEPs, alternative access plans, et cetera, et cetera. Then there's a basic auditing checklist for people who are not accessibility specialists, who cannot recognize, a web content accessibility guideline for their life, who are just reading through to help them process to get them started on recognizing potential accessibility barriers. And then there's a guideline to help educators develop equally effective alternative access plans, which are administrative documents that not only record what the barrier to access was, but what the plan to repair it is, who's in charge of repairing it, how to contact them, and what the turnaround time for doing so is. So if there's accountability and all parties involved, there's transparency. So they know who's responsible for what. Students can advocate for themselves, educators can advocate, and everybody's there. And so I kind of have documents that are supposed to take what I did in my space, but do that, more generally. And that's becoming an automatic auditing process for our XR experiences. That checklist is gradually going to turn into a form that student workers, user testing coming, will be able to do with no assistance, have just a manual, and be able to produce these audits that then could be shared, reused, updated annually. The alternative access plans have actually already been reused once without me knowing about it, so it worked. Educators saw it, took it, and they said, great, I'm just going to reuse this. And now it's normalized to have accessibility documentation with educators who have no background or no familiarity with accessibility. So that's all of that. Those links are in the chat for the documents that kind of ground it.
Okay, so we're just about at time, and I want to thank all of my panelists, Jasmine, Dylan, and Anna, for participating in this robust conversation about how we can make education with XR inclusive for all. And I know that we do all of the things that we do because humanity simply can't wait. Please visit Unite the Metaverse. My company, Metaverse United, will help you also find where you belong in the embodiment of the internet called the Metaverse. And I am grateful and humbled to have been able to moderate this panel. Thank you, Karen and Julie. I appreciate you all. Take care.
Thank you so very much, Messina, Dr. Morris, and Jasmine and Dylan. We're really grateful to you for sharing your time. We have so much to do in this space. There's a lot of work.
It's so important too. It's so important because
we can do it. Like we have the people.
No reason not to, right?
Yeah.
And that is a perfect segue into our next conversation about governance and and all of these wonderful things that Roland's going to share with us. So thank you for joining us today, Roland.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me.
Yes.
I'm going to pass it over to Karen to do your intro. I'll be in the background.
Sure. Thank you, Julie. Yes, Roland, welcome. Very pleased to have you here. Roland Dubois is adjunct faculty for XR, UX, and UI at the School of Visual Arts. And we are very pleased that he's here today to talk to us about ADA compliance for immersive education. So, Roland, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. And I do have a screen to share. Let me see if that works. Here we go. Yes, so thank you for having me. I'm going to talk today about ADA compliance for immersive education. So in the overview, I would like to talk about what the ADA is, then about ADA and digital accessibility, and then working towards ADA compliance. So a little look into the history of where the ADA came from. So in the 1800s, we had the first advocacy groups for accessibility, and in the 1930s, we had the League of Physically Handicapped, which was around the Great Depression and the wars. People needed jobs. People with disabilities were kind of left out in that. Then in 1950s, we had NARC, which is a National Association for Children with Cognitive Disabilities. And then in 1973, the Rehabilitation Act was the first time when segregation and exclusion of people with disabilities was seen as a discrimination. And there's Section 504 and later on Section 508 that I'm going to touch on later. But I have a little gap here between then 1973 and 1975 and the Education for Handicapped Children's Act, and then later the first draft in 1988 for Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA. I wanted to put that little gap in there because I wanted to talk about the shift in mindset. Before 1973 in the Rehabilitation Act, problems that people with disabilities were experiencing were mostly seen as inevitable circumstances imposed by the disability itself. But after the Rehabilitation Act, there was a realization in society that a lot of the problems that people with disabilities were seeing and having were due to societal barriers and prejudice. So the American with Disabilities Act, ADA, was enacted in Congress in July 26, 1990, which interestingly is at the same time the year where the internet became mainstream. So the internet was at that time 7 years old, but it became officially more or less mainstream in the 90s. And it bans discrimination based on disability. So it requires public accommodation to be accessible. And the ADA is an equal opportunity law for people with disabilities, so a human rights law. As a definition in that ADA, the disability is a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities. And on one is it's about limiting like walking, talking, hearing, seeing, and cognitive and nervous disabilities. It is about people that have a history of disability, maybe someone that recovered from cancer or degenerative diseases. And it is not for people that have temporary impairment, so things that disappear after 6 months. There's 5 titles in the ADA, so sections. And the 5 titles are employment, which focuses around work, equal opportunity in hiring and promotion and pay. It's about public entities. The title 2 is about public entities and transportation, like buses and housing and mostly like about brick and mortar. The title 3 is about public accommodations, which is about goods, services, facilities, and accommodations. And that's we'll look into that a little more. And then there's telecommunications, title 4, which has to do with internet broadcasts, telephone, radio. And title 5 is provisions, which means that anyone that is like working towards or like trying to get adjustment based on disability pushed through is protected from repercussions if they do so. And now let's talk about ADA and the digital accessibility part of this, because the ADA applies to all public and private organizations in the United States. It applies to all organizations of all sizes and all industries. So Title 2, which was about transportation, is also focused around public organizations. They're setting the standards for that. And then private organization standards are in Title 3. The ADA does not have a specific language about digital accessibility. Title 3 requires that places of public accommodation accessible to people with disabilities. So we can see the interpretation here in lawsuits that that were applied towards websites, apps, and other digital places as places of public accommodation. This is where digital accessibility actually takes place. And the standard that is recommended by accessibility experts is the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, WCAG. And at the moment, we're at 2.1 level AA. So the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines are the standard because there is no actual language in the current ADA that includes standards for technologies that are modern. The ADA is, as it is written right now, like in 1990. So, and because it is so broad, it can be applied in many different ways. So, and that makes a ADA compliant not something that can be achieved quickly and easily. So if you see any solutions that claim an easy and quick compliance fix to your software, that is just too good to be true. But it is always possible to build sustainable accessibility for your programs with proper tools, procedures, and training, exposure, collaboration, just thinking outside of the box, universal design, and such things. And obviously there's penalties for inaccessibility in technology, and those penalties, each of the titles are enforced by organizations and nonprofit organizations, and they're going through the legal system. And most of these court cases are settled out of court, all of those complaints. No one really wants to bring accessibility fights to the public in court because it's just not a good thing for the PR of the company. It's just not a good thing to associate yourself with the problem. But attorney fees that are expensive, obviously. And once you have a settlement, the remediation is then on the plaintiff's timeline. So that you don't have control. And therefore, if you build out software that is already accessible, then you prevent the fixing, the band-aiding afterwards. So I'd like to talk about what accessibility actually means. When a digital product is accessible, a person with disability can, to the greatest extent possible, acquire the same information, engage in the same interactions, and enjoy the same services as a person without a disability with substantially equivalent ease of use. So going back to the Rehabilitations Act in 1973. So Section 504 and Section 508 tie federal funding to compliance. This is why ADA and education is so important. Most educational facilities get some kind of funding from the federal government. And so Section 504 prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability for recipients of federal finance assistance, and that goes into higher education institutions and organizations that receive federal support. And Section 508 focuses, it's an addition to the Act and was revised in the late 2000s. That one applies to information technology. And here in this case, any company that does business for or with a federal agency also falls under these requirements. So if you build software for a school, you need to be applying ADA compliance. So think about accessibility in that case. Otherwise, you just create unusable software. And updates later on incorporated the reference to WCAG 2.0 as the standard. So the Web Accessibility Guidelines are actually the standard for all kind of media now. There's a rise in lawsuits every year over year. In 2020, we had over 3,500 ADA lawsuits that were filed against organizations with inaccessible websites. And the problem is that a lot of the companies that create those products or websites, they had no idea about it. And it spans across the entire spectrum of all media. Here we have an example of a lawsuit from Harvard. They created MOOC, which is the Massive Open Online Course. and they had to settle because they didn't have captions on videos across all their videos that they shared on their online courses. And the next one on the is Robots vs. Domino's, which is about a blind user that couldn't order pizza on the Domino's website, which Domino's fought in court and lost. And on top of that, it applied also to the app ecosystem, the native app ecosystem. So you can see we have first websites, then web apps, then native mobile. So like the Major League Baseball app as well had accessibility issues. And then we're also seeing a sign it going towards AR and VR with the first accessibility lawsuits for captions in VR. So what can we do? I think that the best way forward, first good steps are that you have to, when you create software in general, you should create a statement, a literal statement, a statement on your website, a link where you write, where you open the door for discussion, open the door for an entry point for people to request certain features and open a discussion about how you can make your software more accessible. That prevents then people from feeling excluded and left behind, and therefore you can negotiate your way into a more inclusive and more universal design infrastructure in your software. Offer multimodality, which means if you have text, try to also offer voiceover, or if you have video, offer closed captions. Bring in multiple ways how to absorb and read and learn your content in your interfaces, and therefore you have less friction, or you don't leave anyone behind. And since we're talking about WebXR, there's always a way to progressively enhance interactions and content. And lastly, partner with an accessibility expert. Could be someone in the community, could be a nonprofit, could be a professional business. Just don't try to solve it yourself. Try to be involved in the community and make that make the awareness of using people with different abilities part of your product creation process. I do here a shameless plug for Thomas Logan and me. We are the workstream leaders for XR Access, the ADXR, which is we're building prototypes. Here you can test your prototypes and concepts and share your solutions open source. We have done a series of accessibility tests using default and like known accessibility tools across web technologies with WebXR. Here, in this case, tests with A-Frame, framework for WebVR. We have built accessible classroom prototypes with the Hubs team. We're working on that currently as well. Here is a project that I worked on at the MIT Hackathon in 2019, which is a plugin to create accessible locomotion interaction in WebXR for quadriplegic users that have only a zip-puff input, like binary input. And I'm linking all of these things in my slides, and I'm going to share my slides later as well. This is how it works. It's overlaying an interaction, interactive like navigation on top of it that you can control just with binary input. And then I'm working with students at the New York Institute of Technology for keyboard accessibility interfaces in VR in WebXR, also based on A-Frame. So this is basically it. There's my info, and I'll be looking forward to hearing from you, and hopefully I encourage some of you to get involved. Yeah, so.
That was wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Roland. Very valuable resources there, and certainly speaks to the intensive design process that needs to take place and the thoughtfulness that goes into it. Really valuable information.
For sharing your resources too, because even I was like, oh, I think I'm going to look up some of this stuff and how to get started. And I think this is the resources that you provided are a great way for everybody to. There's no excuses anymore. Roland just gave us all of the how-tos, right?
Everything is open source. Everything is open source. Everything is for everyone. A-Frame is a anti-component system that you can just plug and play stuff into your experiences. I know there's a lot of stuff going on for Unity as well, but we're working in WebXR here, and it's just a healthier collaboration.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Roland, for joining us today. And hello,
Thank
Rebecca.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Welcome.
Hello. So glad to have you here.
Yeah.
Thank
Julie,
you.
say?
Yeah, just before I disappear, I just wanted to once again thank our sponsors, you know, and everybody behind the scenes who's working so diligently to make this show happen today, and all the amazing places that that you're able to watch and be immersed in watching the show. And I didn't even mention before, you know, just YouTube and Twitch. There's some great conversations going on there. You know, people commenting. We're dropping some links in. We also have the Discord channel. We'll drop that Discord channel in the chat as well. So if you want to join in for further conversations, and we're also going to drop a lot of these resources that everybody's talking about, make sure everybody has all of that stuff. So I'm going to pass it back over to you, Karen, to introduce Dr. Rebecca. And I'm going to step back. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Julie. And Rebecca, I am so pleased that you agreed to join us today and to talk about your work. You and I first met in 2018, and I was amazingly impressed that you were already teaching VR development at a community college then. I know you to be a dedicated, passionate teacher. And I know that you are blazing a trail for others to follow behind. So please, please take it over from here, and look forward to hearing what you have to say.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, Karen. Let me go ahead and share my screen here. There we go. Okay. So yes, hello everybody. I am Dr. Rebecca DuPont. I am part of Community College of Allegheny County that is located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And as a community college, we are a 2-year institution, and one of the big things that we often face is equity as far as our students are concerned. And one of the things was, okay, you know, we want to be cutting edge. We want to be preparing our students for the jobs of tomorrow. So one of the big questions is how do we even begin to do this? Prior to COVID-19, when we first had our shutdown, it was very much, we had an innovation lab at one of our campuses. We have 4 total campuses, but also 2, we were in an environment whereby the students were able to come in, they had access to computers that they were able to get their work done. And also 2, then they were able to do paper prototyping, they were able to learn the software and work with the hardware of the industry. We really had the issue of equity hit us whenever we got to COVID. Was okay, now we had students that were trying to work from home, trying to complete their work, but also we had students that didn't have internet, or they didn't have the computers to be able to handle that. So those were some of the things that we had to face. Another thing, though, overall, from an equity standpoint that I've had to deal with over the years of teaching is what exactly is needed. I don't know, you know, as far as, you know, anybody out there you may have experienced where people really seem to focus on the space that you're creating in. And yes, the space can be important, but from an equity standpoint and being able to get started teaching this type of stuff as far as AR and VR is concerned, you don't really need a lot of pretty things. You can have just, you know, standard Dells or, you know, Macs. You can just have a couple of headsets and really you're good to go. Now, another thing, though, that is happening right now, at least in Pittsburgh and in the Pennsylvania, state of Pennsylvania, is we're starting to see a lot of questions as far as the importance of the college degree. You have boot camps out there now, you know, so do I go to a boot camp or do I go to a 2-year? Do I want to go on to a 4-year? These are all questions now that we are trying to face as far as how do we actually get our students prepared in 2 years to be able to go out and take on these positions that really, I'm sure we've all had that experience in one form or another. we have a lot of folks out there that we don't know what we're looking for. We know that you have folks out there that they know they want this virtual reality stuff or they want this augmented reality stuff. Oh, I've heard of XR. So, you know what, we're just going to make a very, very long list and hope something sticks and we're able to actually apply that to it. And that was one of the first things I was approached with whenever I was hired by CCAC was pretty much they had this idea for this multimedia program for multimedia communications. And the question was, how do we address all of this? What are the needs? What are the things that we will need to do? And that is something that one of the first things was I was provided with a space. And so that's the first thing I wanted to talk about from an equity standpoint is students having access to the same type of hardware across the board. Now, this can be provided either in an actual space on a campus. This can also be through rentable laptops, that can be supplied through the library. But the biggest, trickiest part is the actual headsets themselves. How do you get headsets into the hands of students that might not be able to do so? And right now, that is something that there are schools that are grappling with that as far as are we comfortable renting out headsets? There have been several universities in the Pittsburgh area whereby they include the cost of the laptop and the headset in the student's tuition. All of these options are out there. We even have a manner whereby students can buy laptops uh, through our campus bookstore that they can actually use their financial aid with that as well. So all of these elements come into play. I will say in my personal experience, one thing that I have noticed is from an equity standpoint, a lot of the students that seem to come into my discipline, they like playing video games, and a video game computer can be enough to get them by as far as getting started with the software. And that's actually another area as far as, you know, providing for your students. Yes, you have all of this hardware, but let's pause a minute, take a step back. What software are you using to teach these students? At CCAC, we pretty much, I would say we do practically almost everything in the kitchen sink. We're actually getting ready to upgrade to Multimedia 4.0, where we're going to have a section for Rococo suits and, motion capture. We're also upgrading as far as our headsets are concerned. We're also upgrading all of our hardware and redesigning our overall lab. We saw what didn't work, and now we're going back and reworking it. And we're also making it more functional as well. So, but also it's given us a chance to relook at the type of software we're offering students. And that's a big point too, that you can save your students a lot of money. There is a tug of war that, from an equity standpoint for me, do I ask my students to buy the Adobe Creative Suite if they are working from home? Or is there a way that we can work and provide access to the students through virtual machines and things like that? Those are the types of things you have to tackle whenever you are working at making sure that your students have access to this. However, there also stands the question of with things like, okay, if they know GIMP, would they be able to make the jump to Photoshop? Now, the other item too is getting your communities involved. And that was actually a very big thing for us. And, Karen mentioned as far as us meeting, we were part of the VR/AR Association of Pittsburgh. This was hosted at an event as far as a dabble and mingle to introduce people in the community about VR, what we offered at CCAC. And most people walked away stunned that a community college was actually offering all of these types of, teaching elements to students. Again, our main focus is affordability. I am a firm believer in students should have the opportunity to go, try this out, realize, hey, you know what, this isn't for me, and they're not locked into, a ton of student debt. Okay, tried the class, didn't like it, or I really like this, I'm going to do my 2 years here, and then where can I transfer to if I want to get a 4-year? Or also as well, one thing that we're currently working on is apprenticeships. Apprenticeships, at least in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, they're becoming a pretty hot topic for us. And that's going back to, okay, what, how important is the degree? One apprenticeship we're currently working with here is we are working with Shell Games, where they are going to have 2 apprentices come through my program at CCAC and take 3 years. And they are not only going to go through the program and learn the content to become, developers, but also too, they are going to get 3 years of experience working at Shell Games. And when they complete the Associate of Science, they are going to have no student debt, 3 years of experience in the industry, and have been exposed to some of the industry's most common software, including Unity, Creative Cloud, Maya, Unreal, etc. So, and then I just wanted to take some slides here to show you, what my students can do. You give these students the opportunity, there's a ton that they can do. I mean, the sky is the limit with them, and they get so engaged and so excited that they can finally make, what's in their minds a reality. So I wanted to close up here just real quick. What are some things that you can do? So maybe you saw this and you'd kind of been wondering about that. There are so many communities out there. And the thing was, when I first started all of this, I was kind of by myself. There was no degree in XR when I went to college. So it was literally, for me, it was my chair came to me and asked me, do you like making video games? I said yes. And next thing you know, I'm teaching people in Unity and Unreal. And that was how my entire career started there. Now that I've had, over 18 years under my belt now, number one is the community. Yes, there are grants involved, but honestly, it's the community. Going out there, finding out what your community needs, helping them understand what they need. And yes, right now, at least in Pittsburgh, we are facing that hard question as far as STEM, XR, and trade skills are concerned. Is the 4-year degree necessary? Looking back on it, one other thing I'd like to emphasize to folks is if I could go back and do it all over again, I would have started a lot smaller. I wouldn't have done this giant lab with all of these headsets and all of these computers. I would have focused more on like Google Cardboard, more paper prototyping, maybe only picking one game engine. We teach both Unity and Unreal at CCAC. If looking back on it, I would have pulled back and maybe started with Unity, because then on top of that, the students are also learning things like C# and C++ simultaneously. So they're getting hit pretty hard. And then lastly, the last 2 items is knowing your audience. That's probably the biggest thing. I get so many students from so many walks of life. I've got the students that are coming right in out of high school. I've got the students that, they have their 4-year, but they decided that they wanted to come back and shift gears. I have people who, they need this for, their jobs, and they need to come in and figure out how to do it. And then lastly, one thing that, I did learn about today here, but also, I'd emphasize we need to share with each other. Open education resources. I know for a lot of us, especially, I can appreciate for adjunct faculty, this is your bread and butter. But on the flip side, we're not going to keep moving forward and breaking down these barriers and continuing to grow, in XR if we're not sharing as far as our information is concerned. So that's what I wanted to share as far as community college and, the things that I do. And yes, I have about 200 students. I have been as Karen knows, I've been a one-woman army now for 5 years. I am the only teacher as far as faculty member at CCAC who does this, though I can actually stop saying that. As of yesterday, I finally got a second faculty member hired. So I am now a department of 2. So, but that's kind of it as far as all of, the things that I do as far as approaching equity with our students.
That was wonderful, Rebecca. Thank you so much. Yeah, there's a lot to be learned from what you are doing, and I'm grateful to you for coming on today and sharing this with us. And keep doing the good work. And
Thank you. Yes,
look forward to seeing how the programs go now that you're starting to get more teachers and more resources. So.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Okay, my pleasure. My pleasure. Yes. So, right. So our next panel is in some ways related. We are going to bring on Emily Sherwood, who is the director of digital scholarship and of Studio X. Let me see if I can bring Emily on here. Thank you. Hi, Emily. Yes, so Studio X at the University of Rochester, and Heather Hesley, who's the co-executive director of Learning Futures at Arizona State University. Really pleased to have the two of you here with me today. I find this topic really interesting of administering XR programs. You know, Rebecca, some of what Rebecca had to say did touch on some of the issues there. And, you know, there are so many things to consider and talk about. But let's start out by having you tell us about your programs. What do they consist of? What do they look like?
Heather, do you want to go first?
Emily, I cede to you. You're first in the lineup.
Okay. Do you mind if I share my screen, Karen?
That would be perfectly fine. Yes, please do.
All right. So I thought I would talk just a little bit about how we got to Studio X and what we're doing there. So is my slideshow showing okay? Yeah?
Yes.
Great. So as the hub for extended reality at University of Rochester, Studio X fosters a community of cross-disciplinary collaboration, exploration, and peer-to-peer learning that lowers barriers to entry, inspires experimentation, and drives innovative research and teaching in immersive technologies. But how did we get to Studio X, and why would we build a space like this in the library? XR is a strategic research focus at University of Rochester, and we already had a large number of researchers working on various aspects of XR. So we had over 50 researchers across disciplines and across our colleges. But our faculty and administration also understood that we need a unified approach for training our students and supporting our faculty, which I think we've heard a lot about today. And because XR, of course, is inherently interdisciplinary, we needed a space that was accessible and welcoming to everyone on campus. So enter the library. Planning for Studio X included extensive user research, and Lauren DeMonte, who is our Associate Dean for Learning Research and Digital Strategies, used design thinking and hands-on problem solving to surface the user needs around the physical requirements for the space and also to create a vision for the program. And we held 4 design charrette sessions, and we engaged over 120 participants. And really what we learned boiled down to issues of access. People wanted access to space to work collaboratively that is welcoming to students from across the college. They wanted access to expertise from staff and peers that lower barriers to entry. And they wanted access to technology, but with the understanding that the technology is constantly advancing, which of course we've all talked about today as well. Finally, and maybe most importantly, they wanted access to community. Our faculty and students wanted a space where they could connect and collaborate with others, learn across disciplines, and stay current on emerging trends. So what do we have? We know that future-proofing for Studio X will be one of our ongoing challenges since the technology is rapidly changing. And so much of our fundraising efforts have been focused on building an endowment to help sustain our technology budget. Currently, we have a lending library that prioritizes entry-level technology, and students, faculty, and staff can reserve equipment for their use in the space and also to take home. We have a wide range of programming from introductory workshops to collaborations with campus partners like our Center for Entrepreneurship. We have a speaker series, we have drop-in events, we have office hours. A lot of this programming is really developed and centered on our students, and they help develop workshops. They propose competitions like our 𝙊𝙤𝙘 competition. And then we also have a lot of faculty partnerships. So we've already had a lot of buy-in and course integrations. And I want to note that this is just a sampling, but they're really from across the college. So our first class in Studio X last fall when we opened was a writing, speaking, and argument class, which is like our comp, it's our freshman comp course. And we had a professor there whose background was in philosophy, and she had the students try on headsets and go through experiences. And then their first writing assignment was, how does extended reality change what we know to be true? And I really like the idea that it's not just our STEM students who are coming and experiencing this and being in our space. And then finally, I would be remiss if I didn't note this is only possible because we have tremendous amount of people across our library and our university who support our efforts. As you know, providing space and programming and expertise to support research and projects that are inherently interdisciplinary, cutting edge, and use technology that is constantly changing requires many hands and patience and creativity. So I'm going to stop there and stop sharing.
Great. Wow, that's amazing. And I will say too that Studio X has a really wonderful website that I encourage those of you who are interested to explore. Yeah. Heather, please tell us about what you have going on at ASU.
I can't tell you about everything that's going on at ASU. We're pretty big. So, but I will share my screen and tell you a little bit about what we're doing in the XR space. Okay, let's see. It will not let me share for some reason. Give me 2 seconds. And I should be able to share now, I hope. All right, are we seeing my, if I put on my slideshow, are we seeing it now?
No, I am not seeing it. Let's see if we can, perhaps you could email that to me and I can see if I can pull it up for you.
All right, I am gonna
we'll try to make
you a little, yeah, right, quickly. So one of the things I'll start to do while I email this link out is that I am the co-executive director of a unit called Learning Futures and at Arizona State University. And for those of you who aren't as familiar with Arizona State University, although Mina was on earlier today, so if you were watching, you got to see Mina. We're about 140,000 students across online and in person. And so because of that, we have a lot of people doing extended reality related initiatives across the entire institution. So we are one group of many. And I think that has really helped us move forward in a really positive and more expeditious way. Is sort of our size actually benefits us in that way. Did you happen to get the thing in the private chat?
I did, Heather. I was looking for it elsewhere. I apologize. So I'm going to try to share my screen now and show it to you there. Let's see. I am going to share it there. Okay. We're going to do the slideshow. Okay. All right. How's that?
I am also not seeing your screen.
Ah, okay. All right. Let me see.
Well, we're all really, so that's okay. I'll keep going through. I
think I have a solution.
So
keep right. Keep talking, and I will. Yes, and I will work on.
So I'm going to talk through the slides as if they're there, and we'll just keep going forward. How about that?
Okay,
so, you know, some of the other areas to highlight at ASU that are really doing this work, and I would be remiss to not mention them, is we have Dreamscape Learn, which is a major initiative with Dreamscape Immersive, the company, and ASU partnered with them to create Dreamscape Learn, which are narrative-based immersive experiences. We have us at Learning Futures. We have our new Mix Center, which is opening in the fall, which is our Herberger Institute for Design and the Arts is actually really expanding their extended reality curriculum. And excuse me, there are 3 graduate degrees being launched in extended reality. So these are brand new graduate degrees in a brand new beautiful building that will support this. We also opened the LA Examiner building, and we are in the ASU California Center, which is hosting immersive filmmaking courses and programs. And then our Thunderbird College has a whole set of immersive initiatives that they've undertaken. So I just want to point out the breadth of ASU's immersive work. But Learning Futures, we are what I would call an enterprise unit at ASU. Oh my gosh, we're on slide 3.
Yes, slide 3. Good. There we go.
All right. So we're an enterprise unit at ASU, and we collaborate with people across the institution, and we think about the future 3 to 5 years from now. And we really think about it as how could we imagine it, and how can we architect it towards this idea of scale and the scale of ASU. And then we have a studio that really that builds it, and it's student-based. And then we have an emporium where we show it to people and really immerse them in it. But it's all based off of these values. And when we started Learning Futures, my co-executive director and I we're about 3.5 years old. We spent the first 6 months really coming to what these values are, because you can't imagine a single future of learning, right? We're learning futures. None of us has a crystal ball. But what we can do is have a set of values that really help us drive toward that future. And XR fits in really well with these values, and particularly WebXR. The idea of having it more inclusive and accessible to more people, to have students have more agency over their learning, to really think about them having the ability to collaborate through social networks. We think about mindsets, not just skills. So we're not just upskilling people, we're talking about mindsets. And we think learners should be creative, and we think they should be the creators of their own learning. Next slide. And so in these 3 buckets, we really have our collaboratory, where we imagine and architect that space and do a lot of our design work. And we bring collective action groups. So we have a group of partners, external partners. We have Verizon, we have Zoom, we have Logitech, we have Unity, who work with us as our external partners to really bring in, alongside our faculty, alongside our students, to really imagine what that future could be and what it could look like, and what are the technologies we need to underpin it. And then our studios, as I mentioned, are student-led, student-run. So we have 70 students that we actually employ. We pay them to work in our studios and build the proof of concepts and prototypes and minimum viable products for these imagined states. So then we can inform how the university can scale them. And then we have an emporium, and that's really, it's intentionally a magical term, because we want people to feel like it's an experience when they come in. We don't want it to just be a showcase or an open house, but we want them to feel like it is a lot of people feel like it's unattainable to do some of these things, but we want to show them it's not. Let's peek behind the curtain of the magic and show you that it really is attainable, and you can imagine and dream with us. So if you go to the next slide, this is my team. This is our team. It's me and Dan are the co-executive directors. We have one person over each of our areas. And then we have, as you saw, we have about 70 students. And then we have a whole group of people who support our students and who mentor them and who guide them. Their faculty, their staff, they're our Verizon partners, they're our Logitech partners. They actually are people both inside and outside the institution who help to mentor and partner with our students. Next slide. So I just want to give you one quick update on our studio, because I think this is the most amazing part, where we're building the most of our extended reality in our space, and that's in our studios. And next slide will show you that we have 3 really ways that we operate in the studio. So we do ASU projects, right? We're a Learning Futures. We make things for ASU. We test things out for ASU. We help our instructors at ASU. The next is partner projects. So we actually fund ourselves. One of the ideas is, what's the funding mechanism? We actually fund part of our work by doing external work for partners, and that you can see some of our partners on screen and that we've done work for, and they pay for our student time to actually start to do this. But the other thing we do is we upskill our creators. So our creators in our own studio, we actually give them 20% of the time and we upskill them and we pay them for that. But we also upskill our broader community. So our students, similar to Emily's, actually run the workshops, and they they take ownership of them and they actually do upskill the broader community in these skills of the future. So I think that, we feel really lucky to have so many students working with us in this model. And then people always ask me, well, how do you manage those students? And we operate a lot like an indie game studio. So if you look at the next slide, we have our students sequence into a series of guilds. And then in those guilds, there are about 10 to 12 students in each guild. And then they are sequenced into interdisciplinary projects. And one of the most amazing things that I've seen in our students is actually they switch from semester to semester. So a student might go as far from like game engine or cloud engineering all the way to concept design, because they really do want to learn the breadth of skills. And we're really starting to get a lot of feedback from partners saying, hey, how do we hire your students? Because they're coming in really job ready, because they have been leading these projects. So that's us. That's who we are. And if there's time later, I've got a little slide at the end that just tells you how to contact us. So.
That's amazing. Yes, hearing about these programs is really, I think, helpful for others who are interested. And in some cases, we have faculty members who are working more or less on their own, trying to convince administrators and those at the university to fund these sorts of programs and to give them the resources that are needed to put them together. So being able to see how these are laid out is really, really very helpful. And I love the fact that there was thought put into values and sort of starting there, starting with those kinds of values rather than just, oh, we've got this tech, right? There was a lot of intentional design that went into these programs, and it shows. And it's really impressive what you all are doing. And so we go from values to the practicality of it, to having students learn actual practical skills, right? To have them doing things. And I think it's really interesting that you talked, Heather, about the way that the program supports itself through working with businesses in the community. I am being told that we had a snafu in scheduling here.
There's no snafus, Karen.
No snafus?
Oh, good. Yeah, there's no snafus. Yeah. We do have the next panel ready to jump in and take over that design part and talk about gamification. So I'm really glad that Heather and Emily had a chance to share what they're working on, because I think it's so interesting, especially from an administrative standpoint. I learned a lot. I took a lot of notes actually just on what you guys were talking, and I'll highlight them a little bit later. But thank you so much, both of you, for joining today and sharing your work. It's really groundbreaking. Everything today is groundbreaking. It's so awesome.
It is. Yes. I really appreciate what you shared with us, and we look forward to seeing more of you in the future.
Thanks so much, everybody.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, everyone. Great.
Okay. So let's bring on Heather
Dodds. They're coming in.
Oh, hello. And Alicia Hayes, Brooke Moore. All right.
Look at all these XR women happening.
And Stylianos, I'm not seeing him, although it looks like, yes. Okay.
We can start without him because he was having some mic.
Well, he's here, but yes, there he is. I'm going to hop off, and I'm going to let you, Heather Dodds, take over and do what I know you will do so well. But welcome to you all. Thank you so much for agreeing to be here today.
Thanks, Karen. All right. So Karen left me with no introductions to my panel, so I'm going to have to let us all self-introduce ourselves briefly. We are here for the topic of gamification and instructional design. Really proud to be the instructional design themed presentation today. I know there's some instructional designers out there who are actually watching us and want to hear what we have to say, so there's already a crowd coming in for this topic. And as far as I know, in the memory of education summits, this may have been the first one that got instructional design directly in the title. So yay us that we got to be the first group. So Real briefly, I'm Heather Dodds. I work at my own consulting business where I help institutions adopt virtual reality solutions, and I focus on implementation. That's my strength in instructional design. And I'd like to actually ask my panel to self-introduce themselves, and let's do this alphabetically, okay? So that means, Alicia, we're going to ask you to go first.
Oh, well, hello. Yes, my name is Alicia Hayes, and I am an assistant professor of learning technologies at the University of North Texas. I got my PhD from University of Central Florida in modeling and simulation, and I exist in the space between computer science, communication, and psychology. So my research is largely on human-computer interaction, user experience, and particularly I'm interested in learning technologies and specifically XR and looking at learning outcomes and user experience.
Excellent. So we, by the way, are both UCF alumni. Woot.
Oh,
Right.
I did not know that.
Very cool, right? Very cool. All right, Brooke.
And Alan in the audience is also UCF alum. Alan Paris, he's in the audience.
Very cool. We'll meet afterwards. Let's meet at the after party, guys. Okay. So, Golden Knights. All right, Brooke, you're next.
Well, I usually don't talk about my undergrad, but I went to UF. So I feel like I have to mention that.
We'll give you credit. Totally.
My name is Brooke Morrill. I am the Senior Director of Education at Shell Games. I'll talk more about the studio later, but just my background, I've been here about 8 years now, and I came from earning my PhD in psychology and my master's in behavioral science. So the reason that I am at a game development studio in the industry side is because I recognize the power of putting well-researched and evidence-based practices into games and impacting players across a wide variety of situations. So that is what I am passionate about, and that's why I'm here. Thank you so much.
That's great. All right. And Stylianos, if we got your sound working?
I think so, hopefully.
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, you know, I'm the other side of the world, so it takes a while. So it can be challenging. You know, we have all the ancient technologies, but sometimes modern technologies need time to adjust to the reality that exists here. So my name is Stylianos Mistakidis, and I'm a learning innovator. I'm a playful researcher on game-based learning in XR and metaverse. And I'm also passionate about improving learning and education through games and game-based approaches. And I'm researching from different angles. And I'm also rooted very much into practice and application of everything that we do. I'm looking forward to sharing everything with you, and hopefully we'll get this started.
Excellent. Way to go. All right. So what a great panel we have. By the way, an entirely doctorate panel too. So woot for us totally here today. But here's the plan for what I plan for us to do. We're going to do just a little bit of academic stuff because I do want to talk about definitions of some terms at the beginning. But then we're going to take right off and get into the details. And we're going to land the plane on things that instructional designers can take with them as they think about incorporating XR and particularly gamification ideas in XR. So we have a journey ahead of us, and we also are very aware that we're the pre-show for an astronaut. So, so people are going to be coming in and watching us as they're getting probably ready for the next one. So we're going to knock their socks off. We're going to be great. Okay, so just really quickly, verbal description, because I actually believe in this form of accessibility. I'd like, if anyone's just listening to this presentation, I'll mention that I'll do it for all of us, guys. So I have blonde hair, blue eyes, and I'm wearing a peach shirt. So that's the voice of Heather that you're hearing right there. The voice you heard just before mine was Stylianos. He has dark hair, a beautiful smile, and is wearing a blue shirt. And then Alicia Hayes has dark hair. She's wearing red rimmed glasses, and she's wearing a black shirt. And Brooke Morrill has brown long hair, has wonderful cheekbones that are very much visible. We can see her when she's smiling, and she is wearing sort of a dark and light color combination. So a little visual description for those of us out there that might be listening more than watching the screen, which is fine. Okay, let's get into this. I wanted to start with sort of a state of gaming. So let's start with gaming. and then we'll move our way into deeper territory. And I actually asked Brooke to take this question representing Shell Games. I actually went and got the clip that was found in multiple places from Shell Games website. Shell Games is the largest full-service education and entertainment game development company in the United States. And when I was watching the little sort of like get ready video coming out of Shell Games, there were names like Disney, there were names like PBS Kids listed, and I was super impressed. So I thought, Brooke, maybe you could give us a state of the state of gaming.
Yeah, I absolutely appreciate that. I will give a little bit of a background of us, what we do, and how we approach both transformational games or educational games. I'll use that term interchangeably. And accessibility, because that sounds like it's going to be a big topic of conversation for a lot of us. So I mentioned that I've been here for 8 years, but the studio's been going strong for about 20 years now. We have grown from a team that was a handful. They were their own development team, all the way up to over 150 people at this point. We do both private client work, we do grant-funded client work, and original IP games, which is why you see so many different clients and so many different types of experiences in our portfolio. We also purposely focus on both entertainment and educational projects, which is different than a lot of studios who focus on one specific thing. We like to keep things broad. Our 4 main areas of business are education, health, home entertainment, and theme parks and museums. And this is a super broad spectrum of areas, and each area in and of itself is super broad, but doing these types of projects allows us to make really innovative, impactful games and interactive experiences for a wide variety of audiences and purposes. Yeah. So we know, and I think most of us know, that there are similarities in the design process for developing interactive experiences, specifically games that are either in education or entertainment. It is, though, quite difficult to put a game squarely in one of those categories. Usually there's a spectrum involved. And there's also a lot of considerations and processes that we do when we're developing an educational game. So to guide these processes and develop what we feel like are the most state-of-the-art effective games and, of course, XR experiences, we wrote a book. It's called The Transformational Framework. I'm grabbing the link now and I can put it in the chat. You can download the PDF for free. So hopefully you find that useful. I will have to provide that later. My chat window is not showing up. I will do it during the next piece. But basically, the transformational framework is a design guide for design leaders that walks through the considerations that we make and the questions that we ask when we're developing an educational or transformational game. So in sum, basically, we ask, what question are we trying to, what transformation are we trying to make? How are we trying to impact the player? And the second question then, once we figure that out, is what evidence-based practices and what real-world things exist that already bring about that change? And then the third question that launches the rest of development is, how can we best choose and create game mechanics that support those learning goals and those objectives. So that is the basics of how we approach that process. And we found it to be really effective and really helpful when we're walking through answering the questions ourselves, but also when we're working with clients who might know they want to make an impact, but need some help diving in on and figuring out exactly what kind of impact.
Right. That's great. Okay. Groovy. Oh, sorry. Did I stop you?
That's okay. We have limited time, so we can certainly move on. I'll fit the accessibility stuff in later.
That's true. That's true. We're going to try to get to it before we finish everything up. And I have a whole bunch of links that we've actually collected, and I'll try to drop them out. And if not, I'll definitely plan on putting them in the Discord. So I'll give a little shout out for the Web Summit Discord. I'll put my links in there too, so people can find them. And if not, you're welcome, I'm sure, to reach any one of us panelists later on into the future, and we will be happy to share with you some of the things that we've referred to. Okay, I just wanted to poke into that just a little bit more, because I was checking out this article that came out from Shell Games that was about, it says how games move beyond the realm of just the gamer, because we're headed towards gamification. So that's our destination today. And there's probably plenty of people sitting in the audience going, yeah, but just don't make it sort of cutesy and throw gold coins on it. Like, make it mean something, you know? So do you want to address a little bit about the, about how Shell Games actually moves it from this idea of thinking, yeah, it's just about collecting gold coins and getting to the top level, to something that actually means something in learning? You hinted to it earlier in your answer. So do you want to talk a little bit more about
Yeah,
that?
certainly. So a really good example is a game that we re-released at the beginning of the year called Lost Recipes. So this is which is featured in the article that you spoke about. This is a game that was designed with education in mind, but is very much in between education and entertainment. If you like a nice relaxing experience where you learn some about cooking, learn some about history, and like progressing through different recipes, then you will find something that you like in Lost Recipes. We needed to, the goal ultimately was to balance enough information about the historical tools and processes and ingredients that you were working with to give you some tidbits to, you know, tell your friends at a dinner party. So you felt like you learned something new that you didn't already know, but not make you read a ton of stuff while you're trying to cook, because you're playing the game to enjoy it. So we like to find that nice hybrid area where players can be transformed, but they also enjoy what they're doing.
Awesome. Very good. Very cool. And I'm going to stay with you for, I know we're running out of time, so I'm going to talk just a little bit about accessibility features. Do you want to talk about how Shell Games addresses accessibility?
Sure. So in brief, we talk about it before development. Our goal is always to pick the big wins, the easy wins, the important wins early on, so that we can design to that and not try to retrofit accessibility features in later. And that is just our process, much like as we approach educational games.
Awesome. Very cool. All right. And I've been dropping a couple other links that should be coming out for you guys in the chat. Now I'm going to move on to this idea of gamification, because it's distinctly different from just gaming. And Alicia, we picked you out to take that heavy burden for us. So can you separate gaming from gamification?
Absolutely. It's actually one of my favorite classroom lectures, but I know I have like 3 minutes to summarize. So yeah, a lot of times people are like in my classes, oh, well, I'm not a gamer, and so I don't know if I can really do this. And I'm like, well, gamification is very different from the idea of making educational games, which is by far one of the most challenging things to do at making educational games, of course, being getting the fun and the flow and the learning outcomes all integrated. Now, moving from making educational games, thinking about gamification is just adding game elements to a product. So game elements can be anything from a leaderboard, you know, offering opportunities for socialization, offering opportunities for tracking performance, badges, things like that. So you can add game elements, and it's kind of funny because you very regularly hear people say they're doing gamification, and really what they're trying to do is make a game. Gamification is something that you see all the time in things even like insurance apps. In fact, really, I feel like LinkedIn adds gamification elements when they like encourage you to contact people and give you points, like tell you how much you've been contacting people, things like that. And your insurance companies do it, because basically gamification is applying these elements, because what we understand is psychology, right? And of course, Heather could speak much more to this, but because we understand with psychology that people do behaviors that we reinforce and encourage, and things that make us happy encourage us to do them again. So,
awesome.
Of course, also like things like TikTok, so good at applying game elements to TikTok. How many people have you contacted? Oh, we want contact more friends. And just really quickly, I wanted to address, because we kind of skirted around it, the idea of the kinds of people who engage with this, because you mentioned some people are not gamers, and I always remind people of one of my favorite models, which is Bartle's player types, and the idea that you can be a gamer who likes being an achiever, like getting all the points, or you can just be a gamer who's just like, ooh, I wonder what this is like, and exploring and trying to see what's around. Or you can be a gamer who is the killer, and you can be a gamer who is a socializer. And of course, this is like a spectrum, so you can exist in multiple places on this. But I think that part of what we have to understand when we're thinking about gamification and the level to which we add game elements, like you said, don't just throw gold coins on it. Some things, some environments, some contexts, some students would love for you to throw gold coins on it. So you really have to do a thorough analysis of your context and your user to do effective gamification.
Excellent. Excellent points. I love this. I hope folks in the audience are loving it. Okay, so now this next question will be for all three of you, which is explain what you think the influence of gamification is in instructional design or in learning. You can take it from either approach. So how do you see gamification influencing the learning process from where you see it? And since Stylianos, you haven't had a chance to actually go first yet, I'm going to let you go first this time. Is he there?
Thank you very much, Heather.
Yep.
Yep, I'm here. Hopefully you can hear.
Yep.
Might have a lag in. So far we have heard about games, also about gamification. I'm also advocate of let's say another flavor of play-based approach that I call playful design or playful learning. Or so that's an example. I see it as an entry for anyone interested in gamification, and some example by a new layer on top. So setting up a story and portraying your students as the heroes.
Oh, we lost some of your audio. Anybody else lose Stylianos? Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I don't hear him anymore.
It was there, and then we lost you. But we were getting the idea. I love that playful design. I think.
Yeah, I've read some of his work, and I think it's great. And while we're waiting for him to get back, I will just echo what he was saying about the importance of narrative. Right.
Yeah.
Particularly when you're talking about the humanities, there's so much that we can do in XR that integrates narrative. And again, back to the idea of the player types, even if you're not a gamer, still the narrative can pull people in. And maybe he's back, so yeah. I will stop talking.
No, thanks for covering. That was great. Stylianos, we're eagerly waiting. Patiently. Oh, you're there, but now no audio. So we can see you. Okay. Okay, we're not getting.
I was going to say, I can piggyback really fast on the narrative point. We worked on a project with Dr. Deepika Mohan. She's a trauma surgeon at the University of Pittsburgh. It was in short, a physician training game. And her hypothesis was that physicians would be more immersed in the experience and the training if there was a compelling narrative, and that turned out to be true, had great behavioral outcomes. Interestingly, the physicians reported that they felt like it was a waste of time and they preferred the dry training and reading, but they did better after playing the game. So I'll take the impact over with.
Hashtag can't please everybody, right? Yes.
I want to. Oh wait, is Stylianos, are you back? Can we? I feel like we can hear him now. Maybe.
Nope. We want to. We want to so badly.
Yes, definitely. I want to piggyback off of what Brooke said though about the user report of like not wanting things to be gamified maybe, and I do think that sometimes we have to look at a little bit more than just self-report. because that's part of what we look at in my research lab is like there's user reports, and I know Heather wanted me to mention the idea of social presence, and I really do a lot of research on people being connected in environments, and I'm a big proponent of making sure that we're always thinking about social learning and the fact that much of our learning is social. So yeah, sometimes people will say they want to learn alone and they want to be at home and they don't want to be bothered and they want it to be as seamless as possible. But sometimes people don't choose what's best for them as far as things that are engaging or that will create the best learning outcomes. So that's also why we do research. That's why we have jobs, is so that we can do research and we can not ignore the user self-report, of course, but we can kind of triangulate between things like self-report, what we observe, physiological measures, and actual learning outcomes. And then we can say, well, even if you don't like it, this is what's going to teach you the best, and we'll transfer more into practice. And that's really what we want when we create these systems, not just to have them do well in a test, but to transfer skills that we teach into the real world.
Awesome. Thank you. Stylianos, we got you now?
Yep, you do. You do. Yeah,
Go.
you do. Unfortunately, apologies for this. Well, I was mentioning that education is all about behavior, and behavior is all about motivation and also ability, plus prompts, as well as folk models tells us. Therefore, we need to focus on motivation, on enhancing the motivation of both teachers and students. Therefore, coming back again on the importance of gamification, all game-based solution and approaches to education, I think that can be great for enhancing, especially the intrinsic motivation. That's why we think educators and instructional designers need to be flexible and apply whatever is native and they feel like that is appealing to them, and it's also appropriate for the context that they are in, just like Brooks also mentioned. Of course, if something is incompatible with a specific audience or their desires, that's not necessary. It's not. It's a means to an end. It's not something that you need to do so as to check a box or to be in trend or to demonstrate that you are a great teacher. I think we can all agree that the feature of a great teacher is the passion and deep love for the content, and also a deep interest into the progress and the success of the students. And this can have many manifestations. One can be this playful disposition, this playfulness, this game-based approach, or gamifying a course. And if someone is interested, as said, we'll be more than happy to drop some links so that you can see what we have done and how we have applied this model for playful design. Now, I see that Heather has also mentioned this article, which is about escape rooms, but I don't know if you want to go there or if later.
I'll tell you what, we'll just start wrapping to be nice to the next presentation so that they can actually catch up on time. But thank you, everyone. And we've been dropping links like crazy. Thank you, Karen, for picking them up and bringing them over to the crowd. We really didn't want to leave without giving you guys stuff to actually have to take home. So thank you so much. And thank you to my panel for hanging in there.
Wonderful panel. Thank you all. Yeah, really great. Gosh, I wish we had so much more time. We're going to have to go to multiple days next time. So yes, so wonderful. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Brooke. Thank you, Stylianos. Thank you, Alicia. And welcome. Welcome to the next panel. So we have here today Dr. Ernie Manders, who is a surgeon emeritus from the University of Pittsburgh, professor of surgery. We have Shauna Pandya, who is the vice president of immersive learning at Luxonic Technologies. We have Christy Fennison, who is an instructional media producer at the University of North Carolina School of Medicine IT department. And we have William P. Levin, who is an associate professor for radiation oncology at Penn Medicine, University of Pennsylvania Health System. And today we are going to talk about XR for medical education. Really grateful to you all for being here today. I asked Dr. Ernie Manders if he would help lead this panel. And so, Ernie, would you like to kick off by asking the other panelists what they do in XR for medical education?
You bet. Karen, thank you. Good to see you. And I must say, it's good to be here and to be sharing or helping to share all this information, because in fact, this is the future. One day we'll all be going to class with a VR headset. I have no doubt. Now, we only have about 30 minutes, so we're going to move right along. Christy, why don't you begin? Introduce yourself and tell us what you're doing with XR in medical education.
Yeah, hi. So I'm Christy Finneson, and I am an XR instructional media producer at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill School of Medicine, IT. I'm in a group called Instructional Media Services, and we work with the knowledge experts here, our faculty and our students and the healthcare professionals in our hospital, which is right here on campus too, to create content that supports curriculum needs, training needs. And in the past few years, we've been working to not only create traditional content, which we've been doing for decades, but also immersive learning content, in the form of virtual reality primarily, but we're looking into moving into mixed reality as well.
Well, great. Shauna, here we have the academic side, and Christy, are you in the enterprise side of things? Could you tell us what you do?
Yeah, so thank you very much for having me. My name is Dr. Shauna Pandya. I'm the VP of Immersive Medicine at 𝙤𝙤 Technologies, and we create immersive medical learning modules for radiology. So we have created the world's first VR diagnostic radiology reading room. So we've replicated the radiology workflow in VR. We have Health Canada approval and pending FDA approval. And we've also created medical learning modules in virtual reality for all manner of healthcare provider to help with assessment, training, and standards maintenance. So this includes everyone from the Canadian Space Agency and astronauts on deep space, healthcare as to remote and rural communities, to search and rescue, to physicians.
Wow, wonderful. Now, Bill, you're in radiation oncology, and if any discipline depends on a 3D appreciation of human anatomy for treatment, it's got to be radiation oncology. Tell us about how you're using XR.
Absolutely right. I would kind of put it in a couple big silos, and I know it's not exactly the focus of today's discussion, but a big part of what I do is education for the patients. And so, you know, basically, for those of you that don't know about radiation oncology, we treat cancer, which has obviously a profound emotional effect on our patients and requires a kind of a whole other world than what they're used to understand the disease. So I am doing a fair amount of education with the patients, and we found this disconnect between really trying to explain to the patient about their disease and their treatment. As you can imagine, it's trying, as I say, trying to drink from a fire hydrant frequently and not really understanding. So we're getting ready, and now I want to talk to Shauna about what she does, because what I'm working on right now, we're pretty close to having an IRB approved protocol, is I'm trying to import DICOM images of the patients of their own disease, and to really put the headset on and do a fly through their own body to really show them what the disease is and show them the normal anatomy. And I think that will be worlds better in terms of comprehension. So I don't think that that activity is completely divorced from the training of medical trainees. And in fact, I think what I look to do is to bring our residents and med students in that consult room when I begin to do that, and you know, to listen to the language and the communication and the dialogue that goes along with being able to visualize the disease itself. Now, if we're just talking about the disease, medical education in this country is an interesting thing. As Shauna and Ernie, as you know, you get your anatomy course in the first year of medical school, but you don't really need it till you actually go into your specialty, and by then it's a memory, right? And so what I'm looking to do, and as Ernie said, we're essentially, for those people that don't know, we sharpshoot. It's the same kind of you can think of it as a localized treatment as surgery. And we really need to know what the anatomy is for efficacy of treating the disease, but also for safety of sparing the normal tissue. So what I'm teaching the residents, and we're all teaching, I treat mostly lung cancer. And so what we would like to do is we get the trainees on our particular service, or people that are doing head and neck cancer where the anatomy is so difficult. We want to refresh those medical trainees' knowledge of anatomy in a way that they've never had it before. And the immersive experience is going to be leaps and bounds better than gross anatomy or looking at a netter book. And really what we're looking to do, as the other physicians can appreciate, we're trying to teach people three-dimensional thinking, which is very difficult to do. And we think we can really shorten the learning curve by putting these folks in an immersive experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, for me, for my part, I have been an academic plastic surgeon for 40 years, and I've done a lot of teaching in that time. And one of the things that brought me into plastic surgery was realizing when I was in general surgery, I kind of had a 3D vision. I knew where things were buried beneath the operative field, and not everybody has that. And in teaching and in operating, I realized, gee, that was lucky. And as this carried forward to extremely 3D operations, like repairing a cleft lip and palate, I could see what was coming next, kind of thing. Not everybody has that. And I think one of the reasons so many people struggle with this is they've never had a 3D education in anatomy. And with programs today, like Organon, which we've put into the residence room at the University of Pittsburgh, a trainee can put on a headset, sit there, and look at things in 3D, rotate it in space, actually take it apart, and then put it back together. And it's an unparalleled opportunity to learn anatomy. And then, as an aside, Karen Alexander and I worked in Coos Bay, Oregon, to try to actually introduce AR into medical practice and into education at the Southwestern Oregon Community College. And if we run out of time, we'll tell you about that. The thing that I would say about it, to summarize it, is it was a real education in trying to change human behavior. But does it have potential for the future? Oh, yes. Well, from here, I want to ask a few questions. And Christy, I'm going to start with you, if I may. How do you prepare teaching materials for presentation as virtual reality teaching sessions? What is involved in, if I came to you and said, hey, I want to show how to repair a cleft lip, what would be involved and what would you and your colleagues do?
Yeah, so with any project that comes to us, we always start with a discovery meeting. We understand not only what they're asking for right now, but why they're asking for it. What need are they trying to meet in helping their students learn? And the first thing would be determining, like, is this even appropriate for virtual reality? Is it needed? And once that's determined, usually we will go work with them on developing kind of like a script, an outline of how the simulation should go, and if the interactions that are in there, what interactions do we have in this script. And so we actually get that all written out beforehand, before any filming and that kind of stuff, if we're doing a 360 simulation before filming. And then there's an iterative process of reviewing with the stakeholder, the professor, the healthcare professional from our hospital, to determine whether this is meeting what they were asking for. And for some projects, like one of our projects is a patient's point of view going through a trauma resuscitation. And in order to design that to actually meet the need was helping our healthcare professionals understand that perspective of being a patient, so that they could have a deeper empathy and understanding for it in order to improve their communication skills, patient communication skills. In order to even create our what we wanted to include, what we needed to address and highlight, we held a focus group, and focus groups can be really helpful when you're deciding what needs to go into a simulation with the actual, not only the people who would be using it, but the people that the education is about. So this focus group had some of our educators as well as representatives from our patient and family advocacy group. These are people who have been trauma patients in the past, or have been the family members of patients who have gone through a trauma resuscitation in the past. And so they were able to express, in their own words, what could be improved in the communications that are happening in the emergency room, so that we could use that while designing what the learning outcomes should be and how we're going to achieve them. So yeah, it's not just having an idea and then just making it. It's a lot of research to figure out what needs you're trying to meet, and if you can have focus groups to determine what should be included as well.
Shauna, I'd like to ask you.
Here's actually a little trailer is playing.
Oh, good. Yes, let's see this.
How are you doing?
We're offloading you as well. But
Lift you up now. Jamie. How are you doing? X-ray. Go ahead and roll them. Open your mouth. Set up for intubation. I'm a surgeon. Where's Jamie? Jamie's coming, okay?
Yeah. So this was just a quick clip with some highlights from the simulation. This particular simulation was an interactive 360. So you are in the patient's perspective, but throughout the simulation, you're actually making decisions on behalf of the care team. So you're making these decisions, and then you're experiencing the impacts of that decision, because it affects what happens next during the simulation. So you can see, the impacts of whether you explain what the log roll is, or whether you're just suddenly roll. And when you're in VR, this is, it's actually like it's a very visceral feeling when you're suddenly being rolled to the side. And of course, I had to do a lot of editing to make sure it got the message across, but didn't make you sick. But yeah, that was just an example of one of the simulations that we've been working on here.
Oh, mute.
Yeah, I can't hear you, Ernie.
Ernie, I think you're on mute.
Ernie, we seem to have lost your audio. It doesn't look like you're on mute, but we can't hear you just then.
How's that?
That's
I'm back. Okay. I was trying to cut out any interference, and so thank you. So Shauna, I would like to ask you about how you're going to introduce this technology. And for this, I'll give a background of artificial intelligence has been able to read mammograms better than radiologists for more than 20 years. And yet we still, of course, employ radiologists to read mammograms. And as far as I know, nobody has adopted AI as a primary way of getting medical data. So I think what you've done just sounds fantastic. How will you get it into the hands of practitioners? How will you educate the next generation residents to use it?
Absolutely. And just a fun bit of trivia, when we talk about innovative methods in diagnosis, it's not just AI and radiology, but pigeons have been trained to pick up breast cancer and pathology slides as good as, if not better than, pathologists. So we don't see pigeons diagnosing. I can put the link in the chat. But the bottom line is, we have that age-old adage that says the future is here. It's just not evenly distributed. And I think the same holds true for XR. And so I want to throw back to some really important points brought back by Bill and Christy. safety is the importance of, inclusion. It's not just med-ed isn't just about learners. It's not just about residents and med students. It's about including the patient perspective. And even when we're talking about design, it starts designing a new module, as Christy said, starts with the scoping process. So for example, we some of our modules that are currently out there include airway management modules for regulatory bodies at the paramedic level. It includes medical laboratory technician orientation to the laboratory modules for, again, the regulatory level. And so we can't create, what we think is the best possible immersive experience without including the stakeholders. Don't do it for me without me. So when we're talking about building a new module, it starts with all of us at the table saying, what is our grand vision? What is the nice to have? What is the need to have? And then what are the constraints? And, I alluded to our work with spaceflight, and, it's the same thing there. We talk about, the grand vision and then what resources and reality allows us to do.
Well, thank you. Now, Bill, for you, here you're creating a VR ability to basically visualize the radiation therapy process in terms of dosimetry. Is that right? So you can see how much radiation is going to be absorbed by certain tissues. Is that correct?
I mean, that's one activity that doesn't exist yet. The way that's exactly where we're headed with this right now. Again, we're talking mostly the first step, the lower hanging fruit here is to be able to visualize the anatomy in an immersive, in a high fidelity way. That's the first step, to be able to import the DICOM images, which is the format of radiology, and radiation actually has a certain flavor of DICOM. So it really, and again, following up on what everyone else said in terms of reality versus what your ultimate vision is to get the coders and the IT people and all of those people in the background to get on the same page, so that I can even have them communicate to each other. But ultimately, that's the goal, because right now, radiation dose is being visualized and modified, and radiation is being planned in a 2D environment, which certainly doesn't cut it. Like, again, we're essentially a surgical type procedure, and how could you possibly totally comprehend and understand that radiation dose cloud unless you could look at it in 3 dimensions? There are groups that I'm talking to right now around the world, and the amazing thing is these aren't just virtual reality or XR developers, but these are medical physicists that actually work with the coders, so they truly understand the physics of the dose deposition. But Ernie, you're 100% correct. That's where this is headed, is to be able to visualize that dose cloud in 3 dimensions, to truly understand and to assure yourself that you're administering the dose in an efficacious way, but also in a safe way.
Yes, wonderful. It'll be just magnificent for trainees and for patients, I think, without a doubt. Now, I want to go back actually to Christy, if I may. Christy, I'm aware of 360-degree cameras to take the images for constructing VR programs. But if I want to actually take you to the operating room and we want to say, look, we want this operation in VR so we can actually show it to our trainees, and perhaps with the ability to strip away layers as we're operating and show, oh, here's the lip, but here's the bony palate, here's the cleft in the bony palate, here's the roof of the mouth, etc. Can we do that today, or is this a space shot?
Actually, yes. I wouldn't recommend doing that in 360. I would do that in 3D, which I also really love creating 3D environments. And I think both have their use cases, and 360 is often really useful when you're wanting to connect with the people who are in the scene, or it's if it's a 360 video. But 3D metahumans are actually getting pretty impressive. So actually connecting with those characters could be a reality soon. But yeah, definitely you can have layers that you just interact in it, and it removes a layer. I think there are actually simulations out there already that are doing that.
Well, thank you. Shauna, tell us more about your imaging and how you're working with radiologists.
Yeah, absolutely. So when we talk about creating the virtual reality radiology reading room, it's essentially creating a digital twin of the radiology workflow, which any radiologists who might be tuning in know is extremely cumbersome. To have that 3D setup with high resolution monitors can cost at minimum $30,000 US. And so now imagine areas without that space, without that infrastructure. What if you could skip a step? What if you could provide that level of infrastructure without needing those three-dimensional physical structures? So what if you could import your DICOM images? What if you could scroll through a CT and adjust the contrast, the exposure in the same way you would in your traditional PACS system? What if I am, as a rural physician, so by way of background, 95% of my practice is rural ER. What if I'm not quite sure about the dorsal angulation on a distal radius fracture? That's where I can maybe pop on my headset, phone a friend in RADS and say, what do you think of this angulation? Does this need to be reset? So that's the power of VR that we haven't talked about yet, that collaborative aspect of, bringing in multiple minds for problem solving. And so really, I think we're just at the beginning of unlocking the potential for all of these modalities. I'm really glad to see that 360 video is represented here today. We're big believers in that as well. And so when we talk about specifically to radiology, coming back to what we're doing with our CVERT product, it's bringing radiology reading room infrastructure to remote rural communities in Canada that may not have that infrastructure. We're partnering with overseas communities that are similarly resource limited in Ecuador, for example. So this really is the beginning of overcoming a major hurdle in diagnostic accessibility.
So Shauna, let me just ask you another question. Then Bill, I have a question for you too. But so back to this communicating with people in far out places. Coos Bay is sort of, as we say, it's not the edge of the earth, but you can see it from there. And in fact, the Pacific Ocean is right there. So I wonder, tell me, can you contrast for us augmented reality with virtual reality in the setting of trying to help somebody in remote locations?
That's the perfect question to ask. And I'm really glad that you went there, Ernie, because I'm going to take it a step further and say, let's take an even more remote place. Let's take long duration space flight missions. So my other passion and background is space and extreme environment medicine. And where VR comes into play is we've built those same modules for the Canadian Space Agency. So again, that journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. We've started in VR. So imagine you're the crew medical officer with only 40 to 60 hours of background training. And that's the case for the International Space Station. The first time you learn to put an IV in on Earth is on Earth, and then 9 months later, that's how long it takes to get to Mars. That's when you finally get called to put that skill into play. If you haven't practiced that skill, your patient is going to be a pincushion. What if you could practice that skill in VR? Okay, so now let's come back to the next use case scenario that you specifically talked about, which is augmented reality. The communication delay from Earth to Mars, it can be 46 minutes round trip. Now imagine you have a cardiac arrest and it's the doctor who's down. How do you get through that scenario? This is the power of augmented reality. What if you could bring up your ACLS protocols in augmented reality to help guide you and your team through a successful cardiac arrest? Let's come back a little bit closer to Earth. Look at a significant percentage of our populations across the globe, 45%, as per the 2019 World Census, are rural. They do not have the bells and whistles of a traditional tertiary care hospital. So now imagine maintain your training, whether it's for ACLS, whether it's for ATLS and trauma protocols. Well, imagine you could bring up those augmented reality guidelines in real time, just to say, okay, well, I don't remember the dose of the next dose of amiodarone for ACLS. You'll have it right in front of you. That's the power of augmented reality for equalizing the standard of healthcare on Earth
Yes.
and in space.
Yeah, many people may not know, but in augmented reality, the dose of amiodarone can be right on the screen. So you can have protocols literally in front of your eyes at the same time you're looking down at the patient. So Bill, I want to ask you a question, a hypothetical question. Do you think that visualizing treatment plans in 3D could potentially increase the accuracy of the planning mathematics?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just like if you look at a digital camera, the way the algorithms are made, algorithms are made to not make a big mistake, in the camera, not to completely overexpose or underexpose the imaging. And what we're doing is we're doing simulations. We're playing chess matches with the computer about dose deposition of, we can't see these molecules, right? But we're doing statistical averages. But the truth is, what's really important to remember, and especially in my business of treating lung cancer, that is, I'll contrast it this way. When you're treating tumors in the brain, there are companies now that are focusing their augmented reality overlays for surgery on things like the brain. And the reason, one of the great why that's a great use case is because of the calvarium, because of the skull, right? You don't have excursions, you don't have respiration and movement. Whereas in my world, you're breathing and you're twisting and you're contorting, right? So you can imagine that, we're basing our decisions on pass or fail a plan before it goes to the treatment machine on 2D static images. Now we do use what's called 4D CT to get a bit, about 800 images of CAT scan as the respiration goes up and down. But then I'm still required to make my decision based on some numbers, right? Based on a lot of numbers, but in terms of the visual, we're really handicapped to look at a 2D image, static image, and say, oh, that looks good. Whereas I'm telling you, for the lung, it's moving, it's twisting, there's an excursion. And if I can look at that 4D movie instead of 2D on my computer, but really see it and allow myself my point of view where I can actually move around in the body, I could say, boy, when you get to this level of inspiration or expiration, I'm really not happy for how that dose falls off. Because remember, tumors aren't perfectly spherical tennis balls, right? They all are oblong and they have tails and they're tethered to chest walls. So it's just so intuitive that to look in an immersive environment should make this a safer proposition.
Right, exactly. Well, we have to wrap up. So if I may, I think we have about 2 minutes, which gives us maybe 30 seconds apiece. Christy, let's start with you.
Oh, I think we lost your audio again.
Oh, sorry. Christy, in 30 seconds, what fundamental prediction or fact would you like to leave with your audience?
I would say fundamental prediction or fact. I mean, immersive learning isn't just coming, it's already here. It's being used in institutions across the world already. So it's not a question of like when it will come, if it'll come, getting ready. It's a question of actually coming together and deciding what are the standards that we need for creating these learning simulations, because we're already there. It's not a question of whether it's coming. So yeah, coming together and setting these standards for how we can best help learners engage with these immersive experiences, how we can measure the success of these experiences for that learner, engaging their, using eye tracking in the future, and which it's being done in some cases now, but it could be more regular to actually see whether a student is actually engaged in the content they're learning, and perhaps alter that content based on, you know, their engagement and their biofeedback during the simulations.
Thank you. Karen, I guess our time is up.
Yes, yes, it is. I'm sorry to I'm sorry to sort of cut things short. This was an amazing discussion, and thank you so much, Christy and Shauna and Bill and Ernie. Thank you very much for taking the helm and moderating this. Really glad to have you all here. Valuable contributions. We're grateful to you. So
It's great fun. Thank you.
Thank you.
And new friends. This is good. How can you lose?
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, this is great.
Yeah, I think we'll continue this discussion even outside of this, because I have a lot I want to follow up
I hope
on.
so. I would love to see that. Yes, that would make me very happy. Yes. Okay, great. Well, thank you again. And I'm very happy to welcome in our next panel, which is on bringing immersive learning to underserved communities. And this will be led by Mr. Clayton Banks, along with Dr. Angelina Dayton and Dr. Shannon Putman. It is wonderful to see you all. Thank you for being here today. I will turn things over now to Mr. Banks, Clayton, and let you lead the panel. And I'm really excited to hear what you all have to say.
Thank you very much, Karen. What a great pleasure to be here with all of us who are looking to do the right thing, right? Not only through technology, but just from a humanity perspective. We've got two unbelievable experts. And I'm so happy to be the moderator because these two are full of nuggets that you guys need to hear. And please look up their LinkedIn, look up, you can put their names on any kind of browser and it'll come up with a million things. These people have been at the forefront of educational and, more importantly, how that can become much more equitable across our country. So I'm going to start with having Dr. Dayton to literally give us one of her beautiful nuggets that she shared with me recently on this topic. So Dr. Dayton, why don't you give me one of those nuggets you had that I thought was so profound? And you know, not only for the fact that everybody ought to hear this, but there's real meat behind it. So go ahead, and we're going to reflect on that.
Well, first, thank you for having me here today. I'm very honored to be on this panel with Dr. Putman because I've been one of her largest fans, her biggest fan, and I can't wait to hear from her also. We spoke previously about the digital divide, and I think the most important thing that we need to recognize is that any inequality that exists in the physical world will be replicated and magnified in the metaverse. And so we need to start discussing those inequalities and giving voice to it so that we can make sure that every voice is heard in the metaverse, because all of us have an irreplaceable contribution to both the physical world and the metaverse, and we need to make sure those contributions are heard and that we respond to them.
What I get out of that, and I want to get out of that, I was basically say it couldn't be more appropriate to bring this point to everyone, right? If we got problems right now, just as people, much better, even if you go virtual, right? Putting up a metaverse will replicate whatever we're doing now. So I have to start to make sure it replicates what we want to be doing today. And so I think that's such a great point when you're looking at physical and digital and how both can create a problem. So I'll move on because we are trying to we get as many as we can today. But Dr. Shannon, let me just say, you talk about something from another perspective in addition. You and I were bonding around teachers. Why don't you share with everybody, you know, what you and I and Dr. Dayton talked about around teaching and teachers.
Yes, thank you very much. And I also want to return the love to Dr. Dayton. She is amazing, and I'm a massive fan of her as well. My dissertation project focused on pre-service teachers. And I think if we're going to actually make a change and reach the students that we want to reach and that we need to reach, it has to start somewhere. And one of the first places we can go to is our teachers. So we have to change the curriculum that we're teaching them, and we have to change how we're teaching them. We have to prepare them to be able to teach in a digital world so that they can prepare their students. Because what we found out with COVID is that we're not preparing our students. A lot of schools have one-to-one Chromebooks, but kids didn't even know how to log into a Google Classroom. And then you're also having, especially when we're talking about underserved populations, we're having generational divides where their parents couldn't help them because they didn't know, they didn't have anybody who could assist them because they didn't have the skills either. So we need to get to the teachers and we need to get to the families and make sure that they can even have that access to the metaverse so that they can get there and experience it like everybody else. Trying to keep it brief, or I could continue, but I know we got a couple other points.
I would love to add to that if I can. Because I think Shannon and I think exactly alike. I often say that emerging technologies have finally caught up with the creativity and genius of our youth. And teachers are right now the center point of the classroom. But what we find is that our young people are finding ways to educate themselves. And sometimes they're the person that we can lean on in the classroom. We talk about things like flipped classrooms. We talk about things like, novel ways of learning. And I think teachers are very much an important part of this, but really empowering the students too, to understand that they're no longer consuming content. They're actually the creators of the worlds that they live in, both the virtual worlds and the physical worlds. And so I think Shannon and our points completely mesh together, that there has to be both re-educating teachers and, giving the power to the student to start to take the focus of where they're going to be going and what they're going to be learning and what they're going to be creating. And so I love when Shannon says there's tough conversations to be had about classroom learning, because these are conversations our schools are not ready to have. They are tough to have because they're challenging really the paradigms that we've normally existed in. And I think those conversations are the conversations that need to be had in order for us to address inequality, because not everybody has the same access, not everybody has the same teacher education in the background, and not every student knows the possibilities in their future. And so I just want to second what Shannon said. It's a great point.
That's Clayton that keeps freezing.
Yes, I think so.
I appreciate that. And I talk a lot because hopefully you can hear me. Say yes.
We're starting.
Am I freezing?
Yes, you're slowly.
All right. Well,
freezing.
I don't know why, but can you hear me? All right. So I'm gonna ask a question. I'm gonna ask a question. You guys try to take it.
Okay.
From there, which talk about affordability in this area. If you guys don't mind, try to talk about the affordability, the cash. All right, Dr. Shannon Putman, would you start that?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, that's going to be one of your major concerns, especially when we're talking about technology. And I think that we need to utilize some of the resources that we have out there. There is a lot of federal funding, but what that needs to happen from that is we need to have support from people that are higher up. We need to have the support of the superintendents. They need to be willing to see the potential and invest in it. It gets tiring always trying to make believers out of non-believers about virtual reality and the 3D world, not necessarily just even in the headset. And so having to continuously get them to buy in, I think is a major hurdle. So once we can get them like either in that headset and get them seeing it, then we can start to see the money flow. But what people aren't understanding is that this isn't something that's going away. We saw a $3.9 billion investment in 2020 alone by industry and education. We're seeing major companies like UPS, like Walmart. They're already using it. They're already integrating it into their companies. So not only do students need to have access to it, we need to dedicate the money to it, but now it also will return in dividends because we can open up so many different career paths for students that might have never thought about, this at all. We're gonna need programmers. We're gonna need, digital artists, all those kind of things. And some students would have never been exposed to that. So yes, the prices are coming down, which is great. We're seeing some different options, but we need to have those high stakeholders and get their belief in it so that we can get the funding to go, especially to those schools that desperately need it. Because we all know the schools and the districts that have everything they need, and we know the ones that don't. And in order for that not to continue, that's where, people like us, we need to continue to do the work to make sure that people understand that this isn't going away. This is a technology and it's not a replacement. I think people fear what they don't understand. Everybody has this dystopian future, like, oh, we're all going to be in our basements and in our headsets and nobody leaves their house. Like, that's absolutely not what this is. It's not a replacement for a teacher. It's not a replacement for education. It's an enhancement. And I think that needs to be the message.
And Shannon, before I make any comments, can you talk a little bit more about the projects that are happening Kentucky-wide?
Yeah, so Kentucky, sure, thanks. Well, Kentucky has really been putting in work. We've really been putting in We've been putting in a lot of work here in Kentucky to really make it, a VR kind of hub. Our motto kind of is why not Kentucky? And so our school district, JCPS, is the 28th largest in the country, has already been invested in working with VR for 2 years. The University of Louisville has been supporting teachers and VR use all over. We just conducted a 3-day boot camp for teachers focused solely on using virtual reality in their classroom. And then we're currently developing a project with the Kentucky Department of Education. And if things go as we're planning, we'll see over 5,400 headsets across the state of Kentucky and connecting the most urban and rural districts across the entire Commonwealth via virtual reality. So we're really thrilled about what we're doing, and we're hoping to be a model for what other districts can do. So thank you for that, Karen. Or Angela.
Yeah, I was going to say those things are happening largely because of the efforts of Shannon and her guidance. And I like how you consider what I call fiber to first paycheck, which is the issues that happen from connectivity all the way to having a qualified workforce, which I know is one of your end goals in Kentucky. How do you bring into existence a 21st century workforce, the jobs that will become available that don't even exist yet? Because we understand that extended reality is already here. It's not something we can choose to do or not do. And I like how you mentioned that some people are think that it may replace what they already have. But what normally happens is that the telephone doesn't go away, when we have smartphones, and television doesn't go away when we're able to stream things on our computers. Older mediums include and transcend the medium prior. The next medium includes and transcends the medium prior. And so I tell people it's important to read, but reading isn't the primary medium anymore. We read in service of watching our videos. We read in service of scrolling through Facebook. And so I think the new medium isn't going to replace anything. It's just going to enhance what we already have. And I think making that clear makes people a little bit less afraid of what's coming next. And I think trailblazers like you have a courage to say, if it's inevitable, let's just jump in and see what's going to happen, and and make it happen, because it's going to happen.
Let me jump in here just a little bit. So one of the things that I think we have to consider, right? So this is a nice, I don't know, romance that's happening in front of all of it. The reality along with that I am so jealous. You don't know about it. But one of the things that we hear in a lot of the housing, poor neighborhoods, to your point, Dr. Dayton, that a lot of them aren't necessarily thinking about a lot of the future skills and all those type of things. I think those are going to become much more prominent in jobs necessarily. And the question becomes, how do we set you up for, future ready things? More importantly, Dr. Putman, is it schools' only responsibility? Is it the household? Is it neighborhood? Is it the government? It's a big ecosystem that gets one person in the right track, if you will, whatever that track is. What we're seeing in a lot of these very vulnerable neighborhoods, they don't have the money to have all this, or exposure. In some cases, don't even get the access and exposure. People that are serving them don't even know. So how do we start to, because it actually will help the whole country, right? It would be help if everyone is getting this similar access, may not at the same level, but how do we get there? Dr. Putman, why don't you give your comments on that, and then I'd love to hear from Dayton.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things is we just need to start to do it, and we need to demand it. We need to have a tribe. And what we did here with the partnership with the University of Louisville and Jefferson County Public Schools, when we opened up our first 2 VR labs in elementary schools, we picked schools that are in potentially in the classic underserved neighborhood. So they're Title I schools, 98% free and reduced lunch, 87% minority, because we knew that those are the students that need it. They were the ones that are the most vulnerable, and we wanted to start with them. And so we just have to actually buck up and do it, and come together and unite. So as teachers, as administrators, as community centers, as families, we need to start demanding these things and be like, we are entitled to these things, and this is what we want, and this is what we're going to get. We need to do. We need to start having teachers that are supported so that they do go to those schools, because we all know the schools that people are like, oh, I would never go to that school. And we need to change that conversation and be like, I want to go to that school. And we need to bring in everybody that we can. We need to have more teachers of color. And we need to be more open to learning and listening and understanding what our role is and how we can be advocates and supportive. And I forgot which one of the, because there's always the buzzwords, but that, we are an ally and we are active in that, in that partnership, and learn and understanding that we don't know it all. So we need to be open to learn. I always thought that I was, doing all I could for my students of color. And I realized I hadn't even touched the surface. Especially being a special ed teacher, equity and equality is very important to me, and especially with technology and everything. And so I always thought I was an advocate. And then I realized things that I thought were helping weren't. It wasn't because I was doing it because, it wasn't malicious, but I had to step back and be like, okay, this isn't about me, and make sure that I learned what it was that I could do to help. And I think until we can have those type of conversations and that type of unity, that's where we can go with, and that's where our strength comes from.
And I'd love to add to that. I think the best way to communicate sometimes is through stories. And I often tell people, what if you knew the internet was coming 5 years before it finally became ubiquitous? What choices would you have made? And if we give you the information now about what we know is coming, how would you invest differently? What would you do with the knowledge, and how would you make a greater difference in the communities that you're working in? And the second thing I would say that comes from what Shannon was just saying about how we become allies. I do not accept that poorer communities don't have the solutions. I think that most of the creative solutions come from those of us that are struggling with the few resources that we have. Getting the buy-in's hard, but I know that quite often I'll go to a school where they have a firewall, and there are kids that only have a smartphone. They don't even have a computer in their house, but they figured out a way to get through the firewall and post that TikTok of what they did in the bathroom with their girlfriends, in the little dance in the mirror. And they are, I said it already, but I'll say it again, that emerging technologies has finally caught up with the creativity and genius of youth. Sometimes we just need to step aside and listen to the solutions that they're offering. They see the world in a way that we don't, and we need to follow their lead. And so we're doing a half-an-hour panel. A lot of my kids say, I'm not going to watch your panel because it's longer than a TikTok. right? If you can't get your message out in 45 seconds, I'm not interested in hearing it. And so I think that we do need to find the resources to help these communities, but they have the solutions. They have them. They know what they want. They will listen, and they will. I had somebody once say, the immigrant community we won't be able to find the solutions to WhatsApp and misinformation in the immigrant community. I go, oh my gosh, the immigrant community is where you're going to find the solution. We're not going to be able to. We need to help these people. I go, you need to pass the mic. That's what you need to do. Pass the mic. The solutions are there.
Pass the mic.
Yeah.
Necessity is the mother of invention, and
necessity is the mother of invention.
Let me jump in and just say go ahead, Shannon.
No, I was just saying necessity is the mother of invention. I mean, you have to be creative, and you have to be innovative when you don't have things that other people have.
Yeah. And
you have no choice.
The creativity and genius of youth is really
so true.
Where things are. So did we want to take questions from the audience? Is that what happens now? Or
well, it's unfortunate.
Do you have more questions for us?
Voice MO is doing what we wanted to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd like chat. We'd like for them to change.
So I just would like to say that I put in this
I don't know if
quotation.
anything I'm saying is being heard.
I'm here. Yes. And I'm sorry that you're having problems with this with the connection. But I put in the quotation from Dr. Dayton. Emerging technologies have finally caught up with the creativity and genius of youth.
Yeah.
Yes, I would like to correct that. And wow, I'm feeling the fire and the passion come from you all as you're having this conversation. It's really, really inspiring, and I admire the work that you do. And I'm not seeing any questions here in the channel. But what about questions you have for each other?
I do have Mr. Banks asked about cost, about how do we, and one of the things I've done is I've traveled around with my little bag of headsets, is I found that 5 headsets for an entire school is all you need. Now your Best Buy salesman is going to try and sell you more. And I think the 4,500 is great because I think that more is better. But I think that there's a limit. We limit ourselves when we think if we don't have 30 headsets that we can't do VR in a classroom. There are creative ways to make sure that you get what you need. And one of the things I want to point out is and what Shannon said is volumetric 3D, if it's 3D printing, if it's Web3, or if it's VR, or if it's AR, all these things are in our future. And so it doesn't have to just be headsets in order for us to educate our youth and train our youth for the jobs of the future. And so one of the things I like to point out is if you watch YouTube, a lot of kids watch other people game. So if you have 5 headsets and one of them streaming, the other 25 kids in your classroom are learning. They're learning by watching. And so those creative solutions to places and issues, to poverty in the classroom can help us still bring these technologies into the classroom without having to worry like we don't have enough, or looking from a deficit model instead of from an abundance model. So
I think
I just wanted to address,
No, to that beautiful point, I think that was the biggest struggle too for me when working with teachers, is getting teachers out of that in Google Cardboard mindset. Now, don't get me wrong, Google Expeditions was fantastic, but every teacher I would go to, they were like, I can have every student on at the same time and I can see where they're looking. And I'm like, yeah, they're at Mount Rushmore. Like, you don't think they're going to turn and look at Mount Rushmore? You need an iPad to tell you that? Like, they don't all have to be on at the same time, and especially with solutions like clean boxes, with, light technology, with COVID and sanitation procedures, and having that in place, we can still do it safely with only having one headset and sharing headsets, and I always tell teachers, I'm like, look, this is how kids learn. And so my biggest motto in teaching is, I've always said, I don't change the way my students learn, I change the way I teach. And if we're not willing to do that, then why are we even here? So absolutely. I always told them I would invest in one And it was either an HTC or, Oculus at the time versus 25 Google Expeditions when, and I'm not knocking any companies, but Google isn't even supporting them anymore. So that's okay. Like I don't get paid by any company or anything, but getting away from that mindset.
That's a great point though, Shannon, right? Everybody's like, well, is this going to last? Is my device going to last for the next 15 years? I'm like, you change your phone every 2 years. What are you talking about?
Yes.
You take your phone into the bathroom with you. Technology is not sacred anymore. These things are going to become obsolete before you even have a chance to use it. You're locking them away. Let them break it. Why? Why would I let them break it? Because then you can look inside and see what it's made out of. What a great opportunity. And there's a lot of great things in the chat right now about creative ways to use the technology you do have to get started. And there was a question about access to the internet. And I think that's a great, I always say fiber to first paycheck, right? If we don't have the connectivity, there's 1,000 different ways that you can get stopped. And I think access to the internet is a very important thing that we need to address. But there are ways to get that. And I don't know, Shannon, did you want to say what you do for your because you have a lot of headsets. Like, how do you solve that problem?
Yeah, well, we have a lot of headsets, but that's across the entire state. So that might only be 20 for an entire school, So, but we started, with only 1 or 2 headsets. I actually started before the standalone came. I had 1 wired headset, and I would, do different things. And even if it was something as simple as class or as math, class math, after class math, and what I would do is I would have students like an old school relay race, and they would be on one side of the classroom in a line, and they would have to run across the classroom. This was pre-COVID, put the headset on, solve a math problem, and put it off. And so then that would cause the headset to go to sleep, and then they'd have to run back across the classroom, tag their friend, and then the next person would go. And so since the headset went to sleep, the next person had to put it on and unlock it. So they were learning the skills of the headset during the relay race and learning math and being active and getting out of their chair, because research shows us that sitting for anyone under the age of 21 is actually painful because their tailbone is still growing, and it was competition. So we were teaching them how to lose, because a lot of the younger generation, anytime they lose, it's, oh, he cheated. No, you just lost. So we're teaching them sportsmanship and emotional control, all from one headset. And so you can do it. You just have to think.
Taking notes. Karen,
and the other thing, what I can't stand too is especially teachers, when they're like, well, is there an app for that? There doesn't need to be an app for that. We have what we need. We always want to continue to create, of course, but we need to change how we think. Instead of thinking, is there an app for that? It's, hey, there's this app. How can I use it in my classroom?
Did everybody hear that? Did everybody hear that? That's very important. Every app is I always say every app is a learning app. And it seems like, Karen, it would be really great to just get together with a bunch of teachers like Shannon to lead something. I'm volunteering you, Shannon. All the creative ways that we've been able to solve issues of things like connectivity and only having 1 headset and, only having enough money for like 2 apps. I know there are people that have enough money to go out there and outfit their whole school. But I think Mr. Banks made the point, like, what do you do for those that can't? And there are solutions and affordability. Pretty soon, everybody's going to be able to afford things. Pretty soon, we're going to get connectivity. But when we don't, we need to do what we can with what we have. I see you looking at the time, Karen. We're trying to get everything in.
Yes. No, this is fantastic. I love it. And I love the idea of carrying this on. And that has, in many of the other sessions here, there's been sort of that kind of energy and impetus toward continuing this. I think that, these sessions feel short and that like not everything is getting said that could be or that needs to be. And so I love that. And I do want to speak very, very briefly to that question of the internet access. And, we need to face the fact that access to the internet is a basic utility that everyone should have, right? Yeah,
I agree.
Okay, and so I see Julie is here. Thank you so much, Angelina, Dr. Dayton, and Shannon.
Thank you so much.
Really loved this session. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Banks. We're so sorry that you had to drop out if you are listening. So, right.
And we have a great panel coming up. Look at all the amazing people on this screen. So excited to hear about your conversation, everyone.
All right, good luck. Have fun.
Thank you. Great session, the previous panelists. Thank you so much. What great energy you had over there.
Daniel, I will let you take it away. I know you will do a fantastic job leading this panel. Wow, I'm just overwhelmed at the expertise that we have here today. So
Thank you, Karen.
Looking forward to hearing from you three and from you, Daniel.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. We're here today at the WebXR Education Summit, and I've hugely enjoyed that previous conversation about bringing, trying to remember the title there, bringing immersive education to underserved communities, such a critical mission to be working on. And our panel today is going to be discussing building community among educators, and we're going to be touching on underserved communities as well as part of that. So we have some great panelists here. I'm going to start with Emily. Emily, do you want to briefly introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. It's nice to be here. I'm Emily. I'm the CEO and co-founder of a platform called 𝙀𝙀. And 𝙀𝙀 is basically a no-code tool allowing students to build their own interactive, immersive experience.
Thank you very much. How about you, Sage? Let's say a few words.
Thank you all. It's a privilege to be on this panel and on the WebXR Summit. I am Sage Freeman. I'm a media specialist. I work at 𝙊𝙤𝙬 Community College in Oregon in the United States. And I specialize right now on the Mozilla Hubs platform. I'm very excited to be here.
Go WebXR. Fantastic. All right. And here's a new person. I've never really met this person before. 𝙊𝙀𝙀 van Vossen.
Hi, everyone. Well, Sage is a neighbor. And so I love that we're all, I'm also from, I live in Oregon right now. And my name's, anyway. Hey, Daniel, hello, everybody. I'm 𝙊𝙀𝙀 van Vossen. I'm director and co-founder of Educators in VR. And I'm so excited to be with these amazing people, to be a part of this incredible conference. I hope you all are having fun, and we're going to dial it up. We got competition from the last event, last one.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're ready.
Wonderful. Okay, so we're here to talk about building community among XR educators. And for those of you who know 𝙊𝙀 and I, we started Educators in VR 4 years ago, and a lot has changed in those 4 years. And that's one of the questions I've got for later.
Wow. Yeah.
But I wanted to hear from the other panelists what you think educators need from communities. So, I mean, we set out to do it our way with Educators in VR, but what do you think of the needs of educators from a community around the world? Sage.
Well, I think, first of all, they need an introduction to the XR environment. They need to build confidence. I know that when I first entered this space, I was introduced to Daniel and 𝙊𝙀, and that really made a difference. I had made an emotional connection to XR.
Mm-hmm.
I already had a background in 3D development, but this notion of having social VR really just grabbed me. And Daniel and 𝙊𝙀 introduced me to several platforms during the Universal Experience with Educators in VR. That was a month-long conference, and that just really made a difference for me. And I think that's what could make a difference for educators who are just starting out, because there's so many that are just starting out with this.
So having confidence of being amongst like-minded people. Okay. Zoe, you've got an app coming out to the Meta Quest store soon for building no-code or low-code experiences in VR. I imagine some of your target market will be educators. What do you think your users need from a XR educator community?
I mean, there's lots to say there. We actually started this tool when I was a student myself 10 years ago.
Okay.
So it actually started as a school project, and 10 years later ended up as a company. So, and to talk about community, we actually started not necessarily for education. I didn't build it thinking, oh, my teacher is going to use it. I did teach my teacher how to use it in the end, but it wasn't really what we were thinking. All we wanted to do is build a really cool VR game, and we didn't know how to do it, and there was nothing out there, so we started building these things. And so as far as community with teachers, it came a bit later, where I just met a teacher randomly at a conference, and he was talking to me about the students building some amazing VR experiences and not really finding tools for that. And then he said, oh, but I found a cool plugin that does that. And as we spoke, he saw my screen of that, oh, but you're using the same one. Like, no, that's my tool. And so started kind of delving into that. And, going from there, one teacher becoming another teacher. I think teachers are really community driven in general. If they start liking something, liking a product, they'll start using it, but they need a purpose. So I think from a sort of vendor perspective, vendor hat, we need to think more about the purpose of why a teacher would actually use our tools or our platform and actually build it with them. I think that's kind of the only way to do that. So as far as my perspective on that from someone who's delivering, the tools or the software, it would be about just building it with the teachers really all the time. We've been doing that every month now so far. So
wonderful.
That's the best way to do it.
Okay, so you kind of chanced upon education and recognized the value in it.
Yeah, no, it's primarily only education. 80% is education in our area now.
80% of education right now. That's very interesting. I've got your comment inspired another question, which I'll come to a little bit, but I want to hear from Laurel. We've spoken a lot over the years, and I've never asked you this question. What do you think that educators actually need from a community? And I'm aware that we're not the only, so Educators in VR is no longer not that it ever was, but it isn't the only community of educators. I mean, we've got the WebXR Summit Series as a community unto itself. But what do you think, Laurel, that educators need or want from a community?
Well, it's a great question. And you actually have asked me that one.
Okay.
I think that because we asked ourselves that constantly, all the time. What do they need? What do they want? How do we serve them? And that question has evolved over time. But what has never changed is why Educators in VR was created. And that was connective tissue. So Zoe's the 𝙬𝙬 project is amazing. You made a connection with another teacher. Sage, you made the connection with us. And if we're not talking to each other, if we're not learning from each other, not supporting each other, and that's what they need. They need to know they're not alone. Because sometimes when you're doing this, you feel like you're the only person who is hitting your head, against, the wall and trying to figure this out, right? You're just the only one who's putting the time, you're putting the effort, and there's no one else out there. And that's what Educators in VR does. And this is a great example of it.
Agreed.
So that's what they need, is to know they're not alone.
Well, there's two moments.
And then the answers.
There's two moments that I live for with our members. One is hearing the emotion in their voice when somebody discovers Educators in VR. Like, I'm not alone, that moment.
Yeah, and they feel like they've come home.
Right.
That's what's so fun. It feels like, oh, this is what I've been looking for. I'm moving right in.
The other moment I live for is when you overhear a conversation or you follow two people and you know that they've kind of met on our platform or however, and they go off and do something good and something somewhere else blooms. Like, we feel like we're sowing seeds. Even if they go on and they don't stay very active in our community, if they've just met and that leads to something else down the road, that's value right there. So I live for those two things. Absolutely.
And that's part of that connection. If we're not connecting with each other and talking about this and solving the problems together. And I think that's the other part of this, is that we need to solve those problems together.
Right.
And otherwise we're just floundering. And so that's why the connection part is so important for Educators in VR and for all of us working together. Yeah, absolutely.
So I have another question. It's a little bit provocative, I suppose, because I consider myself an evangelist for this technology. I'm well aware of the limitations and the risks and the constraints and everything. But I think sometimes there can be a bit of a risk that communities become a bit of an echo chamber, that we kind of assume those active members assume that all of the members are on the same par, they know everything, and that we end up talking at a level that is only for those who kind of already know. We were talking in the green room about how do we reach members how do we reach people who don't know yet? Because in time, we need to reach all educators. If this technology is going to grow like the internet did, we have a big job ahead. And how do we prepare for all of those educators who don't even know yet, and how do we reach them? So, and how do we avoid becoming an echo chamber? Maybe Emily, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I agree. It happens also just in the tech world generally. We have a tendency to like our own stuff and then to think that everyone understands it very easily. And with VR, that happens a lot. And we've been doing a lot of effort ourselves in trying to get new teachers into XR and then figure out what's the model there to bring them in without necessarily freaking them out, because it can be a bit tricky. They're excited about it, but then, you know, here comes the accounts and the headsets and all these things that kind of, you know, make it hard for you to see it. How am I actually going to do that with students for real? Right?
Yeah.
How is that going to be applicable? So I think these things are very useful to do when we're thinking about community, is thinking about those users who have no knowledge of anything. And so, you know, what are the steps, you know, to get them excited about something? So,
and what are they?
Different things. I don't know what the steps are, but on our side, what to do. No, I mean, I can
What
tell
are
you
the steps for
what's
you?
happening now. The first thing that we've been doing is getting teachers to teach other teachers versus us as a company. So that's the first thing we're doing. So every time there's a Zoe something, it's not me or the team, it's the teachers that are teaching the others. And I see in their framework, the way they've been doing it is for, you know, introductions. They won't talk about the headset or the hardware right away. They'll first focus on the why, on what they want to do, on the use case, on the design, without even thinking of all the constraints of either the headset or the tool. And then once they have that idea laid out of, hey, I want my students to do this and that, or I want to build this and that, then think about, oh, this tool would be great for that, or that part of, I don't know, Zoe works for that or does not work for that. And, you know, do it that way instead of say, here's a headset, you know, take it.
Figure it out.
Here's push this button. Yeah.
What we've tried. So actually, right now there's a camp running with 25 teachers, and for the first 2 weeks, they haven't even tried Zoe yet. Not for the whole first 2 weeks at all. Today we did the first session where we come in, and they have their storyboards laid out. They already know, you know, they plan their lessons and things like that. And now we come in with the tool, and they see, okay, maybe I need to scope this down a bit, or this can't be done now, and things like that. So I guess that's my take on your question.
Okay.
Good.
Sage, how about you? How do we reach beyond our current members, and how do we stay fresh and not become an echo chamber?
Yeah, well, I think Zoe touched on that a little bit. You know, I know when my personal experience is that I just kept learning things and then just getting really excited about what I was doing. And then I would recognize these patterns where, whoa, other people are doing this too. And it was really interesting. I mean, it must have happened a dozen times where I would create something and then I would recognize, oh, this isn't remarkable. This is not novel. This is something that we're all kind of falling into in this pattern. I think what we really need is we need a content creation pipeline for 3D and for VR content. We, you know, with the educators that I work with, they would just be scared away from tools like Blender and you know, Mozilla Hubs. One of the things that I do is I try to tiptoe into that space with them. We worked with first-year experienced students to provide a comfortable space for educators to bring their students in and to do group presentations. Okay, so we weren't doing anything very sophisticated at first, but see, that level of introduction is the scaffolding that brings brings educators up to a higher level. Another thing that we're doing too is that because of Daniel and Laurel, this got me so excited that excitement was a chain reaction. You know, that then in turn started to spread to my colleagues at my other institutions where in my state where I work, and actually in other states too. So work closely with Bellevue College up in Washington and Portland Community College. And we formed a Hubs Club, and we do that. We've been meeting for at least 17 months now.
Oh, wonderful.
Fantastic.
And our goal now is to create OERs so that educators can onboard very easily. but also another OER that is kind of a boot camp so that educators can get started with it, because that's really where we're at right now. Although Bellevue is further along. Bellevue has an XR lab, and they are actually pursuing a National Science Foundation grant, and they're going to be soon leading the way. But I was so excited to introduce them to Mozilla Hubs, because Mozilla was kind of meeting a lot of the things that they were looking for to pair with the hardware and the facilities that they had.
Wonderful.
Now I want to Daniel, I want to point
Please.
out Elizabeth in the messages left a really important message that I think responds to it. We're talking from getting people on board to just getting through the door, and I have to just want to add one little bit to it: laughter and fun.
Oh,
when we're teaching, like when we're teaching 2D, everybody goes, "Oh, we're moving in 2D and VR, going forward, backwards. We're just moving in a grid." And I go, "No, I'm going to teach you how to dance." And then and you have to have some fun. But what the point is, so everything else y'all said was right, but also because we are addressing educators. And Elizabeth said it's a huge leap from CoSpaces and a few standalone headsets to a cart full of headsets with management software, with sorting out all the apps and trying to do it. And you're the only teacher managing that. That is a huge, huge responsibility.
Yeah.
So I'd love to know from your experience, because that's a transition point, going from just, okay, we've got them on board and now we're moving to the next level of involvement. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
You're asking me? I'll jump in.
I'm asking whomever wants to answer the question here.
Okay.
I would like to jump in.
Go,
I would like to
Sage.
jump in because
Jump into that
I
one,
didn't know anything about AltSpace VR, and Laurel taught me. I got into this space, and it was so inspiring because it was like there was a dozen of us in there, and here she's just knocking them down right and left. People are coming in. We're learning how to do this. No, we're just it was really inspiring to see that level of engagement, but also that people were really walking away with the skills that they needed, just to get started. And unfortunately, I was one of those people. I didn't know how to move around yet in AltSpace.
But you learned.
Now you're dancing,
you
right?
learned. Now look what you're doing.
It also starts with delight. Like if you put a teacher into a tool and they're not delighted right away or having fun, even I think they just drop it, right? So it's one thing that we've done on our side is focus on the interactive side of things, where normally in VR, when you have Cradle tools, you'll be able to put 3D things around, but you can't really build interactivity. And so this morning we taught them, hey, look, you can do something where if I touch this or I grab this object, then this happens. And then something clicked with everyone. It was like, oh my God, we can actually do this. And then they started building things themselves.
Yeah.
So I think
Gotta give them confidence.
Having fun is very important for sure.
Absolutely.
And about the headset part and the management side, I don't think we're there yet. Unfortunately, I wish we were. There's a lot on the hardware, people that's the ones we're lobbying out, to get these things.
Absolutely. I was just listening there. I think I want to pick on the fact that one of the values that I see of community is that lightheartedness aspect to it. When you have an open-minded, welcoming community, it's a place to experiment and make mistakes and learn quickly. Because often professional development, and that's essentially we're talking about professional development for educators getting to the point where they can, add this to their learning provision. But if they can at least in the community, fun, fail, dance, like Laurel says, I love that, dancing in VR. I'm going to remember that. Then
Daniel, I have to say though, there's a serious aspect of this too that is really profound. You introduced me to Engage, and when I got into Engage during that Univirtual Experience conference, that was an opportunity to sit with thought leaders, pioneers, really important, serious topics. And that I felt like that was a profound experience. So it was a combination though, I was like having fun learning on these different platforms, but then I was, sitting there, you couldn't see me biting my nails, in Engage, trying to figure out how do I sit in the chair?
How do I sit, right?
How do I sit?
Everyone
Yes.
has been into how do I sit in the chair for you.
I know. It always
Into it.
does that. Yeah.
All right.
But
I'm
that's
gonna.
the other side of it is when you have fun with it, but there's something magical when you engage with someone and you have a conversation that you wouldn't have on Zoom or because you feel like you're in the room. And so there's a little, I wish we understood exactly what happens, but there's a little bit of drop of inhibition when you're in VR. And I find, this is the thing I find over and over again, is people don't, they don't go around going, so how are you? And then the answer is rarely fine. They say, oh, I'm a little blue today, or I'm doing great. This great thing happened. They skip the fines, which I hate the fines. Fine. And they get to the heart. And that's when you're teaching, being able to connect at that level, I think is so valuable that it brings that presence and that embodiment is just really, really, really important to do. And when and the equipment for managing those things, which Elizabeth meant, it's coming. It's going to get easier. Don't worry.
Yeah. I have a quick round question, and it may not end up being quick. I don't know, but something Emily mentioned earlier made me think: are educators naturally inclined to community or to communities? Is there something about being an educator that makes you more open-minded to joining communities? Open question. Maybe. Yes or no? Thoughts? Sage, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, there's professional learning communities. I think that faculty are very exposed to that. They look for it. But when you talk about something like XR or VR, that's where things get very shaky. So they're going to be looking for colleagues, or they're going to be looking for some some comfortability there. But yeah, certainly joining communities is going to be something that they'll look for. I have to say though, when I first started joining communities, learning about VR, I had to create a Discord account. I mean, my teenager was on Discord. I'm like, I'm going to be on Discord. I was not there yet. And then, so you have to step out of your comfort zone for sure. With it felt like for me, but certainly for faculty, they look for communities. And and Emily already mentioned this. If you can have peers teaching other peers, that goes so far.
Yeah.
So hopefully you can get a little chain reaction going there.
Okay.
I think
that time. I'm going to ask Laurel quickly. Go on. Go on.
Really quick. I just want to say that what Sage is doing, what Emily's doing, is really important, because the one thing that I hear, it's not about community. It's like, a teacher, I don't want to learn one more thing. We need one more thing to do. I don't want to learn Blender. I don't want to do these things. And the things that we're doing and you're doing is helping smooth that path. So it's not about the community. It's about the work. It's like, oh, I have to join another committee. Oh, I have to join another, and I have to go to another meeting. The less we can, the more we can take away that burden and not make that a deal. I think that's going to be really helpful. And hopefully all the teachers out there agree.
Great. Okay. I've got a bunch more. I have more questions than I thought. I thought I was going to run out, and now I have two more. I'm loving this conversation. So one question I have, in terms of reaching people, you just said, Sage, I have to create a Discord. So Laurel and I have been running events immersively for the most part on Altspace and Engage and other platforms. But also we're here today on Restream, and there's a number of other streaming platforms available, of course, at your local service provider. But I want to
your online conference store.
in terms of reaching people and accessibility and inclusion, how does a 2D platform like Discord or Facebook groups versus Zoom calls and Restreams versus immersive meetings, how do they compare? Do we need all of them? Do we need to focus on one? Is it a mix? Do you have preferences? I'll start with Laurel this time around. Do you have a preference for which platforms to, and specifically the question is to reach more people, to bring more newcomers in?
I believe in the rule of the sandbox. You play in the sandbox where the people are. So if it's familiar and comfortable to be on Zoom or Meet or Restream or wherever it happens to be, you go there to bring them in. But Discord is a little different. You don't go on Discord to find community. You build community on Discord. And why we're on Discord? We don't have any reason to be on Discord. I could be doing this on Facebook. The reason is that's a sandbox that people in VR play in. And so we set up that presence there because that's the sandbox. And it ends up being our biggest sandbox, which is lovely. But it is something that is a familiar tool, but it's what keeps people connected between VR. We can't be wearing the headsets and all the stuff 24/7. We need to have the connection. Well, new people are learning it, but we're also on Facebook. You have to go where they are. That's what it boils down to. You know, if they were on Hunky Doodle Wackadoo platform, we'd be on Hunky Doodle Wackadoodle platform. You go to where they are. I mean, that's really what it is.
Emily, do you think we have a greater chance of reaching new people on 2D platforms like Zoom and Restream, or on text-based chat rooms or immersive VR, reaching new people?
That's a very great and difficult questions, because you're right when you're talking about Discord. I get a lot of pushback on Discord when I tell new teachers, hey, I want to come on a Discord, and they're like, what? So I haven't figured out the answer to the question, and we've been trying to figure out, where do we put our community? You know, where do we get these people in, and where do we put them? Because it's great to be in an app, like VR, but it takes a bit of time to get there. So as speed, it's going to be a bit difficult. So I still believe 2D is going to be easier. But if we can get that transition between, you know, apps, most of those, you know, immersive apps now have flat screen versions and then, you know, in-app versions. So I think there's a way to kind of fold that into it. It just needs to be very easy. Mozilla does a great job of that, by the way. It's a pretty easy platform to join. And most of the other platforms are really hard. By the time you get in the app in a session together, it takes 30 minutes, and it takes a few Zooms, you know? So it's not a great advantage for us building those multiplayer apps. But I think for the, you know, if you want a massive amount of users, find them where they are on 2D screen, bring them to 3D, but more importantly, choose something that's very easy to get in. So I don't know. For now, the one that comes to mind is Mozilla, but maybe Sage has other inputs on that.
In the interest of time, Sage, I'm going to skip you for that question, but I'm going to ask you the next question. I'm just looking in the chat, and Anthony White just said, the only thing that's tough for me is so many resources are shared on Discord, but get lost in the flow of new posts. I want to pick up on that, and that's actually related to one of the questions I was going to ask. I tend to agree. It's a bit of a fire hose, and especially when you got someone like Laurel, who is just voracious at finding all of these resources. I want to point out that Laurel's done something great. Very recently, you shared, Laurel, an Educators in VR Zotero public library of links and resources. So she's actually gone through our Discord and compiled a lot of this. So Laurel, do you want to put, are we able to put in the chat the link to that?
I can't seem to get access to where to enter in anything. But Sage, give your answer, and then I'll give a quick
I want to, first of all, I want to shout out to Anthony up in Alaska. I'm so glad he's watching, Anthony. This is great. You know, it is absolutely a fire hose, but Discord captures that hose. It captures that volume of information. Whether you're a subscriber to a server community or creating your own and trying to host it, that's one of the things that I found. And it doesn't have to be Discord. It could be Slack. I mean, these tools are meant to capture these threaded conversations, right? That would normally just get buried and lost. And so if you are comfortable and capable of being able to use a tool like Discord, it's absolutely going to show value. I can say, though, from my personal experience, I was not scared from it. And in fact, because of that, I learned so much getting into the Mozilla Hub's Discord community, for example. But then I can't get my colleagues into there for whatever reason. It's really so. So there's a bridge there, and Laurel kind of touched on it too, like the sandbox idea. You know, we're a Zoom generation now. And there's so much, like when I explain Mozilla Hubs or other platforms to educators, I use Zoom as a comparison. I say, look, you're just sharing your screen. You're turning on your camera. You're using the chat. You're using all these same tools that you already know how to do. And so like, that's really helpful.
Okay.
Now, I just want to tell you, Discord is going to be opening up forum style threaded chats and things. So there's some new features that coming in Discord that are going to make it even easier to use, and it'll help those of us that are used to the old style forums. So just be ready. There's big changes coming for Discord.
Wonderful. We've got Karen joining us. Hey, Karen. Can we have another half an hour, please? I'm not done yet.
Please, please.
Oh, you're muted, Karen. You're not hearing your audio. Sorry.
My apologies.
No
yes,
worries.
I think we need more days. That's what we need, not another half an hour. We need more days for all of this. So many amazing conversations today. I'm incredibly energized and excited by everything I've heard, and I am very grateful to you, Sage, you, Laurel, and you, Emily, and of course to you, Daniel. Thank you so much for
Thank
being
you,
here.
Karen. Hey, Rolando, good to see you there. Have a good panel.
Daniel, good to see you.
Thanks, Karen.
Thanks,
Awesome.
Karen. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. That was amazing. Yeah, really, really awesome things happening here today, and I'm super excited to start this next panel, which is going to be equally amazing. And so we are talking here about safety, privacy, and ethical design in XR, and our panelists are Peta Estens, who is the Director of Operations for Pangea Mines and the Director of XR Citizenship and Education for the XR Safety Initiative, the XRSI, which is a really important organization in this space. And we also have Rolando Macizo Bando, who's a neuroscientist and a filmmaker from Princeton University. I am really inspired by what I saw, what I know, and what was shared with me in the run-up to this panel. The topics are deep and rich, and so I think we should probably just try to dive right into it and get started, because we do only have a half an hour. So I want to start by sort of taking a look at the big picture and on the bright side. And I was struck by something that Peta wrote that said, XR shifts humanity from using technologies as tools for teaching and learning, and instead we merge with it. We don't use XR, we embody the experience, and that's why it is powerful. Would you please expand on that and tell us what it is about the potential and promise of XR, not just for education, but for humanity as a whole, and why?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. It is an interesting question, and embodiment and extended reality, it's kind of been hijacked as though it's a new phenomenon, and it's to do with like head-mounted display units and wearable technologies. But embodiment is as old as the ancient of civilization. So in Australia, First Nations people, for instance, there's a ritual called a corroboree, and technologies like the didgeridoo, as an example, were used for a transcendence experience, to retell stories of the dream time. And part of that was, education for their next generations to understand the stories and way of life. So it's not new, but I'm not going to fight the battle about XR being, it's just different. Let's say that it's evolving. So we do think today of extended reality as hardware. But extended reality and embodiment, it's not hardware, it's the experience. So if I come back to the question about what is the potential and promise for extended reality in education, I think we really have to, as educators, think about traditional media and who are the composers of this experience, who is the intended audience for this experience, and what is the purpose? Because when we deconstruct literature or poetry or film, they're the kind of starting points. Who is the author? What is the context? What is the purpose? And what is the audience? Who is the audience? And in education, I think that we're at risk of losing that basic literacy. So before we plunge students into extended reality experiences, we need to give them the literacy to be empowered to deconstruct that experience. Um, the possibilities that excite me is the ability to, for the first time, illustrate complex three-dimensional illustrations that were previously inconceivable. So physics and maths that are, we're used to 2D formats. We can now illustrate these really complex concepts in ways that students can immediately identify with, play with, and interact with. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that. That's like that's beautiful. I mean, like when we go from like the 2D screens, right? We had like, we move a mouse, we click on things, and maybe if we're playing a game, there's 3D things happening. But the difference of like XR technologies, as Peter just like beautifully illustrated, is like, well, first of all, it's like we're merging. It's not just a tool, right? Like we're like inside code, like 3D objects. We are now incarnated into a 3D object as well, and we're moving around in 3D space. We're moving around in code, and like also I like what Peter said about like the embodiment being like just like an old idea and like a thing that's like so true, and like I agree with that so much. I mean, for example, like humans have been augmenting ourselves since the dawn of time, right? We see a tool, like we use natural tools, sticks to dig, our hands, and even our brain literally lights up when it like sees tools. There's like a spot in the brain that literally like starts to like tingle every time that we see a tool. And so we've constantly been augmenting ourselves. We've created cars with wheels so that we can travel longer distances. Our phones, we carry them in our pockets constantly. Like at least in like many of the developed countries, we literally just carry this phone everywhere. And it just feels sometimes that XR is sort of this like natural next type of augmentation.
I want to pick up on that, and it's a later question that, sorry, Karen. We have with students, like when we ask them to give them us out their phones in the classroom or to close their laptops, it's like we're asking them to give away part of their body, like get that resistance, right? So that's a real key question for this panel is, we're looking at the ethics and what it is to be human as we increasingly embody technology as we can't, like, as a necessity for education, for learning, for entertainment. Then we have to ask questions about to what extent that is an existential crisis, about what it is to be human.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Wow. Yes. This is great. This is fantastic. I love it. I want to move on to ask about when XR tools are used for education. That can obviously be a good thing, but there are certain dangers, and some of them are with regard to the collection of data about a person using those tools. We already give away a lot of data, on our phones, on our computers. How is this different? Let's think about the nature of the data that's being collected and what the collection of it implies. What do you two have to say about this? And let's start with Peter.
Yeah, sure. Look, schools are at risk of violating a child's human right. So Article 16 of the UNICEF's child's right actually reads that children have the right to privacy. They need to be protected from attacks against their way of life, their good name, their family, and their home. Now, presence and immersion are often used interchangeably, but they are very different. So to be immersed is a sensory experience. And when we're fully immersed, it's a complete sensory experience. Now, this technology has to track and trace to work. If there's lag or low fidelity, we experience simulator sickness. So increasingly, this high fidelity is tracking and tracing the most fine details of the body, the sensory experience. Now, presence is a psychological experience of the mind. So if we consider the kind of data that's being tracked and traced, it is all encompassing. my concern with XR is that this data is being harvested. It's commonly known as biometric data. And Australia, and indeed around the world, we haven't got it right. This legislation and regulation is being reformed, and it is not being reformed at the pace that technology is infiltrating every way that we live.
Yeah.
So if you go to a doctor in Australia and most parts of the world and ask for your retina to be checked or your hearing to be checked, there are laws and regulations that lock that down, okay, and it is safe. But any child can go into a store and buy an Oculus, and the technology is as invasive. So that's quite, schools are at risk of using these technologies in ways before they understand how the data may be being harvested. That data can be used in predictive ways. So it's not capturing the most sensitive data in an isolated context. The idea of, we're just using it in education. That data can be used to make strong inferences about that child for the rest of their life.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, and I can only speak for like what I know about the United States, right? But I think that in the United States we have FERPA, right? Like the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, and in it, it allows, under like the school official exception, it allows like third parties to get access to education records and to modify them if that third party has a legitimate educational it is of educational interest, legitimate educational interest. And so what that means is that, schools, that, as Peter brought up earlier, they're not always advancing as quickly as the technology, and so there's a delay in adoption. So there's going to be a lot of third parties that are going to be managing and handling most of the XR technology and like the sort of educational systems and platforms that institutions then use. That means that these, at least in the United States, these would be third-party agencies that fall under the school official exception, which means that they would have access to the data, to the education records of students. And so we have to start thinking about how we really handle that information, and like what it is that we decide to handle. How much of that information, like as Peter said, like it's a lot of, it's just as invasive as sometimes going to a doctor. If there's eye tracking, we can actually start predicting people's uncertainty just by the way that they're moving their eyes. So it's a very sensitive subject, and I would agree that it's important to watch out for how we handle this, especially with kids in education. Before they're 18, even after, but since we're talking about education, before they're 18.
So, and if we think about education, it's one of the poorest funded sectors if we compare it to defense and health and stuff. So, yeah. So you think about extended reality technologies, and if I can say that Oculus has pretty much got a monopoly on it, if that's a personal statement, like it's driving it. Owned by Facebook, and Facebook's business model is on data. So if Oculus was purchased by Meta for $1.6 billion, I think it is, and it's invested 10 billions more on developing the hardware, 10 times the money. They're not thinking they're going to make $20 billion on selling a headset. It's not about the hardware; it's about the data. Now, that is a huge concern, because the kind of data, it's not clickbait anymore. It is a sensory experience, and it is a psychological experience. So for the first time, humanity has moved into a space where we can, in real time, do Pavlovian experiments.
Yeah.
Widespread, all around the world.
Real-time A/B testing.
Right. My concern is as an architect now in XR, and I work as a subcontractor, and so I'm developing extended reality experiences for childcare, education, for music performance, for hospital and tourism. So it won't be enough, I believe, it won't be enough in the future to pass the XR and say, look, you're competent. We can now harvest data about your retina expanding, your blood pressure, your heart rate, any kind of lag, sweat. So we can measure the stress of an individual as they complete a task. And that can be really useful for, predictive PTSD, burnout. So are we looking at a future where it won't be enough for you to be competent at the skill? Will you potentially be denied a role because of the stress you're under? And I don't know, like there's just so much data in XR.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably going to be a really deep issue for commercial products that don't apply to education, because hopefully, right, like the government that's probably going to handle the funding for, schools is going to have policies that make sure that any data that actually ends up being used by that third party is actually de-anonymized. And so there's like the local, and then there's like the not local, right? Like local algorithms that work and contain data that should stay within the school. Then there's like the data that might go up to the server for the third party so that they can do their metrics, their algorithms, and do testing and training or whatever. That should definitely be anonymized. It should be de-identified and anonymized.
Yeah, completely. But a child, not just anonymized, but a child should decide if it goes to a cloud at all. Like the power to the person, rather than have a blanket, we're taking that data, it's useful to solve really complex issues. I'm also, I guess, concerned about people selling their data out of need, out of like economic need. If we go down the path that, well, you've got your right to privacy, and so now we've got a blanket law that people have to buy your data, well, we're going to end up with data sets that are biased and making uninformed decisions. So it is we don't have the answers, but we are entering into a really exciting time. Don't know if you have heard of Glenn Gore, GLENNGORE. He left Amazon. Really interesting guy who's trying to flip the model of data ownership so that instead of logging into Amazon or logging into your account, they have to log into you so that you own it. So he left Amazon and he started an organization called Affinity, AFFINIDI. Now, why I raise him is he spoke at a conference I attended at the Gold Coast, talked about really the evolution of power and how, like, long before there was a tribe, we had a chief. A patriarchy. There was a patriarchal unit. We moved to a tribe, and there was a kind of a chief. When we had unification of areas, we had little fiefdoms, which became kingdoms, and from kingdoms came the rule of law. So when we had maybe a murder or some sort of a crime, a king went, well, what did we? And it happened over here. We went, well, what was the punishment over there? What did we do? How do we deal with it? And they went, well, that's what we'll do here. So then we have this sovereign rule. And he said, we're entering an age of the rule of code, where we agree to terms and conditions, and we are bound by code. And I found that a social contract. That's right. And so as educators, where in the curriculum are we helping support students to govern the rule of code? And are we even asking questions about how comfortable we are with that?
Wow. An important question. Yes. Let's skip to this issue of ethical design, and how does this concept of ethical design for education feature into the use of XR and AI, and whose responsibility is it to design educational experiences, courses, programs, using XR or in XR in an ethical manner? Where does that burden of responsibility fall? And what does the ethical design look like?
You want to jump on that, Roland? I've spoken a lot.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's I think that the XR is going to bring a lot of opportunity for people, a lot of new jobs. I think that it's for current educators, there's going to be an onboarding process for them to learn the technology, and we're still waiting for more platforms to start doing no code type of building for XR experiences to make it easier and like not as hard to build an XR experience for the classroom. So that's going to take some time. And even when we do have that, there's going to be job opportunities, I feel, for actual just ethical designers, or courses and classes for ethical design, where there's maybe some central authority agency that's funded by the government that, it kind of acts like as a sort of ethics review board, but a sort of like modern sci-fi-ish review board that actually knows how to make these experiences. Because for this kind of stuff, it's not just enough to know aesthetics and sort of just design principles. You actually have to know a little bit about how data moves around. So it's a little bit deeper. And I feel like that's where the responsibility should fall. We should not expect teachers to all of a sudden know exactly what to do. That's too much, and that's not what they were trained for, at least not right now. I think that in the future, that should probably be included in sort of the education of when people are learning how to teach and getting those degrees. But I was also going to say that in terms of ethical design, it's such a. I had a conversation with someone who said something around the lines of, it's so weird to me that they call it ethical design. It used to be just called design. But I think there is a difference now with design as it was called and what ethical design really means, because now there's a sort of more cultural awareness of what ethics how it should be included in design. We don't want a button to be clicked on just because it's more contrastive than another button, which is what happens when you see the big buttons and you want to subscribe on something, right? That it's the highlight, the spotlight effect of that makes you want to click it because it pulls your attention. That's not the type of design I'm talking about. I'm talking about ethical design where is it actually correct to lure people into that button, right? Is that what we want? And so when thinking about XR experiences, maybe something we need to ask ourselves is the idea of what is necessary versus what is sufficient, right? Is collecting eye tracking in the educational context necessary for a task that involves a group activity, right? So if it is, then we need to ask ourselves, why? Why is it necessary? And if it's not, then what else can we get that is also sufficient? What other methods are sufficient, right? So when we have some of these candidates, we should always choose the least invasive one.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Absolutely. The least invasive. It's a really good way to come away from today, I think, is a great way to summarize technology and the way we're using it today. If I think about ethical design in the classroom, it's just, we have to remember it's a new media. It's a new medium. It's media evolving. And so we don't need necessarily to look for brand new strategies. We've had strategies for ethical design that have proven to work.
Yeah.
So if I think about unethical, then there are texts that have been banned in schools because they've been considered unethical. Philip Pullman's The Northern Lights and the Golden Circle comes to mind as an example. It's a book that's banned because it's considered unethical as it attacks religion, Christian religion in particular. So it's banned because, if I come back to what I started with, the purpose of that book was to provoke thought about souls and spirituality through a wonderful fantasy novel. And the composer, if we learn about his life, we see what inspired him to write. The purpose of the book is for children to think about their faith, their spirituality, and their souls in a delightful tale. We need to apply these same strategies with XR. What is the purpose of this XR? Who is designing it? And in what context does it belong? And give students the literacy to deconstruct that. Things like affordances, situational awareness, cues, how I've got user agency. And if they start thinking about this new terminology, we're empowering them not to be passive consumers and instead be critical citizens of XR. So there is a huge gap in the curriculum. There's an opportunity. I really should do more writing and use my background as an English literature teacher and analysing and film and bring that in so students have the creativity and critical thinking skills to be able to critique and think deeply about. I think there's still too much of a wow factor. Teachers too often are like, don't understand the tech, so overworked all around the world. One of the reasons I left teaching, in fact, was just the bureaucracy and the paperwork. So we tend to go, oh, there's technology. Yeah, it's filling a gap. We're falling into play with the tech, create first. It's novel. See what you can do with it. Human-centered design is ethical design. So if we teach students
100%.
not to, we don't say, okay, write a story, just go for it. Write a story, write an essay. We're all about planning. Think about your ideas. You know, what are your arguments? Where is the evidence? And so we need to be doing that with XR. And the key point is, who is your intended audience? Who are you designing for? What is the purpose of your design? And who are you designing with? And to think deeply about those things in your design before you create, before you play. And if we have students start designing for clearly identified people with clearly identified purpose, then when they're receiving an XR experience, they're embodying an XR experience. If they've thought about human-centered design principles, they're more likely to be able to come away from XR and reflect on deeper issues instead of just the novelty of what they've encountered.
Yeah, I totally agree. I would also plug in, like, I feel it's also important for people to maybe just look at the psychology, the literature of how people react and interact with environments, because that's going to inform often how people end up doing something, right? In science, like there's hypothesis-based testing, and you either prove or don't prove like your hypothesis, right? So if we start grabbing some of like the little gold nuggets that we find in some of these experiments that actually try to uncover some of the nuances in XR or in other types of digital experiences, then we can start like spreading that knowledge and having ethical designers really ask themselves those questions, but at least know a little bit or have some hypothesis of how people are going to react based on their question asking to themselves. So yeah, totally agree.
Wow. The time has flown by here. We just have a few minutes left, but I want to get to a question that I had about, we're getting very philosophical here. So I want to ask you to think about not just these specific technologies, but about our use in technology in general and how it shapes us and changes us, gives us new capabilities and changes our relationships to the world and to one another.
There's a great chapter in Experience on Demand by Jeremy Bailenson. You are what you eat. So XR, the more well, I think that says it all, right? You are what you eat. Choose your XR wisely. Yeah. It shapes who you are. It's identity. This is your area, Rolando, memory, neuroscience, XR.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, just piggybacking off on what you said, we are what we eat. I feel like with technology sometimes, also in like your previous point on just creating for creating's sake and not asking ourselves questions before creating. I feel with XR and like the way it can be used in education or with any other human at any age or any place, there has to be a reason why we are using this technology, like intentional utility, not utility because we can. And I think that is one of the sort of, I don't know how to say it, like a sort of core sort of ethos for how to approach what this technology has the power to do. Because if we just throw it at everything, then like we're not going to get anything out of it because it's just going to like turn into noise. We have to have intentional utility. Really think about how we approach and engage with this technology.
Yes, and I think that having events like this, bringing people together so that we can think intentionally together about what it is that we're doing and how we should move forward is really, really important. Rolando, thank you so much for being here today. Peta, many thanks to you as well. This was a great discussion. I really appreciate your time.
It really was. Yeah, eye-opening. Again, every single one just opens your eyes a little bit more. But this conversation has to keep happening. And we
Yes.
need to keep
Indeed.
talking about it to learn from each other about what everybody's doing. Somebody in the chat just said data protection and privacy in education starts with procurement as well, right? So, I think this is where conversations just need to keep happening. We need to keep learning from what everybody's doing so that we can stay aligned and all follow the same rules.
Indeed.
And welcome to our other guests. Thank you so much. Your previous guests, and welcome to the new ones.
Yeah, really great to have you here. Welcome, Keith and Andrew and Michael. Going to be talking to us about teaching in virtual worlds. Do we have one other person? Oh, yes, Christine. Yes, let's see. I don't see her camera on, but I see her here. I'm going to put her on there so she can at least. Oh, there she is. Wonderful. Okay, welcome to you. I'm going to turn things over to Keith and to moderate this panel, and I will be watching with interest from the background. Take it away, Keith.
All right. Thank you for having me and for having this great panel in a day of amazing panels. I've gotten no work done all day, is glued to YouTube. So so the topic for this panel is teaching in virtual campuses and classrooms. We've learned about a lot of issues involving things like funding and accessibility and technology. And now we're going to talk about what exactly can you do in WebXR and in virtual worlds and teach in that new setting, which is going to become more and more important, even pandemic or not, that it's something that is building up. So I'd like to go through the panelists and just have them briefly introduce themselves and talk about how they got into VR and education. So start with, looks like Chris is at the top.
Okay, great. So I used to be a former business school professor here in New York City. And prior to the pandemic, I started experimenting with VR in my entrepreneurship classes. And so just one of the first ones on campus to actually, get the devices, partner up with a local VR development company, and play out a few scenarios. So that's how I initially got started. And then I resigned from higher ed a year ago to start my own venture, my own ed tech venture.
All right, I'm sure we'll hear more about that coming up. All right, Andrew, how about you?
Hey, so I'm Andrew Wright. I'm a teacher, education consultant, and here in Australia, where it's raining still for the last month. But so I still teach in classrooms, and I'm a consultant as iTeacher. And I built the EDU Metaverse, which is a series of 34 virtual worlds where students can come in and learn. And we sort of work on the concept of the hybrid classroom, where we take the best bits of online learning and mesh them together with the physical classroom. So it's very, very interesting because it's right at the very beginning of it all. So it's all new and innovative. And we're finding some amazing results with the teachers I work with. So happy to show you some of it.
Very cool. And Michael.
Hi, everyone. Michael Avis. I am a professor and educational developer at a college here in Toronto. I've been teaching I'm on my 23rd year. I can't believe it. I've been teaching for a long time, and I started to get into VR. I mean, it's always about engaging your students, and adult learners are a little bit different than young learners. And engagement for adult learners is really important. And I started to think about how I could really engage them and get them sort of more on tangible and active learning. And VR was the natural progression. So I'm in the game, and we're seeing where we're going with it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure we can all relate with that. Michael, since you're talking to us now, I'll ask you the first question. So what is the benefit of teaching in VR? Like, why there's so many things, hurdles? So what's the overall benefit to all this?
Well, I'm sure all of us here who have started, and Chris, you said that you started with the headsets, you went through all the frustrations, all the learning, and it never ends. But I work in polytechniques in Toronto, so a lot of trades work, a lot of hands-on work. So VR for me was the progression from, going on Zoom, but then being able to actually have them in a space. So I've taught in Engage, in AltSpace, and a few other different spaces, and I've sort of experimented with a whole bunch of them. One of the things that I really found valuable was going into Engage. I'm not sure if the audience is familiar, I'm sure most people are, but one of the things that we do is we have a hospitality course, and I'm supporting, at this point, I'm supporting faculty to do this, but they have a hospitality course, and we scanned a location in Toronto, the Hilton Hotel. We scanned it, LiDAR, we made a 3D model, we put it into Engage, and then we have students actually in the Hilton Hotel location and moving tables around and setting up event spaces in virtual space, which is impossible, expensive. We know how all those things that VR does for us. But one of the great things that I was in maybe a month ago is you'd have students and you'd have a bar set up where you had to set up a bar that was close to the exit and the entrance of a room. And in Engage, you can stand there and say, okay, how far from the wall should this be? And the students are actually standing and looking at the dimensions in 3D, right, in virtual space. That is invaluable learning that they would never be able to do in real time. So just things like that, I really see the value of those students being able to have that spatial awareness, be able to place things in space, be able to collaborate and move around. Wonderful, wonderful learning.
Yeah, that's amazing. And use that I've never thought of. And we've had some great panels about things like the medical training and so on to add on hospitality and arranging in a real space or virtually real looking space. All right, Andrew, what's a main benefit of teaching in VR?
I mean, primarily for us, what we're finding is engagement. I mean, it's just off the hook. We don't actually use the headsets because it's WebXR. We're sort of based on browser, so the worlds we built sort of are supposed to be like used on the browser because that gives accessibility to so many students. And I think what we're finding, and I think what the most amazing thing is, and a lot of the teachers say the same stuff, is that when you have that ability to, like yesterday, we brought in 2 schools from separated by 1,000 kilometers to come into a virtual world to run a market store as in pairs, and these students had never met each other before, but they had to come together to do that. And I think it's not just the engagement, but just the accessibility is, and what we're able to achieve. And one of the teachers said something really interesting the other day. It was like, just limited by our imagination and the students. And if you can have that in education, I think it's just unbelievable. It's an absolute no-brainer that this is the way it needs to go. And some of the stuff and it's not, and the thing that I found the most interesting, I think, was that this opens up a world for students, not necessarily the brightest or the loudest, but what we're finding is it's the ones that you would normally be in the back quiet, and it's bringing them to the forefront. And that power that it's given them or enabling them is priceless. So we're seeing just an incredible, again, if I had to put it down to a nutshell, it'll be engagement. That's probably the most obvious thing. And through engagement becomes retention. And so that understand, if you're invested in what you're learning, you're going to remember it. No child has ever said to me, hey, that worksheet we did last month, can we do that again? Ever. So we're finding that it's just an incredible, just an incredible platform to be able to reach students that might not necessarily get reached with a worksheet.
Definitely, and engagement's important. And hear about social aspects as well, learning together and meeting other people, other peers. That's also very important. And Chris, anything to add about benefits, impact of VR teaching?
Absolutely. So, coming from higher ed, I was never a fan of like passive lectures and textbooks and let's do an exam on a Scantron. I mean, this is not a great learning experience, nor is an accurate representation of the learner's capability. I hated all that stuff. I've always been a fan of experiential learning. It's like learning by doing. That's when it's really going to stick. So I'm going to second your comment about engagement. So that's the biggest thing. When you are learning by doing, I mean, if you go look at like teaching and learning modules, that's you retain 90% of what you do versus 5% of what you read or 10% of what you listen to. So massive opportunity there to really have an impact on the learning experience, aside from the fact that it's fun. It's cool. You get that cool factor. You can't, what I use, I'm definitely in the headset. So it's impossible to multitask when you are in the headset. So there's no hiding, no hiding in the background or hiding on Zoom or whatever. And I think I read something the other day that said that VR, or let's say XR, is going to replace Zoom and Google Meet and going forward. I'm like, I agree 100% because it's that much more. Let's go back to the engaging and that social part and that feeling of being present somewhere and being with everybody no matter where they are. That's a game changer for me. And the other thing that I find really cool is there's so many ways to capture metrics, whether it's in the headset or things that I've created on my campus and different simulations through hotspots and stuff that you just can't capture on Zoom or even sitting in a classroom. So that's like really fun stuff because you can really follow the progress of the learner and be able to analyze and report that in a really interesting way because everybody is wondering about, that return on investment. Should we even use VR? Like, is this just a fun thing? Is this just a fad? So I get really excited about the data part too.
Cool. And points that I never thought of, like focus, like headset, you can't look at your phone as easily. And also the assessment.
Right.
Yeah,
they're
that's
literally and figuratively.
Yeah, they have to do that activity, which is a great activity, so it's no problem. So the next question I want to ask is, because you're all world builders, this panel is about making virtual classrooms. So what is the favorite thing that you've been involved in making? And I'll go with Andrew first.
I knew you were going to do that. I was at the bottom. Why are you picking me? I think just the favorite thing. I mean, the thing that I love most and the way that I sort of operated, it's a bit of a crazy story. So we were doing Zoom learning, and this goes back to what was mentioned earlier on about how Zoom wasn't really working for students. I mean, we had kids that would video or GIFs of themselves just doing this, and then they would leave it up there and then clear off and start doing Minecraft and stuff. So that's when I realized we needed to make some else. But for me, I think the most amazing thing about it is that, I taught myself how to use Blender, which is interesting, but enough just to start building these worlds. And then the great thing was I had these lessons because like Michael, I've been teaching for donkey's years, over 20. I don't want to say how many, but a long time. But what I had was these lessons that worked really, really well. There were a few in those 20 years. And I just thought, oh, well, wouldn't it be great if we could apply those lessons that work to a virtual world? And so the virtual worlds were built around a lesson that had already happened. And the most amazing thing for me was to see how we did that in the physical classroom, and then how we could sort of transport that lesson into the virtual world. Like, for example, we did stuff on the Titanic, and then I managed to be able to build a little Titanic world that the students could run a court case in, so they were either prosecuting or defending the White Star Line. But before that, we did that in the classroom. But now we could actually do it on the deck of the Titanic, and just like people just lost their minds. Like, I lost my mind, and I was like, this is amazing. And the kids were running across each side of the deck, and I said, oh, you can. Then we blocked it off so they couldn't actually go over. And I just think that the most amazing thing for me, to answer your original question, is to see how we can take learning to the next level, what worked before, and then upgrade it to a point where it's just incredible. I mean, I cannot put a price on the level that we talk about engagement. And I work with primary school, primarily with the younger students, which I think is quite unusual, especially to be doing something as sort of technical as this. But it's just second nature for them, and they absolutely love it. With the bell will ring, and we can't get rid of them. They don't want to go out at lunchtime. They want to keep working. So, and
classroom management becomes a whole other issue when you're on the deck of the Titanic, right?
Yeah, I mean, and one of the interesting things was, sorry to take too much time, one of the interesting things was the behavioral management side of stuff was almost non-existent because everybody was so focused and so engaged in what they were doing. And we treat the virtual worlds like the real world. And we say to them at the beginning, look, this classroom, this virtual classroom is an extension of the physical classroom. How you act in the real world is how you act online. And that has ramifications later on when we look at digital citizenship. And already then they're thinking to themselves, okay, so my actions here will have ramifications in the online world. And again, that's priceless too. So, yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah. And I knew you have 30 plus worlds to choose from, but the Titanic one sounds really cool. And there's a way to end that lesson automatically for all the students, I think, but we have to program that in there. Michael, how about you? What's something you're especially proud of in your work?
I just want to appreciate Andrew's energy, if I may, at this point. Like, Andrew, I can feel that that teacher spirit in you when you're talking about your students being engaged. It's it's great to see.
Thank you.
So, yeah, there's a lot going on. In a previous session, they were talking about underserved populations. I thought it was a really good session. And one of the things that I'm really passionate about is equity. And I also want to shout out the Karen and Ben here. They've had a really diverse group of people presenting at this summit. And I really recognize, how much great work is going on out there across all different cultural areas, different countries. So I'm really passionate about that. And we've really done a lot of work in some of the worlds that we've built to put in museums. So we built a Black Canadian History Museum gallery where people could walk in, and you're intermixing, 3D objects with historical documents and historical items, with images, painting, and really creating a really engaging, diverse, interesting visual experience to kind of help educate people about diversity in the classroom. And another thing that we've created that I'm really proud of is with a company out of England called Body Swaps, we created a virtual reality anti-racism simulation called Let's Talk About Race. And it has 3 modules. One of them is about recognizing your own privilege. Another one is navigating microaggressions and about understanding bias. And we've rolled it out to 2,000 sessions so far, and the results have been astounding in seeing that it's a way that can change behavior and change the way that people see themselves. So we're really proud of that, and a lot of colleges and universities across Canada are starting to look at that as a viable way to help people understand who they are and understand their environment and understand that. And Toronto's a very diverse city, so really understanding how to be digital citizens, how to be culturally aware citizens, and that kind of mixed in with what we're doing in the virtual worlds with museums. It's a whole new way to teach people about culture. It's a whole new way to teach people about understanding other people's perspective and really understanding your own. So those 2 things have been the highlights of my last probably year or 2 in developing and working with VR.
Right, that's incredible. And yeah, I knew about the Let's Talk About Race project, and that's super important. I teach biological anthropology, and race and the cultural component of it is a very important part. And getting across the ideas, the scientific ideas now about that is really difficult. And VR would be something that really helps with empathy, especially that VR is so good at that.
And Chris mentioned this when she said, once they have their headsets on, they're trapped. If any of you have ever done EDI training, it's clicking boxes and saying, I've done it. But when you're sitting in a room with 2 people having an argument about race and you're present there, it's a whole other experience. So when people say things, you feel angry and you feel upset about what you're hearing, which is really, really interesting.
Yeah, so glad you brought that up. That compared to like the trainings we would do about different compliance things, it's so non-immersive. and to really get across like a project like Let's Talk About Race does it so much better. All right, Krista, anything you want to talk about in your world that you're proud of?
Of course. So I'm very proud that I cut the cord from academe, and I'm like, there's got to be something better out there, and I'm not going to sit around and wait for somebody else to do it. So I partnered with a company here in New York City called the 𝙊𝙥𝙚 Group. They are a VR development firm, and in partnership with them, I designed an entire campus in VR. So I have multiple venues. It's not just one room. So I've got, and I should say this, the name of the company is 𝙬𝙬 that I launched in. We're positioned at the intersection of business and technology. So that's where I'm honing in. So I'm not doing things with healthcare or construction, and I'm honing in on higher ed and adult learners. So I'm a little bit different than where Andrew's focusing. So lots of really cool venues and great cutting edge technology baked into that. But our value really comes in. My team is we're the content creators. That's the real sweet spot. And how do you create content and curriculum, leveraging immersive technologies to create some really purposeful, engaging learning experiences, and also being able to track and monitor the outcomes. So I'm proud of that. And one of the cool things that we have on our campus, we've got a building called the Exploratory with multiple 360 theaters in there. And what we did is we created a layer on top of that. So when you go into the 360 theater, we're able to test the learner's knowledge on the spot with all sorts of questions and information, and tracking if they got it right or wrong, and educating them right there, then and there, when they're immersed in that experience. But again, I'm going to go back to the metrics part, the data. We're able to capture all that data as well. So to really show, how much did the learners get right or wrong, and being able to go back and reflect on that, and that gets fed up into their dashboard too. So that's the cool step. It's that real-time immersive experience that makes a big difference. And the other thing that I'm going to say that I'm really proud of is, because of our experience meeting with potential clients, I've heard this is gonna resonate with you. So many people are like, yeah, this is really cool. This is really exciting, but I'm not quite sure how to do this. Like, we're ahead of the curve here. And so getting people, mass adoption, this is going to take a while. So it's just educating people on the value of using VR beyond just the pull factor. And so we've had to take a little bit of a sidestep to make sure that people feel comfortable, just learning how to navigate, dealing things with dizziness, things like that. So we've done a lot around creating content and resources to help people get comfortable. And through that, what we ended up creating was an instructor certification program in XR. So for professors, coaches, corporate L&D folks who want to start embracing and integrating XR into their existing training programs, whether it be onboarding, D&I, upskilling, etc. There's a whole program that we take them through so they understand what is the metaverse, why should you care, what does it mean for you as a learning specialist, 2D, 3D, VR, AR, XR, and they're actually learning stuff along the way and learning about metrics. And at the end, they actually deliver their first course in virtual reality. So we send them on their way, having done it, right? Not just read about it or watch somebody else do it. So they're actually doing the work in VR. So that's a really cool thing that I'm very proud of, and hopefully can push more people forward and getting comfortable using the technology.
Yeah, the virtual campus is just amazing to see. I like how it does blend like a traditional looking campus with VR things like the theater setup, and really leveraging the positives of both. And actually, the virtual campus is so great. A long time ago as a student, I was like thinking, and I was addicted to World of Warcraft. Like, I wish Stormwind was a school, right? I wish a school was this, and looks like you're making it happen. So, super impressed with your work. So with the remaining time, oh yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's fun being an early adopter. It's fun doing all these things that we're doing, because it's energizing, and it's new, and it's fresh, and it's important. So I can hear it from all you.
Yeah, I think that's what you said. Like, it is. It's what we're finding as well with teachers is as soon as you show this to teachers, the energy that comes to them from what you're trying to do, and that message of saying, look, this is where we're going with Education 3.0. And as soon as they see it and realize that it isn't some dark magic, that it is something that they can access just with a web click, it's just unbelievable. And then all of a sudden they become energized, and the teachers that I work with, and I work with some amazing teachers who've just sort of on a wing and a prayer just said, oh yeah, I'll get involved. But for them, it changes their role. They move from teacher to facilitator. And I think that's an incredibly powerful thing. And we're seeing in a time when we're hemorrhaging teachers, here in Australia and around the world, people just don't want to do it. But yet suddenly it's not the global panacea, but it's basically a new way of teaching, and it is engaging, and it is innovative, and it is sort of inspiring for some teachers. It's amazing. I love it.
Could I add a little bit to that, Andrew, just quickly?
Mm-hmm.
It's just that point about the teachers. I think this is what Chris was talking about when she's helping to train these new methodologies and these new people. I had in the hospitality course, the event planning course, the professor came along with me, as you said. He said, I don't know anything about technology. I'm terrible at it. 2 years later, he's now on the tech group within the college. Yeah. He's now the leader within the hospitality and an event planning faculty, just because he grew and built together with us. Yeah. And that's it's so exciting, because you can really fail and work together. It's a wonderful place to be.
Yeah, it is. It's incredibly exciting.
Yeah, and getting teachers who are maybe on the edge of getting involved in VR, getting the headset on them, and then having them get the headset on the administrators to really make it happen. It was very important. These virtual classrooms just amazing to see. Andrew's background is one of the things he's made, and it's just an automatically engaging space, and I feel like I'm learning just seeing his background.
I wish it was that simple, but yeah, I mean, I think you've hit the nail on the head there. Like, we go back to the engagement side of stuff, but imagine if you were learning about the oceans, and this is one of the things we're finding. You're a junior school student, you're learning about the oceans, you're learning about climate change, but you can actually be there. You can actually hear the whales. We use a lot of spatial sound, and you can hear the whales, and you can move towards them, and you can hear the sounds that they're making. You can engage. It's just another level. And it will pull together the entire class. I've been doing this now for 6 months, created 35 different worlds, all geared around the curriculum. So when I've never met a class that didn't come in and just lose their minds. So we have to give them 10 minutes of mind losing time. And then we have to say to them, right, you got 10 minutes to go find the whales. You got 10 minutes to go do this, or whatever world it might be, go into this biome, that biome, explore. After 10 minutes, that's when we start teaching. So that's the power of it. It is quite incredible. Yeah. And as a teacher talking to other teachers who might be listening, for goodness sake, just give it a go. Just jump on board. It's not hard. A lot of stuff's already been made for you. And especially like some of the applications that are out there, give them a go, because I tell you what, your students will thank you for it. And get in touch. I'm happy to talk you through it and help you out.
Yeah, definitely. I heard from a previous talk that the headsets are, of course, wonderful, but with WebXR, computers, iPads, smartphones, these more common devices also have some of that wow factor as well. So
that's exactly right. I mean, and for me, it's about getting this out to as many people as possible, being able to reach as many students as possible, to be able to change the life. And it's going to sound really crazy, but just, look what I'm doing. It's nothing about that. It is for me about making a difference. It's about changing education and pushing it forward, and giving every student that could get access to this. Not everybody's going to afford a headset. Great if you've got one, but the beauty of WebXR is that it is just a web click and just a browser. So on any device, away we go. And I love that about this and that technology. So and it's changing lives. It is 100% changing lives.
Mm-hmm. Just to wrap up, though, we're running out of time. Real quick, any other experiences with VR classrooms or campuses that you want to share, just to really impress our audience about how cool this stuff is. It's hard to convey those words, but yeah, that's the last thing.
I'll say one thing and then I'll let the others talk. One
Sure.
of the students said to me, sorry, and I'm conscious of taking up everybody's time. One of the students said to me, and this will always stick with me, she said, during the pandemic, when we started doing this, you know, we can't actually go anywhere. In here, we can go everywhere. And that for me, I said, I'm going to steal that and put on a t-shirt. So thank you very much. But that for me is the wow moment when I was like, yeah, that's true. So that was quite incredible.
Wow, that is amazing. Really fantastic. This has been an awesome conversation. I love hearing from you all. Just these sessions are all outstanding, and what a community we have here, and that has come up over and over again in our conversations. I want to thank you, Michael, Andrew, Chris, and Keith, who's hopped off, and really appreciate having you here. Keith, thank you so much. I appreciate this, and appreciate you all taking your time to come and talk to other educators and help them to figure out how they can make use of these tools and inspire people the way that you are doing. So we appreciate you being here.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Yeah. And I am now super excited to welcome my colleague and friend, Julie Smithson, who has been working behind the scenes to do a sense-making exercise and to sort of try to pull out some of the themes and concepts that have been shared here all through the day. And I can't wait to see what you've come up with, Julie. I'm going to hop out here, let you show this. I will pop in a little bit later and maybe ask you some questions about it. But
yeah, can you see my screen there, Karen?
I am going to bring it. There it is. Okay, there you go.
There you go. There we go. Okay. Everybody can see my screen. I've been a little bit busy while everybody's been chatting here. So one of the things that I started to do when we started all these WebXR summits last year with the developer conference and that sort of thing was I've been listening, obviously, and kind of taking notes on what everybody's saying and what I plan to do in the next half an hour. And Karen's going to join me after I go through all of this and just kind of pull out some of the repetitive conversations that we've had, some of the important conversations. They're all important, of course. But what I've done here is drilling into everybody who has spoken today, just, what are those important key pieces? Because it's great that we meet, at these sessions. Like we're drinking from a fire hose, as we've heard a couple of times today, right? So, we wanted to be able to present to everybody what did we hear today? What are the important and key pieces? And what I've done is I've taken some screenshots and also dropped in some of the comments even from the chat. So I'd like to start with the fireside chat with 𝙊𝙤 Johnson-Glenberg that we had this morning at 11 o'clock. Yes, that was today. That was 7 hours ago, and we're still here. And this is where I started. 𝙊𝙤 and Karen, they talked, and I'm referencing my screen here. I've got a couple of screens. Excuse me if I'm not looking directly at the camera because I've got to reference my notes. But let's start with, they talked about the funness of 3D, and I think Laurel mentioned that just in one of the past panels as well. Is let's start there. Let's make VR fun, right? It shouldn't be stressful, and there's so much exploratory things to look at and to build and put together. So some of the things that they also talked about was having agency that matters, and having cognitive prompts, and the movement inside VR. I thought that was kind of interesting, having low body condition movements and high body condition movements to try and test out your spaces and avatars and things like that. So and we're going to share out some of this afterwards. So if you don't catch all of what I'm saying, we'll make sure that you have some of these references. Steve Grubbs, unfortunately, we didn't see, we did drop it into the chat, and we'll also provide that in the Discord channel so everybody can learn more about Metaversity. The lessons from Steve's talk was, students love to learn, and giving them this technology, it just, it opens up so many possibilities of being able to teach them and immerse them into that experience. So, one of the comments that Christy Fennison said in the chat was stepping into a healthy heart versus a diseased heart and looking around with a professor, and students can experience perspectives that have, previously before been impossible. So Steve, thank you so much for your, work that you're doing with Metaversity and providing that, that teaching environment that exposes, students. So then we moved on to the state of immersive learning with XR with the iLearn team. And I thought this was also really interesting, just on, how they took small groups of studies, and one of the things Maya talked about was how more involved was this year as opposed to last year, because people on the team had a chance to think about it and also start to build purpose. And I'm going to show you some points that I on the side of this document here, but building with purpose has been repeated over and over and over again. So I think that, now we've kind of cleared our minds from this pandemic. We know we have to use the technology, and now it's how do we use this technology? Show us how. Let's learn about these case studies. So just a few more points from their conversation. Looking for purpose in experiences, just like what I said. Keith just mentioned it too, building with purpose, and really zoning in on that piece before developing, because there's so many other things to consider. Privacy and ethics, that also came up quite a bit. And the fact that we're going through such dynamic change, how do we support each other through this? Then we had a talk on empowering teachers with XR tools, and do we bring the students into VR within the classrooms, or do we bring the classrooms out into VR? I think that was one of the questions that, or one of the things that was said, and I thought that was really insightful. Putting kids in control of their experience. Yeah, why not, right? Putting them in their own learning, and starting with learning outcomes. That was one of the other things. And here, let me zoom in so we can see some more of these notes here. You see opportunities that no one could have predicted in making the experience better. Using maker spaces. This was also another key component, and XR helps alleviate thoughts of risk failure from that they're being assessed. And I thought this was interesting. Steve Banbury said, "Don't be afraid to fall, because you're gonna." And I have a few quotes from people throughout the day, but that was one that I captured there. So moving on, we had transforming education in Africa. And again, this is such an interesting conversation just on the exposure of technology is global, and providing opportunities to everyone, no matter where you are located in the world. So there was a lot of great conversation Erme had with his panel, talking about contextualization. Visualization was huge, really driving into why you're using this technology, and giving things purpose. They talked about muscle memory being important. 360 videos give you the environment and location, using stories to connect the why am I using the technology. And this has also been a part of the conversations that we've talked about today, is the why. Why are we doing this? So that the students can connect those business applications, the industry applications, the verticals, just to put connecting the dots so that they have that belief that, this system works. This is a good thing that's happening. Partners with government. That was one of the other things, and that actually champions onto a couple of other things. We then went on to a conversation on championing the arts and humanities, led by Carlos Ochoa, and just talking about how finding those stakeholders in every school, and amplifying, XR does amplify work, it changes teaching, storytelling goes into the storytelling. And this was something that I think as teachers, you have to put that effort into storytelling with that interactivity in mind, and then creating and evolving in that storytelling as you go. We then had Dr. Jennifer Rogers and assessing learning for learning. So, understanding the landscape. She talked about the pipeline crisis right now, jobs of skill sets, and that's a whole separate conference, I think, on its own. But the skill sets that that do need to evolve is around spatial awareness and design, but also about data collection and being able to apply all of these new technologies into experience as well. So I know she provided some great insight into her resources, and we'll definitely have those available. We then had another panel with enabling different abilities with XR content, and this was also really interesting. There's some great resources that we'll also provide to you. The discussion around accessibility for those who have autism, but also accessibility in general, just to have the digital devices available to everybody. But this panel talked about workflow for accessibility and making sure that you have people with disabilities on your team so that you can build for everyone, including your own team. There was also a comment on if you build it, they will come. Doing user testing for accessibility, redistribution courses, and more accessibility. If you build more accessibility into your applications, the more people will use it. And I truly believe that, because I think that that's the best way to create that adoption. Okay, so that was the first stretch. Here we go. More. ADA compliance for immersive technologies. It's a shift in the mindset. This was from Roland Dubois, and he provided some great insight into digital accessibility in the classrooms, and the ADA compliance that applies to all media. We then heard from Rebecca DuPont on equity in teaching next-gen XR developers, and approaching the problem. Space is important. Teaching is more important. Preparing kids in 2 years versus 4 years in university for the skills that they need to go back out into the ecosystem. Is the 4-year degree necessary? And sharing information is the way to go. We also heard from Karen and her panel, administering XR programs. This was really interesting, just behind the scene, supporting the faculty and the visions for the programs, access to space, access to tech, set of values while driving XR, and access to community. As well as creating a magical space, an emporium. That was one of the words that was being used, and making development attainable. So then we went on to the gamification and instructional design for immersive learning. And really it's about transformational framework, impacting the player and evidence-based practices. This had everything to do with game elements, gamification versus gaming, and those equals psychology elements, and the importance of a narrative. That was also a really big piece, and the social presence, and how games approach our approach to motivation, and that's a huge key piece. I feel like we didn't have enough time to talk about all of that stuff. XR in medical education. This was a fascinating discussion just on new ways to learn about anatomy and 3D thinking. This was the other part, just about spatial design and awareness. And this was more about 3D meta-humans and using 360s, 3D use cases, and having coders and designers work together. This is a huge piece of internal collaboration, I think, and the standards for learning within within the medical space. We then heard from Clayton and Shannon and Angelina on bringing immersive education to underserved communities and, digital divide. We're not preparing our students right now, but yet the study for it. Give them the technology and they'll find a way in. You don't need headsets to learn. There's a lot of technology out there, tablets, mobile devices. Everybody's got one in the extension of their hand. So this is where WebXR comes into play to be able to give that access to learning to everyone. And, empower the teachers, empowering the students. The students are educating themselves, so keeping up with them on that, and as well as internet access as well. And then we moved on to building community among XR educators with Daniel 𝙁𝙁 and his panel. And that was all about, how do you create, more learning for teachers and the encouragement of joining XR communities to learn from and to find your community, find your, the people who are doing the same things as you so that you have something in common and you have that motivation to learn more, and even finding a learning buddy to be able to share that experience with. They talked a little bit about how do we reach those teachers who do not know yet. And it's about inviting them into that space. And then obviously learning with somebody or a partner or with a team, doing that. We talked a little bit about content creation pipeline, and that was actually mentioned a couple of times and in the chat, that we really need a better pipeline of resources. So that came out. And Sage mentioned, stepping out of your comfort zone as a teacher to learn. Go play in the sandbox and learn from all the people, because you're not going to learn by yourself right now. Things are happening so fast. So I think I have two more, and then I'm going to bring Karen in to do a bit of a wrap up with me after this. But we had the safety, privacy, and design with Karen and Rolando. And that obviously is an eye opener when we start talking about, where schools are at risk of violating the rights of even the students just from data collection. And, what are we doing to manage this right now when teachers don't even know how data is collected, or schools aren't even sure. If you ask the principal and they don't even know that. So if they don't know that, then are there really policies in place? And that's the scary part about today, is that, the next generation, who's protecting this generation that's going into school in September, where we're advancing in this technology, but the policies and the governances are not in place. I thought this was cool. Power to the person, PETA said, and there's obviously concerns of selling data out of need. So putting these, the governing bodies together to be able to manage ethical design is also a key piece. And then we just finished with Keith Chan talking about, virtual campuses and classrooms. It was discussions of spatial awareness, classroom management, learning by doing. It's just a web click away to access this technology now. It's not a headset away. And it's a new way of teaching. And the beauty is it's just a browser. So Karen, I hope I encompassed a little bit and did a good summary.
Wow.
I do have some points here that what I did is things that kept repeating themselves, right? Like,
yes. Yeah.
So this is where I kind of brought some of these pieces over. So, and I kind of highlighted a little bit here. Let's start with digital mindset, because I think that is one of the key core human capacities of ourselves right now, to be able to maintain a fire hose of information while we're in exponential growth, right?
Absolutely.
And how do we maintain that? Is there something that you do, Karen, that keeps yourself with a healthy mindset? I know you and I have conversations a lot about okay, what are we doing? Breathe. There's another thing away, right?
Yes, absolutely. Well, and today has been a bit of a fire hose in a good way. You know, I mean, really, I've loved it all. There's just so much rich material and so many amazing people who are sharing their knowledge and their expertise here today. And yeah, I to go back, some of the things that stood out to me, I think, you know, maybe they had or became more apparent to me as you were going through this sense making, Julie, is one of them is this building, you said building with purpose or intentional design, ethical design, intentionality, and why. I think all of those are tied together. And that is an activity that we need to keep at the forefront and that we need to focus on. And we need to do so as a community. And community was another key theme that kept recurring for me. And so, yes, coming together as a community to work on this intentional design, to share our thoughts, our talents, our ideas, our perspectives, and moving forward there. And access, you got accessibility, and that's in multiple ways. Whether it's the
Multiple ways, that's great.
Yes, yes, exactly. But still, that overarching theme and how important that is. I started to at one point I was going to stop there with those four. But then I, got into things like creativity and even the storytelling and the narrative, the emporium, the magic, and how those sorts of things and that spark of creativity and joy. We heard the dancing in VR.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, and then maybe one more I would add to that would be the reflection, and this is in part to do with things like what the iLearn is doing with the State of XR report, sort of looking back at everything and thinking, okay, where are we? And exactly what you're doing here, Julie, this sense making exercise. I think that's another key term. And I wanted to to talk about one thing that Roland Dubois said that really stood out to me, and I won't get it exactly right, but it was he was saying that people thought that the limitations came from the disability itself, but then they realized it wasn't that. The limitations came from the bias in the approaches and the way that things were designed. I thought that was a really fascinating and enlightening quotation. I'd love to pull that out. I have to reach out to him and get it.
I think that kind of ties back with ethical design and just that the UI that is a part of every experience, that you really don't end up fine-tuning it until the last bit, because you're so busy putting all these different things into the experience and connecting this plugin and connecting that plugin, and then there's no instruction there to flip that configuration or something like that. And that's why the storyboarding process right from the beginning, and understanding, somebody said that it matters what values you have when you're building right from the beginning. And I think that was another interesting piece of, every company should have a set of values of how they ethically design something so that they can start there. Right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that came from either Heather Hasley from ASU or from Emily Sherwood, probably said in another way in other sessions, but I think that was explicitly stated there. Yes, I really am struck, and you and I know from some of the work we do how important the design process is.
That's right.
And,
and
that's maybe accessibility. No, just saying to accessibility too, right? Yes.
That's right. Yeah. And we can circle back just to the digital mindset and use the last couple of minutes to talk about, what is the right digital mindset and, job skills. I know we talked a little bit about that throughout the day as well, of, how do we train for these skill sets that we're just learning on the fly now? And, if you can find those people to be part of your team, one of the things that you need to make sure, not just for your team, but yourself, is to become adaptive. And I read this last week in one of the Harvard business magazines, but it was a statement that says, don't just adapt, become adaptive. So if everybody wants to take that away with them, become adaptive, because tomorrow is going to be another day. There's going to be another update. There's going to be a merger. There's going to be another integration that happens. Somebody's going to, push something, or something might break. So having that healthy mindset to be able to have that on your team, so that they are prepared for the instability of innovation, because it's going to happen. And, even, what did they say? Here, hold on a second. Let me just grab
Can you find that on your board?
I know. Hold my notes here. Don't be afraid to fall, because you're gonna. That's what Steve said.
Oh yes. That was, don't be afraid to fail, because you're gonna. Yeah, I love that too. That really stood out to me as well. And yeah, that you could call it resilience too. And we don't know when there will be another pandemic or a war will break out, right? So we do have to be adaptable, and we do have to be resilient, and sort of keep our eyes on the prize, and keep moving forward, and being ready to step this way and that, to do the dance in VR, right? To learn how to dance. Yeah. Absolutely.
I have to say, I think the word that was used the most, I think, and I kept writing different Post-its. I'm like, I wrote this already. And I'm going to zone in on it right now. It's a big C word here. Community.
Yes. Yes.
Community. This is like the key word of the day. And I
agree.
think it just leads to that socialization that we need to have as humans. First of all, we need to have that as humans, but it's the way that we're going to support each other as we go through this intensive growth stage that we're at. And it's not going to change tomorrow or next week. We have to learn, how are we going to live with this ever change that's going to happen, and all of these new technologies that will affect, how we build the experiences and how we react to those experiences, and then the data captured. So, the lesson for me to share with everybody today is that, it's all about community. Create those partnerships that you can sustain yourself with, and don't do this alone. I think that's one of the key things. This is not a place to do anything by yourself. Find your partners, find your tribe, find your group of people, find other people that have the same interests as you, same passions as you, so that you can strive to do more in this space. And I'm certainly grateful for being a part of this WebXR Summit series, and my team here in front of me and behind the scenes, because we wouldn't be able to do any of this without all of us. Right.
Exactly. Yes. It does take multiple people. And I think part of the thing about community is that, our world is so complex now, and the technology is so complex, and it's moving so quickly, is that it's not really possible for one human mind to comprehend everything. So you have to be in relationship and in community and in dialogue with other people in order to build on what they have to share. We really can't do this alone. Another thing I want to say is that it came up several times that, we need to continue this conversation. We need to have a follow-up event. We need to do something else. So I'm just putting it out there that, I think that needs to happen too. And I think that there are ways that we can continue to support educators. And there are other groups out there who are doing this work already. I mean, educators in VR, for one example. iLearn, we can partner with them, again, communities of communities, and find ways that we can all share with, learn from, and support each other.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Amazing. Well, why don't we take the last 2 minutes of my talk and again, thank our sponsors. First of all, FutureWay, who made today possible, as well as XRconnectED, your company, my company, Metaverse, and all of the viewing spaces, immersive spaces that we have out there, VR Land, Age, we got Twitch going, we got YouTube, we've got Frame.
Also,
we've got
yeah,
Hub.
yeah.
Somebody said we have 11 ways to watch this show, and it's recorded, so multiple. There's no.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's
But
really
we still
amazing.
have one more hour of great show, and we have an amazing show coming up. So lots of things coming up in the next little bit, and we have our next panel coming in, so that's great.
Wonderful. Yeah, great. Oops. Uh-oh, jumped the gun there. Okay. All right. Fantastic. Julie, thank you so much. I'm amazed at your ability to do this sense making and to pull these things out of this event. That was really fun and I think a worthwhile exercise.
Thanks very much. I'm going to go and do some more sense making off of this panel. So thanks very much, everybody. Have a great chat.
Right. Yes. Well, wow. Hello. It's wonderful to see you all. Cassandra Eng, really pleased to see you. Cassandra is a researcher at Stanford University. And, look forward to diving into more detail of what she is doing. We've known each other for a while. I know a little bit about her research. And I would like to give a special shout out to Professor 𝙊𝙤𝙤𝙤𝙤 for making the effort to be here, given the time it is for her where she is in the world. So we somehow missed that. We were trying to be very conscious of the time zones, but somehow we let that slip by. So very grateful to you for being here, and look forward to hearing about more of the work you do, your research and your work with the IEEE on the ethics committee there, and Dr. Nigel 𝙊𝙤𝙤𝙤𝙤, who is a professor at University of Florida in advanced learning technologies and runs the Equitable Learning Technology Lab there, which centers autistic groups in solving real world problems with advanced technologies. So I want to kind of give you all each a chance to say a little bit more about your work, about what you do. And as I said, I'm going to start with Cassandra Eng, Sports Neuroscience Fellow at Stanford University, who earned her PhD in Learning Sciences and Cognitive Neuroscience from Carnegie Mellon University. So Cassie, would you mind please giving our audience an overview of your research on optimizing learning outcomes in immersive contexts that include physical activity?
Yeah, thanks so much for the introduction, Karen. Is it okay if I share my screen?
Yes. Are you able to do that? Is it showing up for you? Let's see. No, that's Julie's. I don't see yours coming up. Did you use try the new button, the plus sign? Let's see if that will work for you. Oops, uh-oh. We lost her altogether there. I hope she'll be back in a moment with something to show us. Okay, in that case, so that because we don't have a lot of time. Oh, Cassie is back. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Yes.
I tried sharing my screen and it kicked me out. So
no, I'm so sorry. Do you want to share something with me? If you can put a link in the private chat, and maybe I can try to share it for you. There it is. Okay, it's there.
Okay. Do you see these? Do you see these slides?
Yes.
Is it?
Just put it in presenter mode, but yes, we do see them there. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So hello, everyone. As Karen says, I am a sports neuroscientist at Stanford, and really briefly, my research focuses on improving cognitive and physical wellness outcomes using technology enhanced interventions. So I'm going to go through this super quickly, but basically a lot of you have probably heard of brain training games, but what's been found through research is that they don't really work, meaning there's no generalizability to real world contexts. But interestingly, in the kinesiology and aging neuroscience literature, they're finding that combined training through XR games, these physically active video games, improve cognitive functioning. But understanding why these XR games are actually working, that is the research that I do. So to do this, I took a traditional cognitive task and I turned it into an immersive environment. So with 3 to 5-year-old children, I actually had them through a projected immersive environment actually participating in a cognitive game, but they're using their whole bodies, as opposed to traditional cognitive training where they're either using an iPad or being sedentary.
Yeah, Cassie, can I interrupt you? I'm so sorry, but we're not seeing like the slide in its large. Can you put it in presentation mode or slide share mode? What I'm seeing is.
Sorry, do you see it like really? Do you see it really small?
I see the ones on the side, and then one side in the middle. It's not in presentation mode.
Oh, that's really strange. Let's try again.
Okay.
Okay.
And if you want to, if you want to drop a link to me, I can try to.
Okay, so if what is happening? Okay, so when I do, so this is it not like screen?
It wasn't full screen. No.
It's still not full screen.
No, I don't see it at all. No, there it is. No, and it's not. Yeah. We're still seeing, yes. But maybe that's the best we can do for now.
Is it like not readable? Is it not readable?
It's really difficult to see because it's, the real estate is so small on the screen, unfortunately.
This is so strange.
I'm wondering if this will, okay, I can do that. I can maximize it. Yeah.
Okay. Should I just keep? I can just keep going. I'll just keep going.
Yes. Let's keep going.
Okay. Well, I'm very sorry for the small visuals, but I will do my best to verbally explain them. So I basically, to understand the actual effectiveness of these XR games, I had an XR game condition, a cognitive condition where it's the same exact game, but children are sitting. So increasing the cognitive demands, but decreasing the amount of exercise. An exercise condition. So it's the exact same game, but there's less cognitive demands. So less distractors that I built within the game. And then a no play control group. So this is really important for developmental research, just to control for practice and maturation effects. And then before and after, children were given standard neurocognitive assessments and also neuroimaging, so actually imaging their brains. And what was found behaviorally is that children improve performance on these neurocognitive tests, and teachers also rated their behavior better in the classroom, but only in this combined exercise cognitive training group. And what was found with the neuroimaging data is that across, like within the prefrontal cortex, which we know is a hub for cognition, we found increased connectivity, but only again for this combined cognitive exercise training group compared to all of the other control groups. So what I've been doing now is understanding, not only kind of, so there was a proof of concept here that this combined exercise cognitive training improves children's, not only their performance on neurocognitive assessments, but also teachers rated their behavior better, like in a real world classroom context. We also saw changes in the brain. So what I'm doing now is I'm seeing if this generalizes to another virtual context. So taking a commercially available game, and I'm working with a clinical population, so an ADHD population or children who might need it the most. And again, I have these very carefully controlled, like an exercise condition. So if any of you have played Beat Saber, you're probably very familiar with this. An extra game condition. So the cognitive demands are increasing because they have to follow the rules of directionality while also navigating this virtual space and also using their whole bodies. A sedentary condition, exact same game but sitting, and then a control group where there's less cognitive demands and they're also sitting. And in terms of the novelty about where we are in terms of technology, though, isn't that we just have these wireless portable light VR headsets that people can actually exercise in, but we also, for if someone told me 10 years ago that we'd have portable neuroimaging, I wouldn't believe it. But I've actually been pilot testing this. So these are wireless portable neuroimaging. And so I actually have a scan of my brain while riding a bike, and it is reliable and valid. So the future here is to combine them with these wireless VR headsets so we can see and monitor brain activity in real time during these VR interventions. Okay.
Wow. Yeah, that's super exciting. And I think one of the things that, and this came up in one of the panels earlier, was the idea that VR engages our body, and so that allows these sorts of effects that you are researching. Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you so much. Eleni Mangina is the Vice President International for Science at University College Dublin and senior member at IEEE, who's played an important role in the IEEE Global Initiative on XR Ethics. And she also has a background and interest in intelligent systems and artificial intelligence. Eleni, your work is extensive. More than 100 publications on a number of topics, including recent publications on augmented reality for education and immersive tech in healthcare education. Please tell us a little bit about your research in XR and education and your work for the IEEE Global Initiative on XR Ethics.
Sure, Karen, and thank you very much for the invitation. I just want to follow up on Cassandra's work there. I had a personal interest on the ADHD students and the impact of XR. So this is how it started back around 2015, my interest in XR impact assessment for students with ADHD, but I didn't do neuroimaging Cassandra. Instead of that, I wanted to focus on the standardized tests because of GDPR issues in Europe, I wasn't able to do that, especially for students in primary school. So instead of that, we did the intervention with augmented reality. I had a pilot study back then in 2017 up to 2019. I had 117 diagnosed with ADHD students in primary school all around Ireland. And we had three groups. We had the control group, we had a web-based intervention, and we had the augmented reality intervention. Once we finished with the intervention and we analyzed the data, because we did pre and post tests on English literacy skills, we did use the NARA test and the Vernon test. We wanted to see their spelling ability, their reading ability. So for example, students diagnosed with ADHD, and we had a number of comorbidity issues as well. So they would have ASD, some of them, or dyslexia. But we found that after the intervention, the reading aids increased. I still receive emails from parents saying that their whole life changed. So a minor intervention, which lasted only around from between 10 and 18 weeks, depending on how fast they went from level to level. It's a different level. There were 7 levels of the literacy program. We had a company working with us, the Wordsworth Learning Program with literacy skills that we transformed with augmented reality, and a little bit of intervention, 15 minutes a day, and it just made a huge difference. And the next step, and that's what I want to talk to you about, Cassandra, next week, hopefully when we meet, is the neuroimaging. I'm really interested to see what is happening really neurologically, because the moment we understand with XR what is the impact, the positive impact that I found from my data, then we will understand more the special abilities that these students have, because they do. So this is how it started back in 2017 with this project, and then I applied for further projects, and one of them was the Horizon 2020. It's called 𝙊𝙤𝙀, Augmented Reality Educational Systems. And I have now under intervention around 4,500 students around Europe. We have 4 pilots. Actually, we started with 3 pilots. The first one, the English literacy skills, again, for English-speaking students in Europe. The second one is STEM science, and we focused on geometry and geography. And the third one, which is quite unique, innovative, and we haven't seen it a lot, although, Cassandra, you did touch a little bit on the behavioral analysis of the students. So we are applying augmented reality to the PBIS process, which is the Positive Behavior in Schools program, the 3-tier level approach that we have. I have Professor 𝙊𝙤𝙘 from Amsterdam, who is an expert and has been to the States many years and applying the PBIS as well. And we're applying this for Pilot 3. So with Pilot 3, we have around 550 to 700 students, and then Pilot 2, we have 3,500 and around 100 for Pilot 1. Now, the interesting part was through another project, another European project I'm working on, because I wanted to see the technology readiness assessment of the stakeholders. So we did a questionnaire, and we had more than 350 educators from Europe, and we found out that although Generation Z is more than ready for advanced education with XR, the teachers are not. So I've used the European project, the HITS 2020, to create a new pilot. So now we have invited, and you might have seen it on LinkedIn, we have now invited teachers to come and be trained on how to use XR in education. So there is a little bit of history behind all these projects, but it is exciting. And within the project, because of GDPR, we had to do the ethics self-assessment, be approved, have an ethics advisory board. And then I started working with an absolutely amazing team at IEEE Standards Association. And it is the Global Initiative for XR Ethics. And it is part of the Ethically Aligned Design first edition that we had the standards. And I created, I was the executive editor for the 8 papers that we have published. But the one that I wrote and I led the whole chapter was the one on XR ethics in education. And if you have a look at the file, you will see that there are 42 recommendations. This is coming through the experience of the last, we're 22, for the last 10 years in the area. And if you have a look at the content, the specific content, you will see that it covers the requirements for privacy. We analyze a little bit on the regional ethics in terms of how the ethics are in the States, in Europe, and East Asia. Then the privacy and education requirements, the user requirements, hardware and software. And then in terms of 3D content, the accessibility, the teaching and learning, the authoring toolkits. So within the Horizon 2020, we have created an open source authoring toolkit for the educators. And we're actually launching next month our own marketplace, which is open source again, because it is European funding. And at the end, we have 42 recommendations within this paper. And I plan to create a working group on this and further develop the standards. I want to focus on the ethical metadata in XR content. And And I hope this will take off quite soon.
Wow, that's amazing. Such an important initiative. Thank you so much for sharing this, and really look forward to watching what happens there. And everyone should take a look at these 42 recommendations and seek out this work that has been done by the IEEE Global Ethics Committee. Nigel, your lab is called the Equitable Learning Technology Lab at the University of Florida. And I know that you center autistic groups in solving real world problems with advanced technologies. And I'm curious about the real world problems and how you use advanced technology in it. Tell us more about all this.
Sure. Well, thank you for having us here. And I'm really fascinated in this sort of ethical conversations that have been taking place, because that's something else we've been exploring in terms of ethical applications of VR tools for some of these groups. But essentially, the lab that I run and the work that I do really believes that it centers its work around inquiry for equitable learning technologies being informed through collaboration, community-based engagement, and cross-disciplinary working. But and as you mentioned, really placing autistic people central to that endeavor and involving them in the conversation about how these technologies can feed into their lives, how it can benefit their educational outcomes, their ambitions for living independent lives, and so on. So really, we're being guided by that community. And part of the job in the lab is to kind of create spaces where we can have those conversations, where we can understand the challenges they're facing, and then identify how these technologies can potentially inform and help overcome some of those challenges. So, for example, some of the work we've been doing is around STEM education in schools, where we see autistic people having massive strengths in STEM-based areas, but being incredibly left behind because the pedagogy isn't quite available, isn't really there in terms of enabling them to achieve in the same way that their neurotypical peers can. So we're looking at ways VR and other technologies can play a role in kind of supporting that inclusion, but also looking at how we can use VR to manage anxiety with autistic groups, social anxiety, as well as anxiety of potentially really, well, I guess to some people quite simple things, but we created a VR app where autistic people were, a group that we worked with, young autistic people we worked with, were really worried about visiting a museum. So by creating a virtual reality tour of that museum, we were able to manage some of their anxiety challenges and issues. So like I say, what might seem quite a simple solution was something that really meant that some of those individuals could access a cultural resource that they felt were very worried about accessing in the real world. So that's kind of like a short boilerplate kind of overview of what we're doing. But what I would really like to sort of emphasize is that we're really placing them central to this, and also not just involving them in identifying the challenges and how we can solve that, but actually involving them as co-designers, co-researchers in the research that we do. And so therefore, a lot of the research I'm doing, and this started back in 2015, when we first started working with autistic groups and wanting to understand their experiences of these technologies. So people with sensory problems and sensory concerns, it might not be very wise and sensible to suddenly put a headset on them and ask them to work in some of these spaces. So we developed some of the first research actually in 2015, treading very carefully, very ethically around how they experience some of these wearable technologies, these new wearable, highly immersive technologies, and whether or not there was any ethical concerns, health and safety concerns about that. And we've continued to work in that way. And we currently have published guidance around how to use some of these technologies in schools as well. So all the work I do is outside of the research lab and in schools or in centres or in homes where people actually get their hands on and use these technologies. So wanting to understand what some of the barriers are around that, some of the barriers around technologies in schools. As we all know, there's a lot of challenges around that. And likewise, the challenges around actually deploying these technologies in real life settings. What are some of the health and safety and ethical concerns that may arise around that? So that's a short overview of some of the work that we're interested in doing within the research lab.
Wow, really exciting what all of you are doing. And there's so many questions that I want to follow up with you. And as has been the case all day long, we find that these sessions are just too short to dive as deeply into them as we would like. think I will ask where, because you all, as you're doing your own research, you're also surveying the other research out there. And, I'd like to hear from you about what you think is some of the most significant work or exciting or interesting trends in the research, and also maybe where the gaps are in the research on XR for education.
Yeah, I'll kick off, I guess. I think where some of the exciting opportunities are, we've already heard from the first presenter talking about some of the interesting developments in that space. I mean, for me, I think artificial intelligence is a really big kind of buzzy area that's connecting quite closely and quite well in meaningful ways with XR technologies. The ability to kind of build in learner analytics and tailor bespoke, VR experiences using AR. I think AI is a really exciting development that's happening, and UF, for example, have invested with NVIDIA in that particular area, and there's a big drive around AI. But I also think there's a huge gap, and it's not a huge gap, it's because this work has accelerated so quickly that there's still a huge need to make sure that we place users and users' experience is central. So I think UX and UI around some of this work is really important, that we keep continuing to research that. And Meta, as we know, has invested quite heavily in this technology, and they currently do a lot of research with UX and UI. But I think for me, that's something that we could continue to support in really meaningful ways moving forward.
Great, thank you. Cassie, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, so going off of what Nigel says, I think that exactly what he said about the capabilities we have with machine learning. So one of the common questions that I get from parents, from educators, from anyone really is, why do we need the technology enhancements to something as simple as exercise? And something I say is that not everyone might have access to safe recreational equipment. They might not be able to afford a gym membership. They might not feel safe in going out for a run in the neighborhoods that they live in. But something advantageous about these type of immersive technologies is that they can adapt to individual performance with these type of machine learning that we have. So something that's really important that I noticed from even designing the games, and there's a lot of literature that supports this, is that is just adaptability. So, when there is one teacher and 35 children, it's really hard for that educator to, go and adapt to every single child's capabilities. But when you have a technology that can do that, if you can tell that a student is struggling based on the algorithms that it has, so it'll tailor it to that individual's capabilities. I think that is, that is what makes XR so, it's really the future. And in terms of what's missing, I think that, more research on, the amount of dosage and duration for these individual students, that is going to be individual differences in general is always something that we need more research on. But these algorithms need to train on some sort of data. So I think the more piloting of these technologies will help with that.
Yeah, really, really interesting. And when you were talking about the adaptability of AI and using that, I think I introduced the two of you, but I would love for you and Rolando Macis to have a conversation. I think you all would have some really interesting things to talk about. Professor Mangina, what would you say are some of the most exciting trends and some of the gaps in the research?
Yeah, and I totally agree with the comments Nigel had and Cassie. And I just want to add a couple of research gaps that I have realized the last 10 years. But first of all, I start with the positive. And because we have 5G, the blending of physical and digital worlds is just shaping the whole future. So imagine if I had the augmented annotation straight away through my glasses in the real environment, living in the physical world, then I could get notifications much faster than my phone and then react quickly. So we have the 5G networks, and so it provides the high speed, lower latency, delivering photorealistic, location-based XR experiences. So it's absolutely amazing. The future looks bright, but at the same time, there is some research gaps. And some gaps in terms of the expertise. We don't have many experts in the development of the XR 3D content, right? The quality that is needed in order to have something vivid, realistic, some dynamic experience, so that it can actually activate the interest and the motivation. Another area that would be interesting for the future is the real-time collaboration and designing, while we're designing the XR worlds, and as he mentioned, the UX design. It's a huge area for development. And advanced XR tools. But apart from that, if we talk about just education, we are missing the open educational resources in XR. And something that I think all the educators are waiting for in order to advance the technology acceptance model worldwide. And this is something that I think will speed up from now on. And we're going to test with the marketplace and see how this will go. So.
Great, thank you very much. Yes, the open educational resources did come up before too, and this is all part of the accessibility, making sure that everyone has access to this, and not just students, but teachers as well. Oh my goodness, I can't believe that was a half hour. It went by so incredibly quickly. And there is Sophia Mashasha and my friend Julie Smithson. And I would like to thank you so very much, Cassie, Dr. Eng, Nigel, Lainey, thank you very much for coming and sharing your time with us today. I hope we can do this again and spend more time and dive in a little more deeply. I really appreciate you being here.
Thanks for having us.
Thank
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hey, Sophia.
Hi.
Hey, there she is. Hi. There's Jennifer.
Hello, Jennifer.
Can we hear Jennifer's mic? Are we good?
Jennifer, can you do a little test?
Yep, I can hear you. Oh,
all right.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm going to leave you guys to it. Thanks for joining us, Jennifer.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for joining, Jennifer. We are nearing the end of the Education Summit. And like we always like to do, we like to do these special correspondent interviews with some of the VIPs that we get to hang out with. And Jennifer, you were one of the ones that was chosen because you guys are doing some incredible work with Julie and her company Metaverse. And we'll get into that a little bit. But so thank you so much for joining us today. So we're here at the WebXR events team, and we're excited about the possibilities XR holds for learning, training, education. And we're pleased to hear about your experience developing an XR educational program in an enterprise setting. So first, tell us a little bit about yourself and what does your role at Siemens Healthineers entail? What's your background and how did you find your way into this position?
Yeah, prestigious. A little bit about myself. I live in Pittsburgh, North Carolina, with my large podcast, of course. Career for gamers. I went to Edison schools, and after that, I would work for an 2009. Started with right. I started as an education consultant. So for me, it was an educator stream, right? We're transforming our customer education. Over time, I grew into my current role, right, where we were utilizing our currently global head of design and focused on developing for our personnel. So I have a team of a group of consultants, application specialists, automation. So they're split between the web. So our goal is to look for new ways.
So Jennifer, before I get into the next question, I'm going to ask you to please make sure that you're connected to Wi-Fi. Your audio is a little off. We actually can't hear you at all. So while I get into the next question, why don't you just make sure that you have some good connection? I know you had to join from your phone, unfortunately, because Siemens is one of the most protected companies in the world, is what you just told us backstage. So you had to join from your phone today, but thank you for doing that for us. While you get that set up, so you and your team have been working with Metaverse for more than a year now to develop immersive 3D educational experiences centered on Siemens Healthineers medical devices. How would you describe the scope and the aims of the program? And we'll wait for her. In the meantime, actually, let's play a video. We do have a video to share with you guys about some of the experiences that Siemens has built with Metaverse. It's pretty interesting. It's very intricate. Lots of machinery, lots of intricate machinery that's being taken apart to show the really complex processes that are involved with operating this machinery. And I'm sure Julie now is an expert at operating this machinery as well. So that'll be interesting. Okay, there we go. Let's play that and we'll wait for Jennifer to get back online. So Julia, maybe if you want to come up and talk a little bit with me. Oh, there's Jennifer. Hi, Jennifer. Okay, so we started playing the video. Okay. We started playing the video just to show some of the machinery that you guys are building with Metaverse, to give a little bit of context to what we're talking about, so we can just continue to talk while this video plays on repeat. So I'll repeat the question. So you and your team have been working with Metaverse for more than a year now to develop these 3D immersive educational experiences centered on Siemens Healthineers medical devices, as shown here. So how would you describe the scope and aims of the program?
Yeah, so when the pandemic hit, we were working on a lot of the digital solutions aimed at providing hands-on experiences remotely. What we realized very quickly in the pandemic was one of the most challenging was technical training. So for our service engineers specifically, giving experience in hands-on for technical training for our analyzers and products was something that we really wanted to be able to not just design knowledge transfer, but give them something that could improve learning outcomes, improve that critical thinking, as well as foster that applied logic for things like troubleshooting. So that was the main scope that we're aiming towards when we started working with Metaverse.
Awesome. So the adoption of XR is growing rapidly, but in the larger scheme of things, it's still relatively new, and many folks are still waiting for more evidence and more case studies and other people to try it before they're willing to jump in and invest in this. So what motivated you guys to go down the immersive 3D path and blaze that trail? Was there a particular aha moment that inspired you?
Definitely, right? For us, we were able to digitalize our application training a little bit easier. I remember our team having a call and one of the girls on the team really saying, it can't just be about the software, we have the hardware, right? So it was the same time, if most people remember, where Google came out with the AR Easter Bunny. You know, it sounds kind of silly, but there was no required. And it was a big aha, right? Because we needed to invest in making immersive education of both our hardware and our software, to deploy that into one environment. And that collectively was a big aha, yeah, for sure.
I love, that's my favorite part about about being in this industry is helping to enable those aha moments within different industry sectors and having those SMEs then apply it to their practices as well, because then you guys become the expert in XR within that sector. So that's super exciting. So was there a specific problem that you were faced with that you were trying to solve by adopting immersive training? What made you guys decide that an immersive 3D solution was something worth investing in?
So for us, demand for technical training was increasing, right? We had to deploy more digital strategies to meet the new environment by having reduced sizes. And so timely training is critical to our business. As our field organizations, we're supporting the pandemic day in and day out. And that was something that was a very critical topic in our business. And so we knew we just couldn't hope away the problems that we were running into globally of bringing people into training centers, anywhere from, I remember in February, starting out in China, being shut down, and then going to EMEA, and then to the US, and then to the wider Americas. So we needed to step boldly into different areas for sure.
Had you guys tried implementing or piloting other VR AR solutions before the one that you guys are currently using? And what did your team learn from those experiences?
Yeah, definitely. So we had several solutions that we tried out between 2018 and 2021, right? What we learned was that everything was very application-based when you started talking about augmented reality, or it was very headset-based if you started talking virtual reality. But we wanted something that was less restrictive, something that we wouldn't have to have another API integration, or another app for people. So we wanted something that could be more open and used in any type of cloud environment.
Yep, hence why we're talking about the wonders of WebXR right now. So then you chose to use the Metaverse engine for your project, which is a web-based collaboration development application for XR content. Was the fact that Metaverse is web-based and accessible on a computer a factor in selecting them to work with, and why were desktop immersive experiences a good fit for what you guys were trying to accomplish?
Yeah, so VR headsets, in our company, were not equally distributed, right? AR was complicated. You needed, there were mobile dependencies, right? And so when you think globally, right, you have to also think about tracking that training. So headsets, AR, right, and tracking training. WebXR and the immersive experience allowed us to move into knowing that as the future evolved, we could move into those outputs later, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And so what has the partnership with Metaverse been like, and how have the two companies worked together as SMEs in XR and, SMEs in the medical device field? How did you guys collaborate?
Yeah, definitely it has been a fruitful exchange, right? And it's been a journey to work together, is all I can say, right? They know the technology, and they also roadmap that we don't have. And combined with us understanding the content, right, as well as the education of that content, three things combined make this a great partnership.
Absolutely. Partnerships are what make everything stronger. So let's talk about results now. So how many learning experiences have been created to date? How many learners have gone through the immersive training you've developed, and how many do you anticipate accessing them?
Since the partnership started, we've released 2 major trainings, right, where we have put where we've put that metaverse as well as our other assets into the environment, right? And in total, that has reduced about 6 days of instructor-led training. We've had more than 100 people that have been able to go through the training. And I know you showed the video before, right? But as you can see, we've got a multitude of products that are really, we're in the midst of development. Alone will release probably 12 in the next quarter.
That's amazing. And so are there any results that you're able to share then about the successful transfer of knowledge through this project, and how effective have the immersive virtual experiences been in supporting that learning?
Yeah. So for us, right now I can't share all of that, but what I will say is when you start to see a service engineer tell you how amazing that is and what a great support for learning it is, and then when you start to sit down with somebody who really doesn't even understand, doesn't even speak your language, right? And they intrinsically understand how this will help them, you're right track.
Yeah. And so do you see immersive training as eventually replacing more traditional modes such as lectures, videos, slide decks, printed materials, etc.? And so then what does the future then of learning look like with these new tools at our disposal?
Mm-hmm. So especially in technical training, right? I see a large growth coming in this area. In engineering, I ask myself, why do we need schematics anymore, right? Or why would we even consider having paper procedures? This is going to change how we work in the future in many capacities, for sure.
And so what were some of the biggest challenges that you anticipated facing in launching this program? And what have been the biggest challenges in practice?
Yeah, I believe that the biggest underestimate we had was the cultural change, right, that we were imposing, and the communication of the concept in general, right? How could engineers not be trained on site, right? It was such a cultural change and a step forward in our company. And because most took a faith-based effort in what we were doing, there were challenges in terms of time to develop and convincing, right? At the same time, working with Metaverse, right, we realized that, we weren't providing what was necessary in order to make the process more agile. So at the same time, we were stepping into the area of assessment in 3D. And that was something we didn't even have standards for, right? On how to design assessment style questions. So many lessons from the partnership in general.
Yeah, and not only lessons for yourself, but really lessons for any enterprise like yours that's trying to incorporate immersive learning experiences into their practices, because you guys are really setting the standard for this. So yeah, thank you for that. And so we do have one more question left. So what other stakeholders are involved in this project, and what has their response been?
Yeah, no, well, thanks for asking. First, there's so many people to thank, right? Because, from my team, right, to our trainer teams, but really our stakeholders, are our business lines. They, in good faith, right, have supported our efforts to digitalize. We also have our country organizations who take those trainings, that we collaborate with to do training. I think once they get to see the results, right, they've really been impressed. So yeah, excited about, for sure.
Yeah, we're definitely excited to see where it goes from here. I know you guys, you said you had success in your last deployment, and you guys are planning to continue on, which means that it obviously drove some really good value for you guys. So that's great for everybody that's listening to hear, especially coming from you guys from Siemens Healthineers. So thank you for spearheading this effort on behalf of your company and on behalf of the industry at large.
Well, and honestly, thank you.
Thanks so much for sharing.
Thank you, Jennifer. Really great to have you here on the summit. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Thanks so much, Jennifer. Great.
Thanks,
great.
guys.
What a great conversation.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. And we are down to the very last session of the day. I can't believe it. And welcome John Collins, who we know from a previous, well, from the Polys Awards, actually. Yes, award winner there. So we're thrilled to have you back, and looking forward to hearing what Sophia has to draw out of you, as she does so well in her interview with you. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
I'm going to No?
All right.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Have a good last session.
Bye, guys. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. John, so good to have you with us again today. As Karen was saying, you were with us for the Polys, and you guys won 3 Polys this past year. So you guys were a perfect candidate for this interview, so we can uncover what made this project so special, and especially from you coming from the STEM education background and kind of bringing those lessons learned into WebXR. But before we get into the interview, we do have a special video that we put together from
and the winner is The Magic of Flight.
And the winner is The Magic of Flight.
And the winner is The Magic of Flight by Project Origami.
I can't believe we won this. This is just incredible.
Wow, that is incredible. Wow. Somebody say something?
I think they announced we won, Thomas. You can
oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Oh, wow.
Congratulations.
It's amazing. You know, I think we're all dreamers here in this new medium. And so the subject matter that was chosen for The Magic of Flight is really about the dream of flight.
I just looked at it as an incredibly unique opportunity to be able to use this new technology in a completely innovative way for me. I had never worked in this medium before, and it was really intriguing.
I've got a question for John. John, you've been working in traditional media all your life, you know, as a director, as a writer, as a performer, as a host. But this time you had to write and be present for a completely different medium of which that you hadn't actually seen before. And in fact, you only put a Quest 2 headset and saw VR for the first time when the production was actually finished. So I'm just kind of wondering how that process was a little different for you, having to be in something that would be immersive when you didn't actually, and like a lot of people don't really know what that means. So I think your perspective on an industry professional who is getting himself into something that they have no idea what it even is would really interest me at this point.
When you look at an airplane wing, you can see immediately we've got a very small section of the wing pointed into the airstream, and that's reducing drag, the opposite of a kite.
When I was approached by Thomas and Ḥaggai to be part of this project, using a new technology and a new way to teach these ideas and for kids to really be able to experience this in a visceral way, and using just off-the-shelf web technology. You didn't have to download anything, you didn't have to do anything fancy. These guys were cooking up a way to have a real stereo 3D VR experience with just off-the-shelf stuff. And I was blown away by what they wanted to do. And I was in just with both feet right from the start. You know, they said, you know, can you host this thing? And I said, yes, absolutely, I'll host it. You mind if I do some writing? And then that sort of, you know, evolved to me having a bigger role in the writing process. I wrote almost the whole thing because I was just so in love with the whole idea.
But it was really about, can we take education to the next level? Could we potentially have education that can be effective, not in a brick and mortar or in a class or in a physical room, but make the classroom of the future? Can we potentially have people, student and teacher, communicate effectively within the context of a virtual classroom? And that sort of was the beginning of the whole thing, is can we actually do that?
As the writer, or in Thomas's case, as the director and producer, and as well as Ḥaggai, to have something compelling that draws your attention to a part of the screen or to a part of that virtual reality and in traditional TV. But this is more organic. This is a real sense of discovery about what's going on in the scene that you just don't get from television, from a 2D experience. And so the kind of storytelling, the kind of organic emotional experience this can support it's really striking, the difference between the kind of production, and Thomas was just masterful at bringing stuff like that in. Hagai would somehow figure out a way to do what Thomas and I were dreaming up. And the whole Jackknife team was just incredible about, well, we'd like to take it this way. And they'd be going, we can't do that. And then, a day later, oh yeah, this is how we're gonna do that.
Is a photogrammetry model of a section of Monument Valley. And this eagle is a GLB that was imported into Jackknife, which was animated in Maya. And what I want you to notice is that she's holding a little paper airplane, which was part of the green screen shoot. And she will throw it. And at that moment, the paper airplane that she's holding, that's on a 2D video plane, will actually turn into a model that flies at us, which is probably best appreciated in VR.
That the outcome of this project speaks to people. By a wonderful coincidence, John, you're going to like this. I just, on our company submission page, I just got somebody who had just saw it and went through the trouble to go to our contact us page and just wrote, this is really nice actually. He said, I watched this on VR, Quest 2. This was very educational, like capitalized. This was really good, really capitalized. I am a 60-year-old man and I learned a lot. Thank you for making this. Please make more of these. The format was great, exclamation, like capitalized. And that's really interesting to me because we associate the medium, more or less with young people. But there's somebody, like, you can just feel the enthusiasm coming through, like, this format, I've never seen it. It's great. Make more of these. And we'd love to make more of these because there's a lot to tell. There's a lot to, show people in a new light, in a way they haven't seen.
I would write something thinking about it in like a 2D world. And then Thomas would say, like, told me on the shooting day, okay, now you're going to be this big on a desktop staring up at a globe. And I'm going, I love that. We just go with that. And so, the idea that all of us were just constantly trying to add a new layer onto the solid storytelling that we'd come up with and the solid ideas that existed. And they're using the technology and I'm using, all of the crazy stuff I'm bringing to bear. It's that kind of out of the box thinking that was so refreshing. When I ran into like-minded folks, it felt like I was, very back at the very beginning, trying to dream up cool ways to do something that was 2D into 3D. Let's use this medium. Let's push this stuff as far as we can push it, and then some, and let the Jackknife guys figure out what we just did.
Gravity is a heavy idea. It really sucks. What?
That's awesome. Okay, so I have two things to say about that. A, the comment that you got on the Contact Me Now page, the guy was 60 years old. So, I mean, this isn't just a gaming technology. It's gamification for learning, and you exemplified just that in this experience. And then number two, the power of partnerships, but partnerships across subject matter expertise. You don't have to be an expert in XR, but you're an expert in what it is you did know and partnered with people that were good in what they did. And together you guys made a really powerful team that was showcased there by winning 3 polys. So, so with that said, so you have 30 years, and I know we have 4 minutes left, but maybe we can go over a couple minutes for you. You have 30 years as a STEM educator that came into this new medium, not really knowing what to expect. What would you say to educators that are exploring incorporating WebXR into their practices?
Well, I think the thing that I brought that educators can bring is this sense of storytelling for the subject matter, start to finish. And that is deep expertise that the computer geeks, the Jackknife guys, the guys, they don't have that. And they really need that to have a spine for this thing. And so I really looked at my participation as, let's figure out the best way to just tell the story in any format, start to finish, whether it's 2D, 3D, VR, whatever it is, figure out the spine of the story, and then let the guys kind of go crazy with ideas and change the narrative if you need to, or the order of things if you need to, but let's get this thing soup to nuts figured out. And Thomas was really good at reining me back in and go, you can't go all the, you can't get it all, but let's start here and let's get to there. And I think the educators have a really big contribution to make in that zone, just getting the story right. And I think that was one of the things that really was attractive about what we did. We had a great story to tell, and then the animators just went crazy telling it with me. It was a really fun ride together that we all made.
So tell us a little bit about what made this project so rewarding then.
Well, I got a chance to tell the story of flight in a way that that was brand new and fresh, and all of these ideas that I had for programs that, I'm kind of hemmed in. I can only do short programs for schools and folks. And so this was an opportunity to kind of spread out the program and really dive into, what's the difference between a completely drag dominated flying machine and one that flaps or one that flies with an engine. So it was really a chance to talk about more than paper airplanes and tackle the idea of flight in this really cool, visceral way. Nothing says flight like being up in the air flying, behind a bird or on the wing of a 747. I mean, this was like a way to experience it and do the storytelling almost at the same time. I'm in a new world here as well, and I'm having fun in that world, and hopefully some of that fun transferred over to to the technical part. And I think it did. You could tell the joy that Hagai and Thomas had building this thing was fun too. They would get really excited about something.
Yeah,
and that was fun to watch.
It's super fun, and that experience is available for public consumption, and it's on the WebXR events website from the polys from this past year. So definitely go check it out if you can, because it is a lot of fun. And they incorporated, real vol cap and with different animations, and did some really cool, innovative things with that medium. And just some closing out stuff. Maybe what is like a key takeaway, and just making sure that keeping in mind writing the script to make sure the lessons and the key takeaways were properly incorporated into the experience from a scripting perspective.
Yeah, so I mean, we definitely wanted to stick the landing on certain ideas, and kind of we built in this quiz part of it to kind of draw your attention back to some key concepts. And everybody hates quizzes, but in a way, it was a break between larger sections and a quick refresher on the material that we were covering, and just to remind people, hey, you're not watching a movie here, although it was a little bit like watching a movie. We are trying to have you learn a little something as you go along. So I think those little refresher moments, those little breaks, ended up being really important to the flow of the thing, and kind of bringing people back to, hey, this is a lesson that we're doing here. It gives it a little more grounding. So as much as I dislike the idea of a pop quiz, as everybody does, I think it really worked in the format of this particular program.
Absolutely. Why can't learning be fun? And I think that is the main thing that we're kind of getting from this entire summit. And why can't it be fun for everybody? Enterprise setting, 60-year-olds.
Why can't it be fun?
I'm in a headset all day.
This has been fun. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, John, for everything. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing more from you and the team. Congratulations on the polys this past year. And we look forward to having you and everybody that's watching at the polys this year, and the rest of the summits that we have coming up.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, John. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And we have our team.
Thank you, John.
Our closing.
All right.
We did it.
We did it.
4 of 6.
That was
and we've got 2 more. Sophia is going to host the WebXR Brand Summit on September 15th. And Daniel is going to host the WebXR Production Summit on October 13th. All 6 summits have been co-hosted by the brilliant and incisive Julie Smithson, and no one got to hear me this morning because my mic was mute. So no one got to hear the whole thing that I said about meta-traversal and all of the events that we had.
Classic.
And the play that we did at AWE, all that good stuff. The Metaverse Forum coming out, and maybe that everybody should like go and get standards for the metaverse, like, you know, little messages like that I thought I'd drop in at the beginning of the show. So it was just like 5 minutes of me being silent. So that's my 30-second recap of what I didn't get to say this morning. But I want to thank all of you. I want to thank the wonderful team. Karen, what a great time we had together putting this together, and what an amazing event it was. Thank you for bringing all these amazing, super smart, incredible people, bringing these conversation together. Julie, thank you for making sense out of all of that. That incredible, you know.
Yeah, I don't know if we solved it, but at least we put some kind of formality in play,
a 20-minute
right? Like
Miro board. It was gold, you know. So
incredible.
Thank you. That was great.
It was a 9-hour Miro board. 9 hours.
9 hours Miro board, exactly. And Sophia, great job as always. Yeah. Daniel, the green room, excellent cause. Produced the metaverse. And had all these worlds up and running, and did some incredible work. He rebuilt our official font. You see that font up in the upper corner? He actually made 3D low poly objects out of the alphabet in that font, and then re-rendered all the logos for it. So thank you for doing all of that. That was incredible work.
Saving myself hours of time in the future.
Well, really proud of all of you, really proud of all of this, and really looking forward to the next one. So thank you to the audience. Thank you to
thank you for sticking around all day with us.
Yes, thank you to AWE Live for carrying our feed at the last minute. That was nice of you. And thanks to our sponsors. And thank you to Steve Lewis from checking in from 34,000 feet. So if you're listening, Steve, that was awesome. And thank you to Linda Ricci. We miss you too. That was our team from last year. And so we have Cause producing the metaverse this year. And what a good time we had. So we will see you on September 15th. Peace, everybody.
Sounds good.
Fantastic.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank
you.
Metaverse.